Chapter 1. Realization, Betrayal and Determination. The village hidden in the leaf, otherwise known as Konoha on Sato or in short Konoha, is one of the greatest ninja village of the 5 main greatest ninja village located in 5 great countries. There are also several other smaller countries between them, and while there is an ocean, but for some reasons all the countries are connected with each other by landmass. The head ninja for each great 5 nation is given a title of Kage. In Konoha, the head ninja is called Hokage. Now is the reign of Sandaime Hokage known as Sarutobi Hiruzen. But it should be a Yondaime that should be in charge, but it wasn't meant to be because 12 years ago a natural disaster known as Nine-Tailed Demon Fox or Kyubi suddenly appeared in the village, and it was so powerful that any attack towards failed to even scratch it, but the Yondaime sacrificed his life to kill the beast by using an extremely powerful fuinjutsu to kill it. After that, Sandaime has to take back the control which he had retired from just 2 years prior. "What a load of bull," said a boy of 12-year-old boy bitterly, who has bright golden yellow spiked hair and light blue eyes. He is wearing a sleeveless orange hoodie, a half-sleeved blue shirt inside it, and orange pants. This is Uzumaki Naruto, the Ninja Academy class clown and dead last, and he is in very bad mood because earlier today he had failed the graduation second time he had applied for early graduation exam ahead of scheduled for his age because the instructor ignored his questions and all the students of class laughed at him and no one in the academy stand up for him. So he thought that if he became ninja then, he would not have to put up with them anymore, but due to negligence and ignorance of the instructors he had failed second time. And on top of that, when was sitting on that swing just outside of the academy dejected of not passing, he heard whispers of a Chunin telling his friends that it was good that he didn't pass, and when his friend asked why, he replied that the Yondaime used him as a sacrifice as to seal the Kyubi inside him, and then he was hastily shut up by his friend by saying that it was an S-class secret. So now he was reading the piece of where Yondaime was said to be able to kill the beast, but to think that said natural disaster was inside him somewhere is a bit overwhelming. He snapped the book shut and thought of his future of his life and what he wanted to do now. From the age of 5 his dream was to be Hokage, and he was determined to train extra hard to achieve it, but as soon as he was admitted the Ninja Academy, and saw that there was no one to help him or even be a friend to him, his drive became less and less, and eventually, he began spending his goofing off and playing prank, due to which although unknowingly improved his stealth. But the other aspect didn't improve at all. He was waiting for someone to acknowledge him and teach him, but now that he knew the reason of everyone ignoring him, there was no chance of him getting any help at all. Hell, even the old man Hokage, who he thought of as his grandfather, didn't help him at all, only said that it would be seen as favoritism and to try harder, but there must be something to try harder. After thinking things though, he realizes that he still want to become Hokage, but he would be a Hokage that would not use other to be a sacrificed, and to become that he would need power, and there can't be any free shortcut to it. He realizes that he had to take things seriously and portrait himself that he hadn't know of his tenant, and he is the same idiot till he became the ninja, which also known as shinobi, which means to endure and not break under the pressure. But the new question arises from where he would learn to be a proper ninja, and the answer hit him like a ton of bricks. There is a library at the academy which he hadn't ever bothered to visit because reading bored him. So he made up his mind that first thing tomorrow and went to sleep. Next morning, Naruto is making his way towards the academy library with a large smile plastered on his face to keep up the act. He had decided that no would know of his acting till he became ninja, but first his goal is to improve himself to his classmate level in 3 months, as there was a 3 months break till the starts of his new semester where he would be assigned a new homeroom teacher, but now he wouldn't be depend on anyone for training. He entered the library and searched the shelves for the subject related to first-year academic course. He selects scrolls of taijutsu, which consist of basic academic katas and upon which students can improve upon, chakra, which contains details instruction of it, history of Konoha, geography of various places, mental conditioning, body conditioning, and since he knew that first-year students activate their chakra and he already activated it, so he also took the scroll of chakra control with him. He took out his only storage scroll, which was a gift from the Sandaime Hokage, and sealed all the item inside it and make his way to his room. As soon as he entered his room, he sorted out what he should read first. He opened first scroll regarding chakra. At first he was confused what the hell is chakra is, but when he started reading he realizes that the instructors had told him chakra is katra, and he had believed him, and now he was truly realizing the extent of his stunted growth. The scroll contains details of how to unlock chakra and its uses and what it consists of. According to the scroll, chakra is an energy present in all living beings, be it plant to an animal or a civilian, but they were at deactivate state, but due to the training ninja can use it for various supernatural purposes by molding their physical energy with mental or spiritual energy. The physical energy represents raw power of chakra, while mental energy represent control of a ninja have over his or her chakra. A ninja can use chakra for three major branches of techniques: ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu. If a ninja has more physical energy than spiritual energy, he can excel in taijutsu and ninjutsu while he can still use genjutsu but not as proficiently as other two. Similarly, if a ninja has more spiritual energy than physical energy, he can excel in genjutsu and ninjutsu but not be proficient in taijutsu. But if a ninja is able to properly balance his physical and mental energy ratio, she can excel in all of them. But it's extremely difficult, as only ninja to be able to achieve is Shodai Hokage Senju Hashirama. At the very beginning, a person only have a small amount of chakra present in them, but it can be increased by training. There are three methods to increase chakra capacity. First and direct method is to use all the chakra present in them to the brink of exhaustion, and in time the amount of chakra your body produces will increase. Second is to do increase physical energy or spiritual energy by training. The physical energy can be increased by maintaining healthy diet and doing body conditioning exercise, while mental energy can be increased by doing meditation, chakra control exercise, and learning new useful things, and it also increases as a ninja's experience increases. But the mental energy is quite very difficult to increase in comparison to physical energy, thus it's very hard to gain perfect control of chakra. The third method is to use all three methods to increase your chakra reserve. If a ninja is to increase his physical energy and spiritual energy simultaneously, then his chakra reserve will shot up by huge margin, but he still will be able to have same amount of control over his chakra when he had small capacity. Now, the direct method will have different meaning in this, but to understand this you have to understand the difference between chakra capacity and chakra reserve. Chakra capacity is the amount of chakra flowing through a ninja chakra circulatory system at time which is present in whole body like blood circulatory system. That is the amount of chakra a ninja can use in ninjutsu, genjutsu, etc. Once a ninja used up that amount, he had to mold his chakra again to use it, but if a ninja reserves is low, then it can lead to extreme chakra exhaustion and death. It depends upon the lowest amount of energy a ninja has. For example, if a ninja has physical energy of 50 and spiritual energy of 20, then his capacity will be 20 times 20 is equal to 400. That is average amount of a low-level genin, and has potential of excelling in taijutsu and ninjutsu. Similarly, if a ninja has spiritual energy of 50 and physical energy of 20, then his capacity will be 20 times 20 is equal to 400. That is average amount of a low-level genin, and has the potential of excel in genjutsu. Chakra reserve is amount of physical and mental energy a ninja can mold to produce chakra. Its amount can be same or more the amount of chakra capacity. It's depend upon all the physical and mental energy a ninja has. For example, if a ninja has physical energy of 50 and spiritual energy of 20, then his reserve will be 50 times 20 is equal to 1000. That is average amount of a low-level genin, and has potential of excelling in taijutsu and ninjutsu. Similarly, if a ninja has spiritual energy of 50 and physical energy of 20, then his reserve will be 50 times 20 is equal to 1000. That is average amount of a low-level genin, and has the potential of excel in genjutsu. As you saw in the example here, a ninja has more than the double the amount of chakra reserve than his capacity, so he can use same amount of chakra of his capacity 2 times safely and will only feel tired after that. But if she attempted to use more than that, he will starts to use up his life force required to keep him alive. To determine the amount of your chakra, you have to channel your chakra till you feel tired at the seal present at the bottom of the scroll. It's a seal designed by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama to determine the amount of chakra a person has by measuring the time required to deplete your chakra and how many times you can repeat the process for a day. After that, the information in the form of number will appear just under it. Naruto had to read the scroll for 5 times and memorize it thoroughly. After that, he finally understands it completely because it's very difficult for him to sit still, and from what he remember, it was like that when he had activate his chakra system. He has suspicion of its cause but decides to complete it first. He opened the scroll all the way up to the end, and there he saw a symbol consisting of various squidgy lines that he can read and starts to channel his chakra. After 2 hours 15 minutes, an exhausted Naruto finished channeling his chakra through the seal and waited for the information to appear, and after 15 more minutes of patiently waiting, the information appeared, which baffled Naruto. Chakra capacity 900 near low genin, chakra reserve 6000 low chunin, and the ratio of physical and spiritual energy is 6.61. If you are incapable of performing long physical daunting tasks, then your spiritual energy is more than physical energy. Advice is to do more physical exercise and body conditioning to increase your chakra. If you are having trouble in concentrating on any task, then your physical energy is more than spiritual energy. Advice is to do minimum amount of physical exercise and body conditioning required to keep you fit, and start the method to increase your mental energy, which will not only increase your control over your chakra, also chakra capacity and reserve as well. After reading his information from the scroll and having vaguely understanding the reason of his large reserve, Naruto kept reading first chapter of all the books he had taken from the library. By the time he had finished the reading, the sun was already down and it was nearly dinner time. So he make his way towards the only place which accept him to eat his fill. On the way he was deeply thinking about all the thing he had learnt. First thing, he came to conclusion that he had to make a timetable if he had to complete the first semester course within the first month. Next, he was to eat healthy in order to keep him fit, and he thought that in that way he can skip the body conditioning for next 6 months, and that would be enough time to bring his spiritual energy up to acceptable level. But he understands that if he has to become his dream Hokage, then he would have to have massive chakra reserve and perfect control over his chakra. To do that, he would have to work extra hard and for extra time on his chakra control exercise and mental conditioning. Next comes taijutsu practice. From what he read from the scroll, that the academy style consists of 3 parts. Basic, which consists of how to properly execute punch, kick, without losing power while not letting your guard down. Intermediate, which demonstrate how to successfully feint, guard, counter blows from your opponent without losing balance. Advance is to how to perform each of the above flawlessly in a single combat. He decided that he would show some of his improvement in taijutsu to everyone to test himself, because he didn't have any means to test that with anything. He noticed that he had reached his destination, so he plastered a smile and entered the establishment while shouting, "Asan 5 miso chasu ramen, and keep it coming." "Oh Naruto, how are you, and what happened to your test? Did you pass?" asked an old man of age approximately of 55 years. His name is Ichiraku Tuchi. He is the owner of this ramen bar named after him, Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto winced for a brief moment and his eyes dimmed for a moment, which was unnoticed by the old man, but he bounced back and boisterously replied, "Well, I failed, but next time I will definitely pass. By the way, where is Ayam-chan?" asked Naruto. Old man chuckled at his upbeat attitude. "Here you go, your order," and Ayam went to bring some ingredients for shop and went to continue his order. While eating, Naruto was thinking about his diet problem. He paused at mid-eating, looking at the old man. He gulped his rest of his order and tentatively asked, "Natuchijiji, can you make my ramen a lot more healthier?" The older man raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Why suddenly you ask that? You never seemed to bothered with it before," asked perplexed. "Well, you see, I just recently found out that to grow taller I need a healthy diet, but I also like ramen, so..." Naruto trailed off in mid-speech, waiting for a reaction. Seeing a little hesitant expression on his face, he decided to play a little dirty. "Well, I would eat different food, but no one allows me to eat at their place," he finished in a downhearted tone. The old man's face softened, seeing his face, and smiled softly. "Oh, alright, I will make you healthier ramen from now on, but you have to pay a little extra as well." Naruto doesn't like to manipulate him, but he had no other way of getting healthier food, so H smiles brightly and paid his bill and thanked him and went to his apartment for sleep. As he was about to sleep, he remembers to create a schedule, so took out a notebook and starts to write. From 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. meditation, 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. chakra control, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. taijutsu practice, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. study all the books. Satisfied, he went to sleep. Next morning, as soon as Naruto woke, he hastily finished his daily morning routine and went towards the Hokage monument. It's a place which is made of massive stone face of all the previous Hokage's face. Starting from the left, it has a face of Shodai Hokage Senju Hashirama. To his right, it contains Nidaime Hokage Senju Tobarama. To his very right, it has young face of current Sandaime Sarutobi Hiruzen, and lastly, it contains Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato. All the faces of Hokages are looking over the village like gods are looking upon them. It is one of a place for Naruto to get away from ignorance of villagers. But now Naruto was not going to it, but what is behind it? The land behind Hokage Monument doesn't contain anything, and by chance he had found a big enough clearing where he can continue his training without any restraint. As soon as he reached the middle of clearing, he took out the scroll containing meditation and practiced it till 9:30 a.m. After that, he opened his chakra control scroll and starts to read. First and only chakra control exercise it's mentioned is leaf exercise. In this, one must be capable to hold a leaf to his/her forehead for a minimum of 15 minutes. But Naruto realizes that all the academic students have small reserve and capacity, so it isn't necessary for any higher level technique, but due to his condition, so if he was to be able to gain perfect chakra control, he would have to make every available exercise more difficult. But first exercise is leaf exercise, in which he had to channel minimum amount of chakra to his forehead, which will create suction, and then place a leaf over it. If the amount of chakra is less, then leaf will simply fall off, but if it more than required, then it will shot off from forehead. So with that in mind, he tried it, but the result was as not he was expecting at all. His leaf simply disintegrated. By simply the result of most basic exercise, it was clear that Naruto has work cut out for him. But he didn't get discouraged, but pushed through it with sheer determination and continued till 1:30 p.m. Now the leaf at least didn't disintegrate, just blew away. After eating a dose of healthy ramen, he went back to clearing and began practice taijutsu. The scroll contains how to attack by executing different types of punch, kick, elbows, knees. So he practiced them by repeatedly performing them on stress repeatedly, and by 1 hour he had gotten an idea how to perform them effectively, but by no way he had perfected them, and his fists, elbows, knees and calf had also began bleeding, so he decides that to take a break from it and began practicing throwing kunai, shuriken, and starts them at 10 feet. After finishing his first day of exercise, Naruto is exhausted, but there is certain amount of satisfaction in his eyes of successfully completely, and by now all his injuries are also almost healed, only just light scrapes remained, and by the looks of it they were also begun to heal as well. And seeing this, Naruto realized the second good thing he had gotten from having Kyuubi inside him. First being is his massive chakra reserve for his age. He ponders that if there is a way to meet the Kyuubi himself, maybe he would be able to meet him through meditation. Since meditation requires one to look inside himself, and that is the same process for someone to have access to his chakra for first time. He shook those thoughts away and went to his apartment. After reaching his apartment, he freshens up and began his most disliked thing to do regarding a ninja, that is reading book. But he accepts that if he has to become Hokage, he has to have vast knowledge, which will only be possible by reading damned books, and it would also help in increasing his spiritual energy. And for the next 3 months Naruto continues this routine, and now it was again time for the academy to start again tomorrow. He was not looking forward to it because it would cut his time from his training. And thinking of his training, he was impressed with his own progress. After first month, he had began seeing the improvement in everything he had been training on. He had success in getting into meditative state much easier and can stay longer in it than when he had first started. At first it took 1 hour for him to get into meditative state, and he can only last longer in it for 10 minutes. But now not only he can it in 20 minutes and stay in it for 40 minutes, but can see his chakra core vaguely as well. In terms of chakra control, it took a month for him to be able to hold the leaf for 2 hours on his forehead, but once he had achieved it, he began thinking how to make it more difficult, and the answer he got from the chakra control scroll itself. From it he learned that the forehead is an easy place to concentrate a chakra to it, so that's why the basic exercise is made up by it. The next difficult place is palm and fingers, and most difficult place is feet. So with that in mind, he began using same principle to stick leaf to first his palm, then on each of his finger, and lastly on his feet as well, and it took him second month to finish all this. At the start of month 3, he had tried to create bunshin, but again it came out as dead a clone can get, but it has a little more color definition. After that he racked his mind for how to modify the exercise, because as far he knows that he can't get any more exercise till he became genin. After thinking long and hard, he found a way to increase his control. First, he had to make a leaf float on his palm on a specific spot. After that, he tried that on each of his fingers separately, and it took him 8 days for him to be able to float the leaf on each of his fingers and palms, and after that he tries to spin the leaf on each of his fingers and palms separately, and it took him 12 days to complete it. But the hardest is to be able to perform all those things simultaneously. The amount of chakra required to release through his hand is so great that it causes chakra burns on it, but like his physical injuries, it would also heal quickly. One good thing happened, that due to his increase in control he mastered kawarimi and henge to near perfection, and now it took him only one hand seal to be able to perform it, and it was also with almost no smoke. His shuriken jutsu, which consists of throwing kunai and shuriken at a target from a distance, has also improved, and he had tested himself today based on the final exam of this section, which is always fixed. The requirement is to be able to throw them from 50 mtr, and depending upon the score, the level is determined. If a person score less than 5 out of 10, then it was fail. If a person score less than 7 out of 10, then it was low genin level. If a person score less than 9 out of 10, then it was mid genin. If a person score less than 10 out of 10, then it was high genin. And he had scored 8 out of 10 in kunai throwing and 9 out of 10 in shuriken throwing. The level above high genin is decided by increasing the distance and speed of throwing. Chunin level will be at a distance from 100 mtr. 150 MTR for Jonin, and above that will come Elite Jonin, Kage, etc. He had found an interesting thing with regards to his taijutsu, that due to his excellent healing due to Kyubi, it would took less time for him to get used to the moves. In other words, he would take him 10 times less than to learn than an ordinary boy of his age, and it helped him to be able to complete both basic and intermediate scroll in 6 weeks, and for that he was able to get mastery in taijutsu and complete the 3rd scroll because it took him remaining 6 weeks, which is double that amount for each for the previous 2. According to the scroll, if one was able to successful all the move demonstrated in the final scroll Thorog Instincts, then his taijutsu skill will be somewhat between high Genin to low Chunin. He had also continued his tuties on the evening and had memorized everything required for him to know pass graduation written test on flying colors, and it helped him with his short attention span, and now it did not take him much effort to sit still, which helped him immensely for his meditation, and it also helped him increasing spiritual energy, which in turn helped him in increasing chakra control. Now Naruto was sitting on his bed, and in his front was the same scroll which helped him to find his chakra capacity and reserve. He was contemplating whether or not to see his stats now. After some pondering he thought, what the hell, what did I have to lose, might as well see. And began the procedure, and after 2 long hours he saw the result. Chakra capacity 4,900 near low Chunin, chakra reserve 14,000 mid Chunin high Chunin, and the ratio of physical and spiritual energy is 3:1. Seeing the results, his jaw unhinged. Seeing his increase in chakra levels at the start of his training, he had only near low Genin chakra capacity, and now it was nearly low Chunin, and his chakra reserve has increased from low Chunin to somewhere between mid Chunin to high Chunin, and from the physical and spiritual ratio, while it was clear that his physical energy was still more than his spiritual energy, but where before it was more than 6 times more than spiritual energy, now it was only 3 times more, and this indicates that his chakra control has improved drastically. In fact, it has improved the most out of all the thing he had been training. But he began thinking how it's possible. Everyone knows that the more chakra the lesser the control, so how not only his chakra capacity and reserves increases but chakra control as well. After some thinking he came to realize that chakra is made up of both physical and mental energy, which represents power and control respectively, and he had spent his last 3 months meditating, reading and practicing chakra control, and which increases his spiritual energy, and he didn't do anything to increase his physical energy. Sure, he improved his taijutsu, but his physical stats such as speed, strength, stamina, health are still the same, and by his estimation they were at mid-level Genin, and it would take him long time to increase those. With that, he came to a conclusion that no matter how much his chakra increases, if ratio is same or less than present, his chakra control will not be affected, and when his ratio become 1:1, he would have achieved perfect chakra control, which is present goal to achieve that within the academy. All in all, he would measure him a mid-level Genin with high chakra levels. With that thought, he went to bed. Last thing his mind before sleep takeover is that how to make up for the time he would waste in academy. Chapter 2. On the path to become great. Naruto was now sitting inside the class of Ninja Academy waiting for all the students and teachers to enter. He had decided to come to academy early than anyone. He was wearing a new orange jumpsuit he had gotten for very cheap. He decides that till the end of academy he would wear this, and made everyone think of him as always a dead last loudmouth clown. But even if he had decided he would dead last, he wants to at least show everyone his taijutsu skill, which will help him gain valuable combat experience no matter how less. He was also thinking how to continue his training and how to make up for his time in academy, and what new ninja skill he would learn that would help him. He has several options. He can either choose between Iryo ninjutsu, kenjutsu, bojutsu, and fuinjutsu. He carefully remembers all the things he had learned about them previous month. First is Iryo ninjutsu. This branch of ninja techniques is used by medic ninja to heal from any kind of injuries, from a mere scratches to life-threatening injuries, but to be able to perform Iryo ninjutsu, one must have near perfect control of chakra by having more spiritual energy than physical energy, or perfect chakra control. If a ninja have more physical energy compared to her spiritual energy, then they can't excel in Iryo ninjutsu despite having good control over their chakra. So for Naruto, it's not possible to learn this at this time. Second is kenjutsu, is a fighting style like taijutsu, but in here ninja uses any types of blade. To be able to become proficient in this branch is also not viable at this time because he doesn't have any extra time, maybe after he became a ninja. Bojutsu technique is a fighting style which involves fighting with a staff or similar weapon. It also required a huge amount of time to become proficient in it as well, so he decides against it as well. Lastly, fuinjutsu, it's an obscure art, and there are many ninja who had mastered this art as well. From what he knows, only Yondaime Hokage was a master in this and used this art in combat. But despite being a rather difficult and unpopular art, no one can refuse its effectiveness, and he is the living example, and it required reading as well and can be performed even if he had less control of his chakra. Though the only problem in learning is that due to being its difficult art, he had no idea where to gather the materials from which it can be learned. In the end, he decided to search the academic library thoroughly for anything remotely related to fuinjutsu after today's class session. After deciding to dwell on to fuinjutsu, he began mentally reviewing his schedule. He had earlier decided that he would woke up at 4 o'clock a.m. instead of 6 o'clock a.m. and continue his exercise as he was doing, but just cutting a little at time from everything. So his new schedule is 4:30 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. meditation, 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. taijutsu practice, after academy 2:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. chakra control, and from 7 o'clock p.m. to 9 o'clock p.m. fuinjutsu studies. He snapped out of his thought when the door to the room opened and two people came in. First is a man of average build. He was wearing a blue pants and matching shirts over it. He was wearing a light green bulky jacket when he recognized as a standard uniform for Chunin rank ninja. He had large scar running across his nose and had maintained his brownish hair in a ponytail fashion on top of his head. Next man to enter is wearing almost identical clothes as well, but he had mixed between silver and purple hair, and he was a bit fair in comparison to previous man. He gave his attention to the Scar sensei when he began speaking, and now Naruto realizes that he had been oblivious to his surrounding, which was very deadly for a ninja because he hadn't even noticed when the students began filling in classroom. He instantly decides to add this to his do list. Welcome to the final and last year of academy class and yours all chances to becoming a ninja. Started speaking the Scar man, and seeing all the students quiet down, he continues, my name is Yumino Irika and this is my assistant teacher Mizuki, and he will be helping me to keep you all in line. At this he gestured towards the other man, and in response the other man gave all of the students a small wave with a slight smile. Now let's start the introduction, but first, is there anyone who had failed graduation exam previously? Please raise your hand, ordered Irika. There were few civilian students who raised their hands, and also Naruto raised his hands as well. Irika notes down all of their names, and when his eyes lands on Naruto his eyes gain slight hard glint, and he jotted down, you have failed the exam twice now, that means this your last chance, I expect you to work hard otherwise maybe you should quit being a ninja, said Irika patronizingly while looking at Naruto, which caused all the students to laugh at him. While Naruto merely scoffed and sat down and ignored everyone, making Irika's eye twitch slightly. After that, the introduction began, and Naruto was keenly observing everyone and memorizing everyone's family names to do research on them. Then the lesson starts, but after a while Naruto was bored, and after quite some time when he was just on the verge of sleeping the alarm sounded signaling he lunch break. Everyone made his way to outside the academy while he decided to go to the library to search for the fuinjutsu scrolls. Just as he was about to exit the classroom, he was blocked by several kids, and in the center of them was a boy who was a full-sleeved hooded jacket and loose pants, and he had two fangs-like mark on each of his cheeks. On top of his head was a small white pup resting there. Yes, what is it? Asked Naruto impatiently. He knew this kid from previous classes but never have interacted with him. If there was any other situation, Naruto would gladly socialize with his peers because despite being decides to serious, he still want to have at least comrades, but now he had limited time to search for in the library. Hearing the impatience in his tone, the boy growled, Dobe, what's the matter? Are you impatient for a beatdown? Maybe you should quit while you can, otherwise you will be known as ninja dropout. And all others laughed at him. Naruto simply ignores all others and simply replied, how about you worry about yourself first? Your marks are not specifically good either, or you are trying to make yourself feel good, dog breath. And went around him, not even waiting for a reply. He was wasting time. The boy snarled and lunged at Naruto behind his back, intent on showing the Dobe his place, but he wasn't ready for a quick counter. As soon as Naruto went just a few feet, his newly developed instinct screamed for danger and he reacted instinctively. He quickly sidestepped to the left while turning his body slightly so that he was facing the boy, and grabbed his outstretched hand and flipped him over to the floor with a thump while keeping the pressure on his chest by placing a knee on it. Naruto grabbed his face by his mouth and slammed his head into the ground and snarled, listen well, Kiba, I don't care what you or anyone think of me, but keep your opinions to yourself and don't try to bully me. You won't like the result, and next time you try this I will go to your mother. With that he slammed his head again for good measures and stood up, dusting his pants. All the while these were happening, the students noticed something happening and came over there to watch the debacle. When the class dead last slammed, all the present students' jaw unhinged because everyone knows that Naruto doesn't have any fineness and his taijutsu is shit, so they were astounded that how he can expertly handle Kiba, who was second in class for taijutsu. Naruto turned toward all the students while raising an eyebrow but just realized he had taken attention to himself, so to keep up the act he pumped his fist in the air and yelled, "Take that dog breath, you can't compare to future Hokage." After hearing his usual declaration, the student scoffs and went their way while muttering same old dope. Seeing his cost clear, he hastily went to library. After entering the library, he had hardly had 15 minutes to search for fuinjutsu. He searched for 12 minutes continuously without stopping, but he can't find anything at all. Just as he was about to give up and got to the class, his eyes landed on a shelf situated on the corner. It was covered in huge amount of dust. He made his way towards it and saw that there is 10 scrolls placed and they also have huge dust covered on them. He took the first scroll from the shelf and opened it, and to his joy the title was Introduction to Fuinjutsu by He opened the scroll one by one, and saw that they were all fuinjutsu scroll but were marked from number 1 to 10. Seeing the dust, he knows that no one would miss them, so he took all of them and sealed them in his only sealing scroll and make his way to class. The rest of the day for him went exactly like the first part, boring, but one interesting thing he noticed, that unlike other teachers who either ignored him or punished him without any reasons, Irika or Mizuki didn't do any of those things, and Irika even answered a question of his. While he can clearly see dislike he had for him in his eyes, but he doesn't let it rule him. When classes was finished, Naruto make his was to Hokage's office. He had decided after thinking hard what to do with his relationship with the old man. He remembered his life up to the point when he met the kind old man. XX flashback XX. He was just kicked out of orphanage at an age of only 5 years. He survived for 6 months on his own by stealing from shops or eating wild. At first, when stealing, he regularly had gotten caught for 2 times for every 5 times and would get a severe beatings, but all of his wounds would just disappear on next day and he would ready to go again, and he noticed that next time it was taking just a little more for people to seriously wound him, and his pain tolerance was also increasing, although he was ignorant of this part. He also survived by eating fruits, berries, fish he caught from a nearby stream. This also helps him in survival exercise, which was a necessary skills for a ninja to have, which he had learned from overhearing a conversation somewhere near the academy. One day, when was just finished cooking his caught fish over his self-made campfire, an old man came and sat near him and asked him what he is doing in the forest all by himself, and when Naruto informed his, for a small moment he saw extreme anger on the old man's face. From then on, that old man came to visit regularly, and together they would eat fish, and the old man would tell stories about him and several other people. Someone called Hokages. When asked who were they, he informed him that they are the leaders for this entire village. On the last day of that month, the old man took him and gave him a nice apartment to live, and since Naruto wanted to become ninja, also enrolled him in the ninja academy. After that, for every once in a month, the old would give him money, and then they would go to a nice ramen restaurant to eat. And on various occasions, Naruto has seen people giving him the looks of disdain while giving the old man looks of admiration from all children while respect from adults. So one day, somewhere between his first semester, he asked the reason for reactions of people to old man directly. Then he learns that the old man himself is a Hokage, specifically 3rd Hokage, and from then on he decided that he would become Hokage so that everyone in the village would also recognize him. XX flashback end XX. Now that he thought about his increased durability, it was pretty obvious that there is something about that is not normal with him. Well, anyways, putting that aside, he thought what would have happened if the old Hokage would not have done the things he have done for him. He wasn't sure if he would ever get this apartment or he would be living on street forever. He was even not sure if he would be able to enroll in Ninja Academy as well. Due to all the thing the old Hokage did for him, Naruto had decided to give him a chance. So now Naruto was standing in front of Hokage's office after knocking and waiting to receive order to enter. 10 minutes earlier, an old man was just finishing his daily paperwork, all the while cursing himself of taking this job. After finishing the workload, he took out his trusty pipe and put it in his mouth. This old man was over 68 to 69 years. He was wearing a white robe that has a thick red stripe in the middle, and he had a rather odd-shaped hat on his head. That was in a shape of a triangle. It was total red in color, but only a small portion is of white color, bearing a kanji of fire. The hat shadowed his face when tilted to the front. The hat had a symbolic meaning, and it was related to his title Hokage, which literally means fire shadow. The kanji on the front represent fire part, and the shadow created by the hat represents the shadow part. This was none other than Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he was chewing his tobacco pipe while thinking the changes about a certain blonde. He had a certain technique known as telescopic technique, which he used to watch over his village, but he uses more on Naruto to ensure that he was safe. Usually he would take his time from his schedule to have lunch or dinner with him to help him to get over his loneliness even a little, and every time barraged through his office doors to take him out for spending some time with him, but for the last 3 months he had not saw or heard anything about him. So obviously he was worried, and when he used his all-seeing jutsu he saw the whole debacle of Naruto and Kiba. He was shocked that Naruto can act like this aggressive because despite his anger and false bravado, he has never been this aggressive towards anyone. He was contemplating that if it would be prudent to go to bottom of this when there was a knock on his office door and he gave the order to enter. The old man's eyes widened, see the object of his thought enter his office with a polite knock. He was so shocked his jaw gaped and the pipe fell out of his wooden mouth to the ground with a clack. Seeing the bewildered state of the old man, Naruto raises an eyebrow. "Why do you look like you saw a ghost, old man?" questioned a curious Naruto. Well, you see, I was surprised you will enter my office without barging in," replied an embarrassed Hokage, having been caught off guard by a child no less. But he quickly changes the subject and asked, "What brings you here, Naruto?" P.S. Sandame never called him Naruto-kun in anime. "Well, you see, about 3 months before I found out the reason why I was hated throughout my life, and also found out that the person whom I thought of like my grandpa knew it all along but didn't tell me," replied Naruto while glaring at the old man. Hearing that the old man was angry. "Who told you that? It's an S-rank secret punishable by death. Only you or me were exempted from it," asked the Hokage furiously. "No one told me. I overheard someone when I failed the academy. They were mocking me. I don't know any of them. But that was not the problem." Here Naruto took a breath and continued. "The problem is you lied to me when I asked for the reason they hate me. For the last 3 months I was coming terms with it, and now I came here to see if you caring for me were real or this was act," finished Naruto bitterly. Hearing the bitterness in the blonde tone, the sighed and took off his hat and placed in the desk beside him. "And I decided to implement the law of your status after seeing the reaction of general population when they were informed of your status on the day of your birth. Everyone was calling for your execution, and prevent that, and to give you a chance of having a normal life, I passed a new law that if anyone told your status in secret or in open, they would be executed on the spot. I also added that no one should tell any of your generation of your status so that you can at least make some friends. And what would I have told you? That there was 100 feet big demon sealed inside your gut by Yondaime, and whose wish was to everyone see you as a hero by saving the village, but everyone despised you anyway." By the time he finished, the old man truly looked old, like there was several ton pressure upon his shoulder. Seeing the old man's pained expression and hearing the situation when the law was created, Naruto glares lessened, but he was still furious. "Okay, you had good reason for not tell me anything, but you could have helped me more. You knew me before the academy, and there was huge difference in personality after the first year. Did you know the reason of my change of personality came from the neglect of academy teachers? No one answered my questions. No one helped me anything, and even wrongly punished me for things I didn't do and banned me from having class due to this. I gradually saw that no one would help me, so decided that I would get revenge by pranking them. No, you didn't know that, only told me to work harder, but if there isn't anything to work on, how can I work harder?" By the end, Naruto was huffing and puffing and out of breath, and there were also few tears leaked from his eyes, which he hastily wiped away. He had promised himself he would never cry on his life. After catching his breath and collecting himself, Naruto continues somewhat subdued voice. "When that pranking and dead last personality became my mask, I didn't know. The feeling of being betrayed by the closest person to you in the whole world despite being it false shattered the mask and revert my personality as it was before I joined the academy. Then I decided that I still want to become Hokage, but I will not take any shortcut to it or use anyone as a sacrifice." During his mid-rant, there were also small tears came through the old man's eyes, and hearing the negligence and ignorance of academy teachers of a subject pains his heart. He can somewhat understand Naruto's discrimination by the civilians. They didn't know anything about the ceiling, but he would never thought that his shinobi would become blind by their perjuries and hatred of the blonde. "I am truly sorry, Naruto, but I would everything in my power to ensure that you will get fair treatment by everyone," said the old Hokage in pity. "I don't want your or anyone's pity, Gigi. No, from now on I will make my way to the Hokage seat. But if you want to help me, you can start by giving me all the money my parents left for me." Seeing the surprised expression and hesitance, he continued, "Don't act so surprised, Hokage Gigi. I know you knew my parent, but nor I care who they were or what they did at this time. But I realize that the money you give me comes from them because the council will not allow me any money in the hopes of that I will starve to death. So I want all the money left for me from my parents," finished Naruto in blunt tone. "Okay, Naruto came to me sometime after next week, and I will keep the money ready here," Now is there anything else I can help you with? Asked the old man. Can you please give me an address to a ninja essential store which will not kick me out by first chance they get? Asked Naruto, hoping that there would be such a store. In response, the Hokage took out a paper and wrote an address and gave him. Go to that place, its owner is a retired veteran ninja, so he would not discriminate against you. That store has all the things required for a ninja, replied the old man with a smile. Finally finding a new shop where he can go to accept Ichiraka ramen, he softly smiled for the first time since the meeting and turned to the old man. Well, what are you waiting for, old man? I haven't had ramen with for 3 months, let's go. Shouted an excited blonde and dragged and chuckling Hokage with him. After eating his fill, he said goodbye to the old man Hokage and went to his apartment. By the time he reached, it was already time for fuinjutsu studies. So freshens up and took out his storage scroll and unsealed all the scrolls he took from the library earlier the day. He observed that all the cloth upon which the scroll is created is dark blood red colored with a gold outline on the border. He opened the first scroll by dusting and cleaning it and began reading. First there was an introduction written and then the contents scroll. He began thinking whether to skip the introduction and go straight to contents or read through it. In the end he decided to read through it. Who knows, he may come to know something about the scroll. Introduction. I am writing this scroll in the hopes that someone would continue our family art. This is the most complex, time-consuming and dangerous art. My clan is now on the verge of extinction, so I have copied all the knowledge of this art in these scrolls. If anyone is reading this, I wish him, her best of luck on mastering this art and request to keep my clan's legacy alive. Fuinjutsu is a branch of ninja art which has no limitations. It can be used for making an explosive tag to a dimensional seal and only depends on the knowledge and seal creation mastery of the user. The level of mastery of fuinjutsu is measured by levels of mastery of a person. The level starts from 1 to 10. For there is a scroll each level, and each scroll has 3 books that are beginners, intermediate and master level books sealed inside them. To unseal the first book of first scroll, you will only need to simply unseal like a storage scroll, but after that you have to complete a problem related to the previous book successfully with the allotted time to unseal the next volume of book. If you have learned all the books from the level 1 scroll and successfully performed the required task, then you will have become level 1 seal master and so on. He opened the first scroll and began reading. First scroll contains 361 symbols which represent all 361 chakra points in our chakra circulation system, which are used to create any technique. Like in ninjutsu, which has 12 hand seal and different combination gives us different result. Similarly, in fuinjutsu, we use all the symbols associated for each and every tenketsu to perform impossible feats. To complete the first book of the scroll, you would have to first completely understand the function of every single chakra points and be able to write it flawlessly in one stroke. After reading, he began an gruesome process of understanding the art known as fuinjutsu. After 2 hours, he closed the book he was reading and let out a huge sigh and massaged his temple. He was only able to learn and completely understand about 10 symbols and can only write 5 flawlessly in one stroke. He sighed. He had thought he would have made a little more progress, but oh well, it's a difficult art. It will be time-taking, but it will be worth it. After dinner, he began thinking about the new scrolls which can help him to progress his training. He had found when he was searching for things related to fuinjutsu. He had found a chakra control scroll and a scroll containing camping 5. He had checked it previously and found that it contained 5 exercise, and all of these were essential for a ninja to fight efficiently in any conditions: vertical surface walking, unstable surface walking, slippery vertical surface walking, internal chakra manipulation and external chakra expulsion. The second scroll he had taken contains detailed explanation of 5 jutsu. These jutsu are merely E-rank jutsu taught to willing academy students. These are pretty useless in combat, but it's very useful in survival and will. These were specifically created in such a way that anyone can learn them. They required only 1 hand seal and to focus a bit of chakra. They were also known as camping 5. First one is a fire/katan technique which is used to light a campfire. It was made by simply making a tiger, yin, tora, hand seal while simultaneously channeling chakra in one's mouth and blowing towards the required direction. This is the very basic every fire or katan technique, but it doesn't mean that ones can simply make large katan jutsu just by adding more chakra. But it is a good way for anyone to feel the katan nature chakra. Second is an earth/doton technique which is used to soften the land in which you have decided to make camp. It can also be used to bury small things as well as to wipe out any evidence of your presence in that area. It can be performed either by making tiger, yin, tora, hand seal or snake, thur, mi, hand seal and channeling chakra to the ground by touching it through your hand. Third is light technique, which uses electric/Raiton technique, and it help in lighting the dark place such as cave. It can be performed by making snake, thur, mi, hand seal, and expelling that build-up chakra through palm of your hand. Fourth is simply used to blow away any lightweight garbage scattered across the field, and it requires the user to perform bird, yo, tori, hand seal, and simply blow air though mouth without channeling any chakra in mouth. Fifth one is most essential and life-saving one. It can help in keeping you alive by providing water anywhere except most dry places like desert. It was performed by using dog, shear, inu, hand seal, and using one's chakra to draw out water out of things like trees, leaf, or even ground by channeling chakra through that thing, then sucking out your chakra. He thought by learning these tricks would help him in the long run when he would learn more complex elemental technique. He had always wanted to be able to create a large fireball. On the matter of getting advancing taijutsu, he knew that the academic taijutsu usually used for foundation to learn more advanced taijutsu, and he had thought about asking Old Man Hokage to give him advanced taijutsu scrolls but decided against it. He had made up his mind that first he would master his academic taijutsu till they became instinct, then he would sneak into the ninja library to get it. He also want to find a way to contact Kyuubi. He wants to know that what everyone knows about Kyuubi being just a natural disaster that didn't have any consciousness, or like him no one had attempted to know him. And if it had any sentient, then why did he attack Konoha? He had many questions but no answers. Ultimate, he decides to just keep it in back of his mind and worry about it later. With that, he let fatigue of this day overtook him to Dreamland. Chapter 3. Graduation Exam. It has been 12 months since Naruto had started his training without relying on anyone, and he is pleased with his progress. In Academy, he continues to act his part and playing pranks. He had also gotten close to the Old Man Hokage and would always spend his time with him on Sundays and pestered him to learn more about being a Hokage. After his consistent pestering, the old man wilted and began teaching him not anything important or any techniques but topics which are essential to the position such as diplomacy, politics, etc. The old man had also taught him how to review a document, again nothing important or classified, just document related to D-ranked and C-ranked mission. That day Naruto's dream of rescuing Princess went right out of the window when he complained about the chores that newly minted genin were required to do in the name of the mission to the old man. He learned that every new genin were assembled in a team of 3 genin and 1 jonin sensei, and the D-ranked missions are to help them get them a gist of higher ranking mission. Hearing the logic, he grumbled something about all-knowing old man. He said goodbye to Hokage, leaving an amused Hiruzen. Another good thing happened, that his homeroom teacher Irika had warmed up to him, and he no longer had that look like rest of the villagers. Naruto was eating at the Ichiraka Ramen on a Sunday, and Irika also present there as well, and the teacher decided to get to know more about the demon brat. Irika had heard from almost every teacher at the academy that he was a menace and always causing trouble, so he was a bit apprehensive when the Hokage had informed him that he was to be his homeroom teacher, but as the time passes and he observes him, he was not that bad. Sure, he played pranks from time to time, but it was not on the level he had heard from others. So he realizes that he was no demon but a lonely boy wanting to be recognized. From that point, he was waiting for the opportunity to get to know him more, but hadn't gotten any, so when he saw him enter the ramen stand, he decided to take the first step to know the boy. He had learned that he was not allowed in any other establishment, so he always ate ramen. He had also taken to treat him twice a week. Seeing the change in behavior of Irika's towards him gave him hope that maybe someday everyone will also change. Now Naruto was in academy waiting for the practical portion of the graduation exam to start. Today was the graduation exam, and like his plan, he had completed the written exam with just passable grades. He had planned to show some improvements in taijutsu and shuriken jutsu, but can't decide how much he should reveal. Deciding to think about it at the time of his turn, he began thinking about his training. He had become expert in meditating now. It took only 5 minutes to enter meditative state, and he can remain in meditative state for 2 hours if there wasn't any outside interference. Due to his regular meditation on the start of 6th month of his training, he had developed chakra sensing capability. After that, he had sneaked into the ninja library with all the skill he had in stealth and copied all the information library had on the sensor ninja. When Naruto was raiding the ninja library for sensing related, he had found some scroll of taijutsu. Due to his haste at the time, he had simply took them for future reference. His meditation also increased his spiritual energy, and that in turn increased his chakra control. On top of that, at the start of 4th month, he had started vertical surface climbing exercise. It's an exercise which requires a ninja to channel precise amount of chakra to the soles of his feet and manipulate the said chakra to act like a suction which will help a person to stand or fight on a vertical surface. If a ninja uses less chakra, the foot will not stick, or if he uses more that required, he will repel from the surface. It took him 10 days to be able to successfully perform the exercise. He had used the largest tree present in the clearing for better results, but he noticed that even a lapse of concentration caused him to slip, and he realizes that it could be very critical in life-threatening battle. So he uses next 10 days to master it in such a degree that he can now walk on tree as easily as he was on solid ground. After that came unstable surface walking. This exercise will help a ninja to be stable on any surface, be it water, snow, sand, mud, and even when the ground is shaking. The most difficult place to maintain balance is on the surface of water. So this exercise is also known as water walking exercise. Like its predecessor, this also requires a ninja to not only channel precise amount of chakra, but also to constantly channel that amount on the surface of water. The amount of the chakra required depends on weight of a person and depth of the water. This is performed by channeling the chakra directly to the surface of water to raise its surface tension, which enables the ninja to stand of water. This only took 5 days for Naruto to stand on water surface steadily, then another 10 days for him to master it to become instinct. Then, to make it more difficult, he combined the leaf spinning exercise with water walking. This was very hard because in this he had divided his concentrate on each fingers for leaf spinning and threw his feet to the surface of water simultaneously. Due to its difficulty, it took him 2 months to complete this exercise, but it was worth it, and by the time he had mastered this, chakra control increased tremendously. After that came kunai balancing and senbon balancing. Both the exercise has different purpose. Kunai balancing require more amount of chakra than leaf, and senbon balancing require same amount of chakra, but it also required for all the chakra to be compressed to a single point where the tip of senbon is said to balance. Due to the similarity of these exercises to his modified leaf exercise, it took him only a month each to complete it and combine it with water walking. After completely mastering Academy Taijutsu style, Naruto began thinking of ways to further improve his taijutsu, and suddenly he remembered the scroll he had found in the library. He had taken 6 scrolls, which contains 3 fighting style total. That means 2 scrolls for each style. The taijutsu styles were snake fist style / hibiken, hard fist style / goken, and gamaken. The snake fist style generally revolves around dodging opponents' blows and attacking weak points of the human body such as joints, eyes, etc. One scroll contains basic exercise to increase one's flexibility naturally, and second contains taijutsu katas and information of various places in body to channel chakra to increase body's flexibility temporarily. It took Naruto 3 months to increase his flexibility, learn all the katas mentioned in the scroll. The Goken style is generally based on high-speed movement to get inside opponent's guard and attack with hard blows with probability to break bones. Similarly, one scroll contains exercise to strengthen bones in one's fist, elbows, and knees. It also had ways to increase natural speed. Second scroll contains taijutsu katas as well as ways to channel chakra to increase speed and reaction time and to increase strength of the blows. It also took him 3 months to become proficient in it. The gamaken or toad fist style revolves mainly around defense and counterattack. Like the previous ones, this one also contains various exercise to increase endurance and how to counterattack. Second scroll contains katas and how to channel chakra though your body to increase body's defense. It also took him 3 months to become proficient in it. Although he had learned all the taijutsu styles, but he isn't even close to master them, and his aim is to combine them and make his own taijutsu style, and he knew that he had long time before was he anywhere near to that level of mastery. He had also succeeded in channeling chakra without using katas as mentioned in the scroll, but he isn't able to do both. He would estimate his taijutsu to be at high genin level to low chunin level. He would have mid chunin to high chunin taijutsu, but due to lack of sparring partner, he was just at high genin level. He had also increased his proficiency in throwing kunai and shuriken, and for the last 3 months he had started practicing in throwing senbon, in which he was only average at best, and out of all throwing weapons senbon is the most difficult one. Now he had perfect aim for kunai and shuriken throwing from 100 meters, be it while moving or staying still. In senbon he had perfect aim up to 25 meters. While all the things Naruto has been working on had improved immensely, but his improvement in fuinjutsu is on whole other level. He had completely mastered 7 scrolls, that 21 books of fuinjutsu in only 9 months. It was quite different from other thing he had learned, where in all other subject he had stated to see his increase in progress in only 2 to 3 days' time, In fuinjutsu he doesn't start to see any development at all till he was halfway to the second scroll. It had taken him 2 months to complete the first scroll, which required knowing all the symbols used fuinjutsu and to draw them flawlessly as fast as possible and in single stroke. It had also information on how to connect any 2 or 3 symbols with each other and write them flawlessly. The second scroll demonstrates different arrays in which different symbols are drawn to create a fuinjutsu formula, which is also known as technique formula, susur, jutsushiki. It also had 1 test of each book to create an array for explosive tag, flash tag and storage scroll. It took him 1 month 20 days to complete it. Next 2 scrolls had also contains progressively advanced arrays, and they also had tests to create higher grade explosive tag, flash tag and storage scroll for both of them. They also contain explanation to various other seals like reinforcement seals, paralysis seal, chakra disruptor seal, chakra absorption seal, etc. This took him 1 month each. Next 2 of the scroll shows ways on how to learn components of any seals and make it yourself. This also contains seals such as gravity seals, weight seal, resistance seals, etc. He had successfully learned all the seals components and created his own. After reading the description he realized that they can help him in his body conditioning. But he had decided to not take any risk of applying seals on his body, and he also had to maintain balance of his physical energy and spiritual energy, and even after training chakra control for 10 months, he had yet to achieve perfect control over his chakra. So if was to apply seal now, he would again increase his physical energy, and all the months of hard work in chakra control will be for naught. Next scroll contains fuinjutsu used as barrier ninjutsu. Barrier ninjutsu, Jeijirinsu, Kekai ninjutsu, literally means barrier ninja techniques, is the incorporation of barriers into techniques. Essentially, these techniques allow the users to manipulate barriers. The user can erect barriers that can be used to protect themselves or to trap an opponent, amongst other various uses. The scroll also explains various barrier ninjutsu and how to create and implement them. He had just completed 7th scroll and started on 8-1, which deals in another branch of ninja techniques which requires space and time manipulation. Space, time ninjutsu, Surkonggenrinsu, Jikuken ninjutsu, teleportation ninjutsu, or transportation techniques, are techniques that allow the users to manipulate the space-time continuum. From all the scrolls he has, this is the largest one, and according to the scroll, probably also most difficult one. Naruto also had wanted to learn Bojutsu, Kenjutsu, and Iryo ninjutsu, but he hadn't gotten any time for them. Even when his studies of fuinjutsu became time-consuming, he had taken the scroll to read in the academy. He had also learnt various basic things like how to survive in the wild, how to track someone by looking for trail. While he was not good at it, but he wasn't bad at it either, and his developing chakra sensing also helped him in this regard, how to erase his presence, and had learned all the basic elemental ninjutsu. Yesterday, before he went to sleep, Naruto had opened the first scroll he had ever read to check on his chakra capacity and reserve. After 5 hours of channeling chakra through the scroll, he had decided to study the seal used in it and try modify it to create in such a way that it would instantly show results. Putting the seal creation thoughts aside, he looked at his stats. Chakra capacity, 32,400 low special jonin mid special jonin. Chakra reserve 36,000 special jonin mid special jonin, and the ratio of his physical energy to his spiritual energy is 1.11. He was just on the verge of attaining perfect chakra control. Although he had set his goal to attain it within academy, he was quite content with it. So now he was sitting in the classroom waiting for all the students and the starts of the exam. He had already decided that he would ace this exam, although it would not affect his overall score because the total score is based on a person's performance whole time she had in academy. After some time, students began entering the room and took their respective sits and began discussion between them. Naruto began discreetly study them. As the number of students increases, the noise also increases in the room, and after 10 minutes Irika-sensei along with Mizuki-sensei. Seeing no one paying attention, Irika yelled with his famous big head jutsu, "Shut up brats and listen." Seeing all of the students paying attention, Irika sighed, "Good morning everyone, today is ninja graduation exam. Have to pass 3 tests, a written test, a jutsu test, and a physical test. The written test covers the knowledge they were taught over the last 6 years. The physical test involves taijutsu spars and sugajutsu, shuriken and kunai throwing, accuracy tests. The final test is a jutsu test covering the basic 3 jutsu of henge, kawarimi, and bunshin. It is possible to graduate with only passing 2 of the tests, though it would require near perfects on those 2 tests, and sometimes waivers are granted regarding a test. If we caught you trying to cheat at any time, we will fail you, no question asked, ordered Irika sternly. After receiving the paper, Naruto sweated slightly, even when he was smart now, as he let on theoretical portion of exam has always been bad. To his relief, the questions were easy, like name all the Hokages in their order, and other question consists of history of Konoha, geography of various countries, etc. He finished them in 30 minutes and began observing others. After written test, 2 teachers lead all the students to Academy Training Ground. Academy Training Ground is simple ground which contains several wooden posts on one side where the students practice their shuriken and kunai throwing. In the center there was large empty space with a large circle drawn across it, where taijutsu spar take place. All of them went to throwing weapon range and upon instructions began to form a line in the alphabetical order of their name. Since his name starts with U, he was last jutsu after a duck-ass hairstyle boy. This is a boy named Uchiha Sasuke, hailed as once a generation prodigy. He is the last loyal Uchiha left in the village. What had happened Naruto did not know or particular care, because Uchiha were his majority tormentors in his younger year. So when he heard that all of them were killed in a way, he was, he dare say, happy. But when he went to academy next day, he had whispered conversation from other students that only he was left alive, and he realized that like him he had found another who was all alone, and thought that everyone will also look him with those cold eyes, but its opposite happens. Everyone sympathizes with him and fulfill all his needs, and as a result he became arrogant and brooder, who thought just because he is an Uchiha, he can do anything and demand anything from anyone. Naruto, seeing Sasuke getting recognition he wanted without doing anything for it, he became jealous and silently declared himself as his rival. From then on he would try to compete with him on everything in the hopes of getting his acknowledgement. He thought that if he would get a guy who is acknowledged by all others, then the villagers will also have to acknowledge him. But when he decided to focus on training seriously, he saw how naive he was thinking like that. So now he doesn't even glance at his way when he had scored 9 out of 10 in kunai throwing and 10 out of 10 in shuriken throwing. This was the highest score of today's test. Uzumaki Naruto, called Mizuki loudly. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts when he heard his name being called by Mizuki-sensei. He went to the front, ignoring whispers of students mocking him dead last, and waited for the instructions from Mizuki. Now you will get 10 of each weapon, and you have to throw them from a minimum distance of 30 m. Minimum score required for passing is 4 out of 10 in kunai and 5 out of 10 in shuriken. Mizuki informed Naruto neutrally and gave him the weapons. Naruto took a deep breath and went into the standard throwing stance, and just as he was about to throw them when he noticed the condition of them. They were very worn out, and it was nay impossible to aim with them with a standard throw that the entire academy students learn. He noticed slight smug expression on Mizuki's face in the corner of his eyes and cursed his luck for having to show everyone some of his skill. Naruto sighed and went out of his stance. Seeing the hesitation on dead last face, all the students began mocking him. What's the matter, dead last? Forgot how to throw them? You should quite while you have some dignity left. Mocked Kiba, and many others also said similar statement to mock him. Just when Mizuki was about to reprimand Naruto for taking so long to complete a simple exercise, he bit his tongue when Naruto jumped approximately 10 feet in the air in the blink of an eye and was holding 5 kunai in his left hand and 5 shuriken in right hand. Between each of his fingers he twirled a little in air for extra force, and with a flick of his wrists he threw all of them at the same time. Mizuki's gaze went towards the target, wanting to see if any of them hit any. His, and along with everyone's present, jaw dropped in disbelief seeing the dead last perform such maneuver and performance. Naruto landed gracefully, and hearing odd whispered conversation and seeing slack-jawed response from everyone, he inwardly smirked and passed by them without saying anything to them. This also baffled everyone present, because normally Naruto would have boasted about his ability and rub at everyone, especially Sasuke. Then everyone remember that since the start of this day no one had heard him say anything, and he was also acting way too calm even in the time of written exam. But in the end most of them chalk it up to the Naruto being lucky. However, Naruto noticed he eyed 3 boys who did not everyone dismissed it as luck. These are the 3 boys who were thinking about deeply. From them 2 of them were thinking what brought the change in the resident blonde prankster. They were Nara Shikamaru, who although lazy is one of the most intelligent boys in the village, and it's a trait of his clan, and he is looking at Blonde like he was trying to solve a puzzle. Other is Aburame Shino, who hailed from Aburame clan, who uses their body to store insect and feed them their own chakra, and in turn use them for various ninja technique. He was a quiet boy and always thinks logically. He was merely curious about him. Last one was glaring daggers at Blonde in jealously and barely concealed rage. Uchiha Sasuke hailed from the infamous Uchiha clan, and his reasons of jealousy and rage because seeing Dobe's fluency in shuriken jutsu, his mind flashed back to his childhood when he had watched the man who he admired the most at that time performing something similar, although similar is quite a stretch. That person was his older brother and the killer of entire Uchiha clan. He was wondering where the dead last has learned to throw them that way. Naruto was somewhat weary of hate radiating from Sasuke's face, but in the end decided to ignore, as it was not his problem. Seeing Iruka and Mizuki were still seeing him with disbelief expression on their faces, Naruto became slightly annoyed, like they were not expecting him to improve at all. "Come on, what are you all doing standing there? There is still taijutsu portion of test to be performed," said Naruto with a twitching eyebrow. His voice snapped out. All of them formed their stupor and they hurried to sparring area. The taijutsu rule is that everyone will get to fight 2 times, and to pass one must defeat their opponent at least once, and anyone who loses 2 times would fail this portion of exam. Like previous tests, these were also performed in alphabetic order. Now only 1 match was remaining, and all the students had fought their 2 matches and won 1 match each with the exception of Sasuke and Naruto. The last match was between them. On the sidelines, all the ninja hopeful had their full attention on this match, and despite Naruto's performances in shuriken jutsu, they all thought that he had no chance in Sasuke as he was best in taijutsu in the class and hadn't been defeated yet. Last match of the taijutsu exam: Uzumaki Naruto vs. Uchiha Sasuke, declared Iruka while inwardly wishing the blonde good luck. On side, Mizuki waited in hidden glee to watch the demon brat got plummeted in his place by Uchiha. When Naruto heard his opponents, he cursed his luck and sighed audibly. No matter how much he tried to hide his skills for the last day, his luck seemed to become worse, and with Sasuke he would have to fight seriously because say what you will about Sasuke, his clan taijutsu is very good. He looked up and saw Sasuke was already and waiting for him with his hands stuffed in his pocket in a cool pose which made his fangirl swoon. He sighed for the last time and slouched towards the ring and entered it with a frown on his face. "What's the matter, Dobe? Why the long face? Don't worry, I won't beat you too badly," arrogantly said Sasuke. Up to this point Naruto was contemplating to lose the match, but hearing the smugness and arrogance, he decided to show Uchiha his place and went into his stance by slightly slouched forward and bend his knees slightly and letting his arms hung loosely. This was the opening stance of Hibiken style. Seeing both are ready, Iruka announces, "This will be full contact fight with no time limit and no killing or maiming shots are allowed. Are both of you ready?" asked Iruka, and seeing them nod, he bring his hands down. "Begin." For some time none of them move, and when Naruto was about to start, he halted seeing Sasuke was saying something. "Dobe, where did you learn to throw kunai and shuriken like that?" demanded Uchiha. Naruto raises an eyebrow, wondering why he was asking that now in the middle of the fight, but nonetheless shrugged and answered nonchalantly, "Practice." Seeing the dead last not taking him seriously, pissed of Sasuke, he snarled and lunged forward, and Sasuke rushed Naruto with chakra-enhanced speed, shouting, "Here I come, Dobe." Naruto just focused on keeping his body loose and ready. Sasuke had thrown a left jab to test Naruto and gauge his defense. Naruto slapped away the punch with his left hand, then stepped inside. Naruto tries to backhand Sasuke's skull, but it was dodged by a small back step. Sasuke taking advantage, throwing a roundhouse kick, but his attack was blocked again by Naruto's left hand. The Dobe's defense has improved to some degree. Let's see how he handles my speed. Sasuke proceeded to unleash a barrage of combinations of punches, kicks, and elbows at his full speed. Naruto's tighten his guard seeing the incoming assault. Naruto blocks only with his left hand and sidesteps every attack Sasuke had thrown. Sasuke is getting infuriated because he can't land a hit on Naruto. There is no way in hell the Dobe can be this good. Damn him, some months ago he couldn't even throw a proper punch, and now he is fighting like a born natural. As Sasuke tried to push inside to land a hit, he was hit hard by a stiff jab to the mouth. The Uchiha had to take a couple of steps back, wiping the blood away from his busted lip. "First blood, Sasuke." Sasuke scowled and shouted, "Be happy, that's all you are going to get, Dobe." Sasuke continued his charge with his chakra-enhanced speed. Sasuke is struggling, only being able to graze Naruto, never a solid connection. Sasuke roared, throwing a wide right hand that was quickly deflected and countered by a swift side kick to the midsection. Jumping back, Sasuke shouted, "How damn it, how you can be this good? No way in hell you can be beating me." Naruto again with nonchalance said, "Practice, Sasuke, practice." Sasuke roared in anger and charged Naruto with killing intent. Sasuke came rushing towards Naruto, throwing a right cross and a left hook. Naruto ducked under the cross and used an open palm to deflect the hook to force Sasuke off balance. Naruto bent his knees slightly more and stepped inside his guard and unleashed a devastating uppercut, and Naruto's fist connected with Sasuke's chin, sending Sasuke flying several feet in the air, then hitting the ground with a hard thud out cold. Naruto with right fist still high in the air from the attack he just unleashed. Winner Naruto. Total silence ensured in the academy field. Naruto took a breath and lowered his fist and calmly went inside the classroom. After some time, everyone came inside and all of them were sending Naruto wary looks. Iruka awkwardly coughed and announced, "Next section consists of ninjutsu and jinjutsu. You all will be called to next room in same alphabetical order, and after you finish, come to this room and wait for all the students to complete them." Iruka informed them and went inside adjacent room with Mizuki. One by one student went and came to the room, some with happy expression with a headband and some with dejected expression. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. He went to the room and began studying the room. It was of the same size of the classroom, but it doesn't contain the desk where students sit. That's why it looks bigger than it actually was. There was a table at one side of the room and both Iruka and Mizuki were sitting behind that table. "Well, Naruto, you are last one, so let's get started. You have to 3 basic jutsu in order to pass. Is that clear?" Informed Iruka, and seeing Naruto's nod, he continues. "So first do a henge transformation." Naruto went to center of the room, performed the required hand seals, and uttered, "Henge no jutsu." There was a puff of smoke which covered Naruto, and when it cleared, in place of Naruto stood Sandaime Hokage with his trusty pipe. Iruka went to him and began inspecting of any mistake. When he didn't find anything, he gave Blonde a smile. "Your henge perfect, Naruto," Iruka said to him while smiling with pride. "Okay, next up is Kawarimi." Again Naruto performed the hand seals but didn't say the jutsu name and replaced himself with a chair placed in the corner. "Okay, Naruto, last one is Bunshin no Jutsu. If you performed it successfully, then it will be highest mark of this test. Even if you can't perform it, then you can pass, but your mark will be affected," Iruka informed Naruto. After thinking for a few moments, Naruto decides to deliberately fail in it. This will help him keep in low profile, and he still couldn't perform Bunshin perfectly due to his chakra capacity. He can make Bunshin 50% of time, and other time they were half dead. Naruto began gathering huge amount of chakra, more than normally required for it, and yelled, "Bunshin no Jutsu," and as a result 3 deformed clone formed around him. All of the clones can't even stand and fall to the ground. Naruto rubbed his neck and grinned sheepishly. Iruka and Mizuki sweat dropped at the pathetic display of Bunshin, and Iruka sighed in disappointment before smiling. "Well, despite having to fail to create Bunshin, you passed because your skill are on required level. You have scored second highest on theory, and it's very close to first place. You have scored highest score in Shuriken Jutsu. You have bested top student among your peers on a taijutsu spar, and lastly your other 2 jutsu were perfect. So you passed," informed Iruka to the blonde with a smile, but sees Naruto is shaking and became concerned as he was about to ask him if everything is all right. "All right, finally," shouted Naruto and pumps his fist in air. Although he had made up his mind to take everything seriously, he couldn't contain his excitement of finally passing the damn exam. He gleefully took his headband from the table, gave Iruka-sensei a hug, and went to celebrate. Just as he was about leave, Iruka shouted, "Don't forget to come to Academy next week for team placement." Naruto waved to Iruka, signaling that he heard him, and continue on his way. Naruto went outside the academy and became depressed when he saw everyone's parent had came to congratulate them on job well done, and those who didn't pass being comforted by them. On seeing him, the usual whispers began, but he ignored them and went to sit on a swing present just outside the academy to observe the parents and student interact and to understand them. After 15 minutes of sitting there, as he was about to leave, a shadow covered him from above. He looked up to the smiling visage of his academy teacher Mizuki. He instantly became weary of the man. During his tenure in academy on last year, the man had never smiled at him, so seeing the same smiling at him now just after graduation is suspicious. Naruto decides to see what the teacher wants to say to be polite and asked, "What is it, Mizuki-sensei? Do you need me for something?" "This is a secret matter, Naruto, which is related to your career," Mizuki said kindly, and grabs his shoulder and disappears from them. What none of them noticed is that they were being discreetly watched by Sandaime. Chapter 4. Forbidden Scroll and First Mission. A shadowy figure is seen leaping from tree to tree at quite fast pace. He is wearing a black pant, black shirt. His hair is covered in black bandana and he is wearing a mask which covers his whole face. He seems to carrying a large cylindrical object horizontally on his back. After leaping few times, he lands in a clearing. The clearing is quite large and there is a large shack at the end. The figure took of the cylindrical object from his back and it became clear that it was a large scroll. He took of his bandana and reveals his golden yellow hair and clear blue eyes. The blonde boy is Uzumaki Naruto and the large scroll is Forbidden Scroll of Seals, which he had just stolen from Hokage's office. For a place of maximum security, it was quite easy to take it. Seeing the scroll, Naruto couldn't help but remember what Mizuki said to him just after the graduation exam. XX flashback earlier that day. XX. You know, Naruto, just after you exited from the class, Irika and me decides to tally you score, and we came to realize that if you would have successfully made the Bunshin, then not only you would have aced this test, but you would have gotten Rookie of the Year title regardless of your previous performance. Mizuki informed him sincerely. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes widened and asked, "Really, Mizuki-sensei?" But then his face fell. "But what is the point of it now? I already failed to perform Bunshin," replied a dejected Naruto. Seeing the dejected expression, Mizuki sighed. "Oh, looks like I have no choice. I will tell you secret," Mizuki told Naruto, smiling warmly. What Mizuki-sensei? Please tell me what secret?" asked an eager Naruto, bouncing on his foot in excitement by the thought of becoming Rookie of Year. Mizuki chuckled at his enthusiasm. "Calm down, Naruto. This is a makeup test for someone who had failed graduation exam 3 times, and if you have failed this time also, you would also get this exam like a chance to pass." "But how come no one knows about it, Mizuki-sensei?" asked a confused Naruto, scratching his back of his head. From what he know, there is no such exam, but here Mizuki was telling him there was such an exam. Mizuki became nervous inwardly but doesn't let it show on his face. Well, if everyone knew about it before, then a person who had failed the exam 2 times would not work hard for 3rd time in the hope of passing the makeup test. Seeing the blonde believed him, Mizuki pats his back for making such believable story on the spot. "Oh, okay, Mizuki-sensei. What is the test consists of?" Naruto asked, wanting to know if he would be able to decide whether to perform the test or just let it be. "This test will be particularly easy for you, seeing you have quite good stealth. There is a big scroll at the Hokage Tower in the Hokage's office. You just have to take it without alerting anyone present there and went to this place." Mizuki informed Naruto, smile, and gave him a slip of paper on which the place of rendezvous was written. Just when Naruto was willing to give his all for the test, he heard the term Forbidden Scroll. He stiffened and his eyes widened, but thankfully Mizuki didn't notice. He stared at Mizuki's face for any kind of deception but found none, so he gave man a nod and pocketed the slip in his pocket and went towards his apartment, his celebration forgotten. All the while on his way to his way, he was thinking about the legitimacy of Mizuki's test. He knows from the Sandaime Jichan what Forbidden Scroll contains, so he was skeptical about the test. It was highly unlikely that such an important thing will be used in New Genin's graduation exam, but on the other hand, the reason Mizuki gave also sound valid, and he isn't able to find any deception on his face, but he knew that for a Chunin, lying to a Genin on top of newly graduated Genin is child's play. So there was a possibility that he just wasn't able to locate it on Mizuki's face. He looked up. When he reaches his apartment, he looked towards the Hokage Tower and decided that he would take the scroll, but if he would make a backup plan in case Mizuki was lying. On top of that, he would be able to learn high-level techniques from the scroll. XX flashback end XX. So he snuck into the tower and stole the scroll and no one knew. Seeing he still had 2.5 hours before the time Mizuki allotted to meet him, he opens the Forbidden Scroll and began reading. The scroll contained only forbidden techniques which are forbidden for large chakra requirements, sacrifice requirements, or even death. The first techniques he saw is a cloning technique, and its requirement is only large chakra capacity and reserve. Taju Kage Bunshin is an A-rank technique which is developed by Ninjutsu Hokage Senju Tobarama for infiltration purpose. In this technique, user creates several solid clone which can also interacts with surrounding like original and has its separate thoughts. For an inexperienced user, all the clone contains only a proportion of chakra capacity of the user, and it was equally divided by the user and clones. It can be easily dispelled by a single blow. Main plus point of this type of clones is if a clone dispelled, be it by a hit by user, or the clone dismissed himself, then the remaining chakra and the experiences of the clone will return to the original and it will feel like the user himself experienced them. This technique is a forbidden version of Kagebunshin, which is a B rank Jonin level technique. To perform Taju, Kagebunshin user is required to perform ram hand seals 3 times to complete focus all of his chakra throughout his whole chakra coils, and then use the special cross-shaped hand seal to divide that chakra equally in desired number of clones, then expel them from Tenketsu though that cross hand seal while imagining yourself like performing the regular bunshin. The expelled chakra will automatically condense and will take your form. All the clones formed will obey you without question. Usually when a new clone's formed, they will be formed behind you or beside you, but you can make clones anywhere you want by mastering it. This technique is forbidden because it required at least high Jonin chakra reserve, and when more clone dispelled the memory in flux has the possibility of damaging brain dew and possibly death. After reading all of it, Naruto began practicing. It took him few tries to successfully channel chakra throughout his whole chakra coils. After that he began practicing to divide that amount of chakra equally by 2 for 2 clones. Then he practiced to concentrate all of that chakra to the cross hand seal and finally expelling the said chakra. The imagining process is pretty easy because of its similarity to regular bunshin. It took him half an hour to successfully create 2 clones. After successfully performed the first exercise, he ordered the 2 clones to copy the techniques from the scroll which they thought would help him, but only technique which are forbidden due to chakra reserve and capacity. After that, he began practice to increase the number of clones from 2 to 4 to 8, from 8 to 16 and so on. For each successful tries he would double the amount of clones, and as time passes the time in each successful tries also lessen greatly, and by the time 2 hours has passed he can create somewhere between 150 to 200 clones in a second. When Naruto saw that it was time for Mizuki to come, he dispels all the recent clones and told the scroll copying clone to create a perimeter. After receiving the order, 2 clones went a little further into the forest. One went to the way which Naruto first came from and another went to opposite side. Their job was simple: if anyone other than Mizuki appears, they were to detain them from interfering with anything that would happen with real Naruto. The original creates another clone which took his place and he went to hide nearby to play safe. As soon as Mizuki appears, the clone Naruto, who had gone to the direction Naruto first came here, sees him first and quietly creates another clone and disperses it. Naruto was wondering where the hell is Mizuki and was about to return to village when the memory of the clone came to him and he readied himself. He then signals his clone present in clearing to be ready and began the act. While Naruto for the 2.5 hours was learning new technique, the whole village is on alert. The news of someone has stolen forbidden scroll has spread like wildfire. Only handful of ninja were informed by the Hokage that it was Naruto who stole the scroll, and all of them were ordered to not to cause any harm if they capture him. Among all of the other ninjas, only Iruka knew Naruto is the one who stole the scroll, but he wasn't informed by the Hokage but Mizuki instead. When he was sleeping there was a knock on his door, and when he opened it he saw Mizuki-sensei breathing ragged and an anxious expression on his face. Mizuki informed that Naruto had stolen the forbidden scroll. So now he was frantically searching for any sign of blonde-haired idiot. He knew that if anyone other than him found him first, then they will probably try to kill him due to his condition. After searching for approximately 2 hours, the trail led him to deep within the forest surrounding Konoha. He hastily made his way in hopes of finally finding Naruto and gave him an earful. After leaping from tree to tree for another half an hour, he saw a clearing with a shack just a little ahead from him, and there he saw the blonde sitting with his back against a tree, clutching the scroll and breathing ragged. His orange jumpsuit is torn in several places and sweat was dripping from his brows. He decides to confront him and increased his speed to get to him faster. But just as he increased his speed, a hand clamped on his mouth from behind and a kunai is pressed onto his neck, causing him to stiffen and became alert. He craned his neck slightly to look who was holding him, but what he saw perplexed him. There was another Naruto covering his mouth in one hand and holding a kunai just touching his jugular, but this Naruto wasn't wearing his regular bright orange clothing, but rather simple black shirt and pant. Iruka saw Naruto's eyes widen slightly, seeing him, and slowly remove his hand from his mouth and put a finger on his lips, signaling silence. Seeing Iruka-sensei nod of understanding, Naruto removes the kunai from his throat. "What are you doing here, Iruka-sensei?" Naruto asked in a harsh whisper, wanting to know why Iruka was here, and his mind was also thinking, although not wanting to believe even the possibility of Iruka was in league with Mizuki. Iruka became angry hearing the question and tone from the blonde, and after the said blonde stole the scroll, you imp, began shouting, but it was cut off abruptly when Naruto tackled him to the ground, covering his mouth, and again place a kunai in his throat. "Did I not told you to be silent?" Naruto whispered agitatedly. Now I will release you and then we will talk, but please talk silently and answer few of my questions. Naruto said and released and back away from him, seeing him nod. Okay, now I will repeat the question. What are you doing here? Naruto repeated his first question, but now calmly. In response, Iruka told him what is happening in the village and about Mizuki informing him of stealing a forbidden scroll. When Iruka told him the situation in the village, he expected Naruto to profusely apologize and told him that it was prank, but sweat dropped when Naruto, hearing this, face-palmed and mumbled something about idiot Chunin and asked in a deadpan tone, Iruka-sensei, did you verify first what Mizuki-sensei told you, or as soon as you heard from his you started your search? Mizuki-sensei isn't your superior, and how would he know about me stealing the scroll? When I know Ji-chan would only inform Jonins of the classified information to prevent mass panic. Okay, what you said is true, but why would I have to verify Mizuki's information? He and I were friends for many years, and now I know that he wasn't lying, seeing you have stolen the scroll. Now what do you have to say for yourself? Do you know you could be in serious trouble for the stunt you have pulled? Asked Iruka anxiously. Calm down, Iruka-sensei. Nothing will happen to me, and why would Mizuki-sensei know about it? And my reason for stealing the scroll is one and same. That is, Mizuki-sensei came to me just after I left the academy and told me about a test for me to become Rookie of the Year, and at first I didn't believe him, but he gave quite a good reason for me to believe the legitimacy of the test, and I had decided to complete it, but then I heard about Forbidden Scroll and became weary again, but in the decided to fulfill it, and if any of this is a ruse of Mizuki, I will handle it with my new jutsu that I learned from the scroll. Smirked Naruto confidently. BB, but why Mizuki would lie to you about the test, and how did he know about the Forbidden Scroll? Stammered out. Iruka asked. What is the jutsu you learned from the scroll? They were dangerous, that's why they were in Forbidden Scroll, idiot. Emphasizing the forbidden word. Hearing the idiot comment, Naruto's brow twitched violently, but let it slid. It would do no good if he were to lose temper here. The technique I learned was Tajuu Kage Bunshin, and don't worry, only thing forbidden about is the chakra requirement. Naruto informed him he decided not to tell him or anyone about the others about experience transfer function of it. It will be a boon for him in training. Anyway, I am just a Kage Bunshin. The real one is in the clearing ahead waiting for Mizuki, and the boss had ordered me to let no one interfere. So you will have to remain here and trust me, boss can handle himself, I know, because I am him after all. Naruto clone finished with confidence. After hearing Clone's reasoning, both Iruka and Clone looked towards the clearing and waited for the Mizuki to arrive. Iruka was in disbelief that the person with whom he was talking with for quite some time was a clone, and what's more surprising is that a clone of Naruto who was often disregarded as idiot ninja or ninja with no talent can subdue him effortlessly 2 times. When Naruto, who was on the clearing, received the memories of the clone that had spotted Mizuki, he instantly transformed to look like he was wearing his orange jumpsuit. Just after 10 minutes, Mizuki landed in the clearing with a smile plastered on his face, but he was prepared like he was going to war. He was wearing his usual Chunin outfit, but on his back he had tied 2 large shuriken. For Mizuki, this day can't get any better, although the start of it wasn't that good. First, when the demon brat was able to pass the written exam, shuriken throwing and taijutsu exam, he didn't only pass but passed with excellent marks. He thought his master plan will fail before even it begun, but then everything went in his way when the brat failed to create Bunshin, and he thought of ways to slightly modify the plan. Now he was making his way to the rendezvous place where he had told the demon to meet after spreading the news of him stealing the Forbidden Scroll of Seals. He reached the clearing where Naruto was waiting for him with a big grin on his face, with a smile, seeing his plan was almost successful. Naruto, give me the scroll, so that I can validate your mark by checking whether it is original or duplicate. Mizuki ordered Naruto with a smile. Mizuki saw Naruto nod and extend the scroll of him to take. He gleefully extend his hand to take it, but Naruto moves the scroll out of his reach by throwing somewhere behind him. What are you doing, brat? Give me the scroll dead last. Snarled Mizuki, but only saw innocent expression on Blonde's face. So Mizuki tries to get past him to finally get the scroll. Just as Mizuki passed him, Naruto grabbed him by his shoulder tightly. What did you think of me as Mizuki-sensei? That I couldn't possibly know that there is something fishy about this test? Naruto asked calmly. I knew there was something quite suspicious about this, but even then I decided to see what your plan is. When Mizuki heard Naruto, he began to curse as things just got more difficult with Naruto's suspicion, as this was not how he had planned things to go, as things had taken far longer than he had planned as well, where if he did not get away soon, then more Konoha shinobis would arrive, or worse still, ANBU. Naruto, give me the scroll and I will tell you a law that everyone in this village knows but you, and it's directly related to you. said Mizuki, trying to reason with Naruto and getting the blonde to think. Is the law that Mizuki is talking about is related to Kyuubi, but what is his plan, where is he planning to go to after this, and why an academy teacher suddenly decides to defect from the village? Let's continue to play fool for a little bit longer till I figure out what he is planning. Seeing that Naruto was thinking about this, Mizuki realized that a golden opportunity had now presented itself to him and thought, if I can present not only the forbidden scroll, but also convince Demon Brat and bring both of them to Orochimaru-sama, then he will reward me greatly with more power than I can even dream of, thought Mizuki with a smirk on his lips. Seeing the smirk on Mizuki's face, Naruto decides to hear what the law Mizuki was talking about is and go with the flow. Okay, Mizuki-sensei, please tell me what is the law everyone knows but I don't know? Asked Naruto desperately, keeping up his act. You see, Naruto, 13 years ago on your birthday, Yondaime didn't kill the Kyuubi like everyone says, but he used his life to turn him into a child, and that is you, said Mizuki with a hint of sympathy, trying to convince him that he was trying to help him. Upon hearing what Mizuki said, Naruto continues his act of being devastated by the news while inwardly sneered at Mizuki. What an idiotic ignorance. How he had become Chunin I have no idea. Seeing the expression on Demon's face, Mizuki continues, see Naruto, it's just like I told you, they're trying to stop you from passing the exam. Think about it, if anyone cared about you then, why would you have to take graduation exam 3 times just because of simple bunshin, where just previous year there is a student who was allowed to pass despite of him being incapable to use any ninjutsu or genjutsu, said Mizuki, hoping to use this as an excuse to convince Naruto to go with him and to give him the scroll. Bibu, but what should I do now? Stuttered out Naruto and succeeded in convincing Mizuki that he was now desperate enough to do anything for him while thinking, he is telling the truth about the graduation exam. Guess I have to discuss about it with Gigi. Don't worry, Naruto, you can come with me to Orochimaru-sama. He is very powerful and he will surely help you get stronger, and then you can show everyone your power and get revenge on them for mistreating you. Mizuki said warmly while extending a hand to Blonde, who had fallen in ground in shock of the news, and let out a sinister smirk of his face, seeing the blonde accept his hand the success of his plan. Mizuki's smirk dropped when Naruto gripped his hand tightly. I'm not an idiot, Mizuki, and I am not going to let you deceive me again, cried Naruto angrily and took out a kunai and lunged at Mizuki, while pulling his hand to at least knock him out and finish the charade, as he believed that he had gotten enough information behind the reason of Mizuki's treason. Mizuki barely manages a critical hit to his heart by hastily spinning out of the way and kicked off the ground to create distance between himself and Naruto, but he had gotten a nasty slash on his left arm as Naruto was holding the kunai in reverse position to knock him out with a strong blow to his windpipe. Mizuki cursed again, seeing his plan to convince the Demon Brat failed. So he decided to play his trump card and stealthily took out a kunai while hiding it from the view of Naruto. Why did you want to work for the village where no one acknowledges you? Even Irika hate you because his parent were also from the many people who were killed by you 13 years ago. Snarled out Mizuki, which causes Naruto to stop cold in thought of everything Irika-sensei hating him and all the changes in his attitude was just a front. Irika, who was watching all of this from the bush where both he and Naruto's clone were hiding when Mizuki showed up, and he paled when he heard Mizuki told Naruto of the S-rank secret openly, which was punishable by death. But he told him all the wrong things about Naruto being the Kyuubi himself, rather it being sealed inside the blonde. Irika desperately wants to get out of here and tell Naruto that this is entirely false, but noticed that the clone was still watching this calmly. He gave a questioning look to clone and get a nod in return and assumes that Naruto already knows of his status and merely acting. The question is why Naruto is acting instead of doing something. Irika gets his answer when he sees Naruto attack Mizuki and successfully manages to injure him after he heard the reason for Mizuki to defect and was stunned that Orochimaru was involved in this and hoping that somehow Umbu found out this place quickly. But when he heard Mizuki is using his name to demoralize Naruto, he couldn't stop himself any longer and rushes out of the bush while shouting, "Naruto, don't listen to the traitor." The clone cursed, seeing the impulsive action taken by the Chunin. He analyzes the situation, position of everyone, and immediately dispels himself to let Original know that Irika was rushing in. Original Naruto, who was hiding just behind a bush nearby from the very start, and his clone, who was conversing with Mizuki all this time, both had gotten the memory of the clone who was watching them with Irika-sensei, also cursed at the situation. Naruto saw from his hiding spot that Mizuki had sensed Irika coming and his grip on the kunai tightening, so he readied himself to intervene. Both Mizuki and clone turns towards Irika's voice, and Mizuki starts again. Irika, good to see you to come here. Let's finish the Demon Brat for what he had done. In response, Irika snarls, Naruto didn't do anything and stopped spouting nonsense of him being the Kyuubi. And the Irika turns towards the depressed blondes and said, "Don't listen to Mizuki Naruto. The QB is only sealed inside of you, Naruto, but this doesn't mean that you are Fox yourself." Both Naruto took a deep breath from hearing this and decided to finish this charade. This has gotten long enough. I know, Irika-sensei, I have known about the QB for about a year now, and I knows the difference between kunai and its sealing scroll. Clone informed them. This causes Mizuki's eyes to widen and to realize that his plan never was to be successful. I have also known about the possible deception of your Mizuki from the moment you told me about Forbidden Scroll, so I have made a backup plan in case this was really a ruse. You see, Mizuki, just after you gave me this exam, I went straight to Hokage and explained him everything. He gave me the permission to take the scroll to lure you into the trap and to find the reason of your treason, and due to you lack of brain now I know you are doing this for S-class missing Nin Orochimaru. Finished Naruto while mocking Mizuki. Hearing this, both Irika's and Mizuki's eyes bugged out in sheer disbelief of planning of the resident troublemaker. Irika now realizes why Naruto clone was keeping him from interfering before. In the other hand, Mizuki snarled and lunged towards Naruto with his large shuriken while shouting, "You brat." Frontal assault, scoffed Naruto as he drew out of his kunai and charged at Mizuki with impressive speed for a genin his age, where he quickly ducked under Mizuki's large shuriken strike and then came up behind Mizuki, where he then quickly turned his kunai to reverse grip and hit Mizuki in the back of the head with the back of hilt of his kunai, knocking him out. As Naruto thought this was over, he saw that there was log in place if Mizuki and realizes that he must have used Kawarimi. Impressive, demon brat, but not unexpected from a demon such as you, replied Mizuki as he had used the distraction to get the Forbidden Scroll. Naruto cursed inwardly for underestimating his opponent but did not respond to Mizuki's remark and just got into a stance to prepare to fight Mizuki, as he was not going to let him get away with the Forbidden Scroll. Mizuki just smirked when he saw Naruto getting into a weird stance and prepared to fight him. "Listen, kid. You may have performed excellent in Genin exam and may be more skilled than the average Genin, but you're still only a Genin, while I'm a seasoned and fully trained Chunin," sneered Mizuki. Naruto did not respond to that either and just got ready as he was going to let Mizuki make the first move, which he did as he put the Forbidden Scroll aside, and then took out and threw several small shurikens at Naruto, who quickly used his kunai to skillfully deflect the shurikens away from both him and Irika, who was also standing behind him ready for action, but was now letting Naruto deal with Mizuki. Seeing this was Blonde's first mission. Unfortunately, Naruto miscalculated and the shurikens were just a distraction, which allows Mizuki came up from Naruto's right-hand side to try and knock him out with the blunt side of his kunai. Fortunately, Naruto had saw Mizuki coming towards him at the corner of his eye and was able to spin around in time to block Mizuki's kunai with his own kunai. For the next few minutes, the two of them traded blows against one another with neither giving the other much ground. As this was happening, and Irika watched the two of them fight and could not help but be amazed at how Naruto, a newly promoted genin, who was also dead last of the class, was able to hold his own and fight against a chunin like Mizuki. After another minute or so of fighting, both Naruto and Mizuki broke away from one another to take a break. Mizuki was panting slightly, but Naruto on the other hand was perfectly fine, as he had a lot of stamina, which to his understanding is due to the QB. Pant. I have to admit, kid, you're more skilled than I thought you were, but you're still no match for me and you can't beat me. So why don't you do yourself a favor and give up and come with me quietly, and you would get hurt, said Mizuki. No thank you, and I don't intend to lose, especially to traitors like you. But don't worry about me, just worry about yourself, Naruto replied and sent a volley of shurikens at Mizuki, which he dodges by rolling to right. Just as he stood up from rolling, he saw Naruto had thrown several more shuriken, but all of them completely misses him and mocked. Where were you aiming dead last? You can't even throw shuriken at arc. Mizuki cannot finish his sentence because several more shuriken also passed him, but now from his back, and all of the shuriken were attached to ninja wire and they all bind him in his place. Both Mizuki and Irika turns towards the direction which shurikens came from and saw another Naruto coming toward them, and he was holding the wire connecting to Mizuki. Naruto, seeing the obvious question, decides to explain. As clone distracted Mizuki by purposefully missing his target, I used this distraction to my advantage, and had also thrown my shuriken with ninja wire from behind Mizuki and used wire manipulation to bind him in his place. Now we only have to wait for Umbu to arrive, and with that my first mission will successfully complete, announced Naruto happily. Hearing Umbu coming here, Mizuki wiggles in his bounding to escape while shouting, "Release me, you insolent brat. I will kill you." Fearing that Mizuki will escape, and Naruto gave a nod to his clone, who knocked out the traitor with a hard blow to the back of his head. After few minutes a group of Umbu arrived and analyzed the situation, and a female Umbu went to Naruto. Uzumaki, Naruto, you are to come with us to Hokage peacefully or we will use force. Ordered an Umbu with a cat mask and has purple hair. Hearing the accusing tone of Umbu, Irika came to defense of blonde Naruto is innocent. Mizuki is the real culprit. He had told Naruto to steal the scroll in the name of a secret test. Trying to prove Naruto is not responsible. Regardless, Uzumaki should have known to believe such a lie, and if he falls for such a lie, then it is clear that he isn't ready to become a shinobi. Rebuked the Umbu in stern tone. As Irika was opening his mouth to argue, he was beaten to it by Naruto, who began defending himself. Umbu-san, this is a ninja village, so there is highest possibility of validity of secret test, and on top of that, in the academy we were taught to follow order of our superior provided the order they give had merit, so since Mizuki was my superior at the time, and had given a legitimate reason behind the test when questioned by me, I decided to follow through it. But I didn't follow through it blindly, the Hokage was also in it, and anything else you want to know you can ask him. Finished Naruto and picked up the forbidden scroll and secured on his back and turned towards Irika and Umbu woman. Umbu-san, if you would please take Irika-sensei and me to the Hokage's office. Naruto asked the Umbu woman who was accusing him. With that, a stunned Umbu and Irika along with Naruto vanished in a swirl of leaf, and the remaining Umbu takes the traitor for imprisonment in similar way. Few minutes later, Sandaime Hokage sighed with relief when he saw through his telescopic technique that the Umbu arrived. Now he is waiting for the blonde to come here along with Irika, and few minutes later Naruto and Irika appeared in front of him in a flurry of leaves. The old man critically analyzes Naruto to know if he suffered any injuries during this whole debacle. Before the old man could say anything, Umbu with purple hair stepped forward with a question. Hokage-sama, Uzumaki-san tells that you are involved in the forbidden scroll theft, and all of these were a ploy to know Mizuki's intention towards the scroll. Is there any truth to what Uzumaki-san says? Yes, Nico, this afternoon Naruto came to meet me and told me all about this test that Mizuki has told him, and the reason he gave Naruto also sounded true, so I gave him permission to take the scroll to find out the reason behind the theft plan. Sandaime informed both Umbu and Irika. After satisfying Umbu's curiosity, he gave the signal to dismiss her. Now Sandaime turns his gaze sharply towards Irika, making the Chunin flinch. No one below Jonin should have known about the theft, so how did you know and why did you went after Naruto in the first place before knowing facts about it, Irika? Asked the aged Hokage in a stern tone. Naruto came to Irika's defense before the Chunin could say anything. It wasn't Irika-sensei's fault, Hokage Jiji. You see, Mizuki informed him, and due to his worry towards me, he couldn't help himself. So he wanted to get to me first, thinking that if anyone who caught me first, and if they already hate me, then there is a possibility that he would kill me. Naruto told old man while sending a small smile to Irika, getting an appreciative nod in return. The Hokage sighed and smiled towards Naruto. Okay, Irika, this time I will overlook it, but from next time get all the facts before you went charging towards a situation. Now if you please leave Naruto and me, I have few things to tell to him. Old Hokage ordered Irika. Naruto waves to Irika. Okay, see you next week, Irika-sensei. And when Irika was gone, he turned serious while turning towards the old man and sees the same serious expression on his face. The blonde went towards the Hokage's desk and handed the forbidden scroll from his back to Hokage. Now, Naruto, are you able to successful in finding out the motive of Mizuki behind theft? Questioned the old man, who was rather curious about if the newly graduated genin is able to get any valuable information. Yes, Ji-chan, as we speculated earlier, Mizuki's first objective was to frame me for the theft, then he would kill me due to his beliefs that I am the Kyuubi itself rather than its container, and then flee the village. The fleeing the village is quite easy to deduce, but to whom he was fleeing was the problem. Naruto informed the old man while thinking deeply about it, which somewhat created suspense. Sandaime waited for the blonde to continue, but when he saw that he was currently in deep thought, he became irritated and yelled, "Well, what are you waiting for? Tell me already?" Which brought Naruto out of his thoughts. Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment, but again became serious. Sorry. Well, you see, he told me a name, and that is Orochimaru. Hearing this, Sandaime's face paled, which Naruto noticed, but he continued. As far I know, there was once a student of yours whose name was also Orochimaru. And seeing your face, I think that they were the same. Sandaime regretfully sighs while shadowing his face with his hat, and that moment Naruto didn't saw an all-powerful Hokage but an old man way past his prime and with heavy burden. Naruto wanted to comfort the old man, but he didn't know all the things about this Orochimaru relation to third. so he waited for Hokage to say anything to him. After collecting himself, looked towards Naruto. I shouldn't tell you anything, but due to your involvement in this, it's best if you know all the facts. Then Sandaime began telling him all the relative things about Orochimaru. So for the next hour, Naruto was informed that Orochimaru was a once-in-a-decade genius, and was in a genin team along with Tsunade and Jiraiya, who was personally taught by Sandaime himself. All three became so powerful that they were called a specific rank Sannin, and there is no other Sannin present anywhere else. But Orochimaru wanted more power, and he wanted to learn all the jutsu and was obsessed with bloodlines. He began experimenting on civilian despite of their age, and even some were newborns, and when he was found out, he went rogue and was declared an S-class missing nin. Sandaime also told him that at this time, due to his age, even he wouldn't be able to defeat him. That is all there is to it that I can tell you, Naruto, and I hope you understand the gravity of the situation and don't tell anyone about this information, because I think there might be a spy in the village, because Mizuki was lowly Chunin and even Jonin don't know the place where the Forbidden Scroll is kept. Sandaime ordered, making Naruto nod. Now about the mission. At first this was a B-ranked mission, but due to the information it was now an A-ranked mission. Sandaime informed Naruto while smiling. In response, Naruto became excited about completing a higher rank mission, but he also wants to know something about missions and who has better knowledge about them than the famed professor. Great, now that I have completed a mission, then I don't have to worry about passing the true Genin exam. But is there anything like scroll or a pamphlet to know all about missions conducts? Requirement to get a higher rank mission and amount it pays? And is there any more benefits about those missions that majority doesn't know? Naruto asked the old Hokage. Ah yes, all the information regarding the missions is available to new genins. Sandaime informed the blonde and gave him a scroll which Naruto pocketed. That scroll contains the required information and your payment for completing A-ranked mission. Thanks, old man. I will see you next week for ID registration. Naruto cheerfully waved the third and went his way. After Naruto exits the office, Sandaime sighed and thanked the stars that blonde already knew about the Kyuubi beforehand. He shudders to think what would have happened if he came know his condition in this situation. It was quite possible that he would be more prone to believe Mizuki and went to Orochimaru, because Naruto became serious because he learned of his condition on his own, and if he hadn't know about it, then he would still be the same immature, naive idiot dead last. Naruto's apartment. As soon as Naruto reached his home, he immediately took out the scroll on which everything the clone had copied from the Forbidden Scroll. He already had a general idea what is written on it, but just wants to get an overview on them. When he opens the scroll, he saw a variety of jutsus, of which majority of which are elemental techniques, and all of them are S-rank techniques. All of them required at least mid-Kage chakra capacity. One thing all of them had in common is that there is a note above all of the techniques showing requirements even before trying to perform the jutsus itself. There are several Suiton, Katon, Futon, Raiton, Doton techniques which his clone had copied from the scroll, and all of them had two requirements, and the first one which the user must have completed all the elemental manipulation training of the required element respectively, and the user must also be able to perform at least 2 A-rank technique in quick succession without getting his chakra depleted. Naruto is quite excited to get his hands on these jutsus, but he had no idea where he would get 2 A-ranks jutsu for each element, and he had no idea about this elemental manipulation training. He decided to ask the old man next week. After the jutsu part, there was some kind of notes on higher level mediating techniques, but he was satisfied with his present level of mediation for now, so he decided to wait for a few months for trying new one. He was also excited about the training possibility of Kagebunshin technique, which can be used for improving his training tremendously. With those thoughts, he finally decides to sleep while thinking about all the things he had planned to do tomorrow. Chapter 5. Chance Encounter. Next morning, Naruto was now making his way to the weapon shop the old man had given him address to when he had confronted him about Kyuubi some months ago. As he was now officially a shinobi, so he is licensed to buy high-quality goods such as weapons, clothing, and various essential things, unlike the students who all came from the clans. Naruto had went to the shop to know if he was truly welcome here like the old man said, or he was lying again, and he wasn't disappointed a bit. Since Academy provides low-quality weapons which he stole due to Mizuki and other teacher always providing lowest of lowest quality, he didn't bother to buy any weapon in his Academy days and always practiced with them, and now that he can actually buy high-quality shuriken and kunai, he believes that his shuriken jutsu will increase from mid-chunin to low jonin with little practice with the weapons to get the feel of them. Naruto knows that despite all the training he had done last, he wouldn't be able to beat high-level chunin. He believes that because he had spent majority of last year in improving his chakra control to the point that by his estimation 1 or 2 more weeks of chakra control exercise and he would attain perfect chakra control, so he had made a plan to use his chakra control along with his extraordinary amount of chakra to help him battle to win against any kind of odd. After a few minutes of roof-hopping, Naruto reached the shop, which doesn't look like it has anything special in it on the outside, but Naruto doesn't mind the condition of the shop when inside. There is a huge difference between inside and outside of the shop. Where on the outside it looked like the building was about to collapse, but from inside it was well maintained and kept as new as any shop which has recently opened. The shop was divided into 3 sections: clothing section, weapons section, and ninja essentials section, and there was also a new section which Naruto hadn't seen previously. The weapons section has wide variety of weapon littered on the showcase for the customers to examine them and choose them according to their body's capability. Ninja Essential section contains all the supplementary items a shinobi required for any mission, like sealing scrolls of various sizes, explosive tags, smoke bombs, chakra pill, ration pill, camping tent, etc. Similarly, clothing store contains specially made clothes that can endure ninja lifestyle. But Naruto did not go to any of them but went towards the counter, which was minded by a middle-aged man. As soon as Naruto reached the counter, hello Naruto-san, how are you this morning, and I see you graduate from the academy. In that case, congratulations are in order. Greeted the man handling the counter. This man is Ryu, and he is this shop's owner and a retired shinobi. When Naruto first came to this store, he was pleasantly surprised that he was welcomed here, but he was even more surprised that this man Ryu treated him like his any other man. Hello Ryu-san. Naruto greeted politely as he reached the counter. Thank you for your congratulations. But now that I have become a ninja, I have decided to finally buy weapons, and I also something special in mind for my wardrobe. Naruto instantly went to business mode after greeting. I am sorry Naruto-san, you also have to pass the exam provided by your assigned Jonin-sensei, and by anything ninja related. Ryu said to him with a frown, but became confused when he saw a smirk on Naruto's face. Here Naruto took out a scroll and gave the man who gave him a questioning look, so Naruto decided to explain a bit. No need worry about any of those, because as you can see in the scroll, I have already performed a successful A-ranked mission, so I don't need to pass the true Genin exam to become ninja. Ryu checked the scroll validity, and seeing the Hokage stamp, he smiles towards Naruto. Well, it seems you have bypassed a difficult test. Well, so what is it you required? Inquired Ryu. I want 50 high-quality kunai, 100 shuriken, 1000 ninja wire, a metal bow staff, and a chikudo. All of these should be made in chakra metal. The chikudo sheath and handle should be in high-quality wood and should be painted in metallic red colored. I also want a full body spandex made from chakra thread and in same metallic red, a form-fitting chainmail also made from chakra metal for extra defense, a pair of high-quality steel-toed black soft leather combat boots which also should have chakra metal on its front end as well as back, a soft leather black combat gloves with chakra metal finger and knuckles. Naruto informed Ryu, whose jaw was hanging from his mouth in disbelief. After some moment, Ryu clears his throats. Are you sure you can pay for all these things? Because all of the things you require contains high-quality chakra metal, which are most expensive type of metal. Don't worry about money, but I want all of my order by the end of the week. By the way, what is the new counter? I haven't seen that when I have visited before. Naruto asked, ignoring the look of disbelief on Ryu's face. On hearing Naruto's question, Ryu came out of his shock. Well, that counter contains jutsu scrolls for ninja to buy from, but there were requirements such as a ninja can only buy same rank of ninjutsu scroll if she had completed that rank mission. That means if a person only completed 1 B-ranked mission, he can only buy 1 B-ranked jutsu scrolls or 2 C-ranked jutsu scroll or 4 D-ranked jutsu scrolls. On top of that, the price for the jutsu scroll is very high, like for B-ranked jutsu price is equal to complete price of a B-rank mission. It also same for all the jutsu scrolls, so there isn't many people who can buy that many jutsu. Hearing this, Naruto remembers what he had read about the missions this morning. Usually all the missions are taken in a team of 3 or more, so the mission payment is divided equally among all of the participants of the same mission. So Naruto came to realization that since it was difficult to get full payment of the missions, so not many people can spend their money buying all the jutsus. But there was still a question in his mind. But how come I didn't saw that counter before today? Naruto asked Ryu. Your ninja regulation headband is responsible for that. You see, there is always a genjutsu present on that counter to prevent enemy to simply stole the jutsu scrolls, but when you got the headband, the genjutsu which was over the counter lifted, enabling you to saw it. Ryu answered. Naruto made his way to the jutsu counter along with Ryu. On reaching it, Naruto asked another question. I have completed an A-ranked mission as you saw on the scroll. So is that means that I can only buy one A-ranked jutsu scroll? No, if you have completed one A-ranked mission, then you can either 1 A-ranked jutsu or 2 B-ranked jutsu or 4 C-ranked jutsu or 8 D-ranked jutsu. Ryu told him and went to the counter. So Naruto began to saw through them what he would take. After few minutes, Naruto chose 8 D-ranked jutsu and handed them to Ryu. I will take these 8 jutsu, please pack it. Ryu took a look at the jutsu thinking like all of the ninja he would get higher ranked jutsu, but was perplexed to see that Naruto only chose D-ranked ones. But he nonetheless packed them. Ryu-san, can you give me estimate of total expense for my whole order? Naruto asked the shop owner. In response, Ryu began calculating while Naruto waited patiently for him to complete. Well, Naruto-san, you require 8 D-ranks jutsu, which is 5,000 ryo each, that is 40,000 ryo. 50 kunai will cost you 5,000 ryo. 100 shuriken will also cost you 5,000 ryo. 1,000 ninja wire will be up to 1,000 ryo. Bow staff will be 10,000 ryo. The chikudo will cost you 50,000 ryo. Your whole uniform as per your order will cost you 200,000 ryo. So your total order will be 316,000 ryo, Ryu informed Naruto. Naruto mentally whistled hearing the total amount. Normally he wouldn't be able to pay that much amount, but because he had gotten all the money his parents left for him from Sandaime, he can afford it now. So Naruto happily paid man half of the price. Okay, thanks Ryu-san. Here, take this half of it now and you will get other half the end of the week. And turns to exit the shop while taking the jutsu scrolls he had bought. Just as Naruto was about to exit the shop, he halted his steps and again backtracked to when Ryu was, Ryu-san, there is another thing. Can you make all the clothes I have ordered in large adult size, please? Naruto asked. Seeing no reason to deny such request, Ryu readily agreed. Happy that his first important work for him to become a successful ninja is completed, Naruto make his way towards his next destination. Konoha Hospital. After 15 minutes, Naruto reaches his next destination, which is hospital. Naruto had already decided that he would try to learn Iryo Ninjutsu when he would achieve perfect or near-perfect chakra control when he had started his fuinjutsu studies. So now that he was so close in achieving perfect chakra control, he decided that it was time to start learning Iryo Ninjutsu. Naruto enters the establishment and went straight towards the counter. On the counter there was mid-age woman working some kind of paperwork. Naruto went near it and clears his throat to get her attention. When the woman looked up from her work and Naruto saw a sneer forming on her face, Naruto inwardly groans and sighed while thinking, this will be very unpleasant. When the woman looked up and saw the demon brat, she sneered for a moment, but after that looked at blonde neutrally. What do you want? Woman on the counter asked Naruto rudely. Ignoring the rude tone, Naruto gave the woman a small smile and asked politely, can you please tell me what the procedure to become an Iryo ninja is? The woman became stunned seeing the demon brat smile at her despite knowing of her dislike of him, and became more surprised when she heard that he wants to become a Iryo ninja. At that time, she began to ponder, is this the brat who all of the villagers regards as demon? Seeing the woman deep in thought, Naruto again clears his throat, which brought her out of her stupor, and she stammers out a response. Well, you can go meet the hospital head Mawaki-sensei at the top of this building at room 500. She is the only one who can accept your application to become an Iryo ninja. The receptionist informed Naruto. Naruto thanked her and went towards hospital's head's office. When reached the room 500, he knocked on the door and hearing a come-in response enters the office. The office consists of several large cabinets and Naruto assumes contains all the information regarding the hospital. There was a big desk on the left side of the office near a window from which the Hokage monument could be seen clearly. There was a woman sitting at the desk and looking at him with an expression he can't comprehend. This woman looks to be slightly older than the receptionist. Naruto decides to stop wasting her time and went towards the desk. Good morning, Mawaki-sensei. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I want to learn Iryo Ninjutsu. The receptionist below told me that only you can approve of anyone becoming an Iryo ninja. Naruto told the hospital head. Mawaki was already informed by the receptionist that the resident prankster and the so-called demon boy is coming to meet her, and was intrigued on why would a child said to have such a personality wants to learn medicine. So she was waiting for him in her office, and when the blonde enters and she saw he first begins to inspect his new surrounding and was also trying to read her, she was slightly amused and hugely interested in knowing the reason for his rather drastic change. Well, Naruto-kun, from what I have heard about you from academy teachers that you are a very hyperactive child and are unable to sit patiently even for a few minutes. The medicine field requires a huge amount of focus and patience even to start learning it. So how can you think that you are qualified to learn it? Questioned a curious Mawaki. Hearing the question, Naruto thought for a few minutes and answered, "The things you have heard about me from the academy is the only because I present myself in front of them in that way. And about me having patience, do you know how much time is required to perform a successful prank on a high-security place such as Umbu headquarters, Hokage's mansion?" Finished Naruto in a questioning tone. "Even still, you don't think that I can't become proficient in medicine? Why don't you try me for first month only, and if I didn't show any progress then I myself would give up on it, and Uzumaki Naruto don't ever give up," challenged Naruto. Mawaki was impressed by Blonde's determination, but there was still a problem. "Good Naruto-kun. From your words, I can see that you are serious about becoming a medic ninja, and your attitude is very different from what I have heard from the academy, but only the ones with exceptional chakra control can become Iryo ninja," Mawaki informed Naruto straightforwardly. "I know, Miwaki-sensei. I will tell you a secret. I already have 90% chakra control, and by my estimation it will only take me 1 more month to reach perfect chakra control, and from what I know a medic nin required either perfect 110% to 150% chakra control to be able to perform Iryo ninjutsu, with the exception of Senju Tsunade, who had 200% chakra control," Naruto informed the head a bit smugly, seeing her bewildered expression. Mawaki was stunned hearing this because while it was rare for anyone to have 200% chakra control, it was even more rare occurrence for someone to have perfect chakra control, because in case of chakra control over 100% there is an imbalance between the ninja's physical and spiritual energies. So in case of the entire medic nin are not very proficient in ninjutsu or taijutsu, because of that medics are always teamed which can protect him. Her and Tsunade is also included in this. But when a ninja attains 100% chakra control or perfect chakra control, then that ninja has perfect balance between the physical and spiritual energies. Only one person is said to be able to have perfect chakra control in all over history of elemental nations, and that person in Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. So after hearing that the blonde could attain perfect chakra control, Mawaki only took out a scroll and threw it to Naruto. "That scroll contains all the information and procedure for joining Iryo Corps. Review it and come to me on the mentioned date on the scroll for your selection exam, and if you pass then you can join the Corps, and now I will give you a challenge. If you are able to attain perfect chakra control and pass the exam in best marks, then I will personally teach you everything I know," the head doctor informed Naruto. Naruto quietly pocketed the scroll and bowed to Mawaki in thanks and went on his way. Naruto's secret training ground. As Naruto reached his secret training ground, he saw his clones were at hard work. Before going to the weapon shop, Naruto had came here and created 200 Kage Bunshins for training purposes approximately 4 hours earlier because of their experience's transferring function. He thought that if he can use it to gain experience in brain-related activities like chakra control, muscle memory, learning, etc. From the 200 Bunshins, 50 were practicing of an advanced branch of chakra control exercise known as chakra shape transformation, Xingtai Banhua, Keitai Henka. In this branch, a ninja channels her chakra in various stable geometrical shapes. This exercise is one of the foundations of jutsu creation. Naruto came upon it when he had sent a clone in the Chunin section of the library for more advanced chakra control training, that Senbon spinning, and from what he was seeing almost all of the clones have successfully mastered the exercise. Naruto was excited by the development of his clones and thought that by the end of this training session he would be able to get 100% control over his chakra. Remaining 150 of Bunshin were all training in taijutsu. They were divided in 3 groups equally and were practicing snake fist style / Hibiken, hard fist style / Goken, and Gamaken respectively to gain experience in them. When Naruto saw that all the Bunshins are now able to perform chakra manipulation with ease, he dispels all the Bunshins simultaneously and was instantly bombarded by 200 Bunshins memory all at once, which results in him getting one hell of a headache. Naruto lay down on the ground to ease his headache, all the while massaging his scalp. It took quite a while for Naruto to manage his migraine and another few minutes to completely recover from it. As soon as he recovered, Naruto tried to make sense of the experience and memory of all his Bunshins. But no matter what he tried, he can't seem to get anything. Frustrated, Naruto tries to calm down by taking several deep breaths and began thinking why he can't seem to comprehend any memory or experience he received from his clone. He finally came to several startling realization. First is that he gained such headache because he dismissed all the Bunshins at the same time. Second is that he couldn't get all the experiences and memories cleared because he practiced several things at the same time, so when the Bunshins dispersed, all of their memory became jumbled in his brain, which is why it's impossible for him to determine anything from them. Now comes the most important part regarding the Kage Bunshin training. to see whether he can perform chakra shape transformation to the same degree as his bunshins. So he began focus on creating a chakra string, which is the first step of shape transformation, but no matter how hard he tried, he can only make a thin chakra string of only half feet, where his bunshins could create a fairly durable chakra string of 10 feet. Seeing the result, Naruto sighed and again began to ponder on possible reason for failure. But he can't seem to get any reason why it would fail. So he decided to review what he know about the Kage Bunshin Jutsu. It's a jutsu designed to create a solid bunshin of the user to help him in reconnaissance due to transferring of the memory and experience of the bunshin to the original upon its dispelling. This jutsu requires large chakra reserve, and the user's chakra is equally distributed among his bunshin. Naruto mutters to himself. As soon as he recalls the chakra part, it made sense to him, since he had created 200 bunshins, so every one of them barely had chakra, which made chakra control easier for them to show that much proficiency in them in only 5 hours, and he shudders to think how much time it would require for him to become proficient in it. Naruto decides that he had to find a way to use the Kage Bunshin to its full potential for him to complete the challenge provided to him by Mawaki-sensei. It was easy to overcome memory / he would only need to dispel minimum amount of bunshin at a time. From preventing the memory and experience to jumble, he would have to create a seal which he will apply on him, and when he would create Kage Bunshin, and when it was time for dispelling a group of clones, then that group and him would deactivate the seal on them and then dispel. By this, no other Kage Bunshin will get the memory of them, and the original can sort out memory better. Now for the main problem, that is the effectiveness of the technique. Naruto realized that first he would have to find a way to increase the bunshin chakra capacity after they were formed, and then try to learn a thing from them. After some contemplation, he decided a method where he would be able to take full advantage of the technique. First, he would create only 13 bunshin at the start of the day. All of them, including the original, went to deep meditation, which will help them regain their full chakra capacity, which upon his estimation would take them like 4 to 5 hours. After that, 10 bunshin would get a certain task each, like chakra control, taijutsu, kenjutsu, fuinjutsu, shuriken jutsu, bojutsu, 1 for each elemental jutsu he had bought from the shop, 1 for the D-rank mission, and 1 for the scroll which he had gotten from Mawaki-sensei. First, chakra control, which he knows that he had 90% control over it, and now he had begun to chakra shape transformation, which is a more advanced aspect of chakra control techniques, and the difference between them is they require considerable more chakra than regular chakra control exercise. This aspect is heavily dependent upon creation and manipulation of chakra string, which is the most basic step for it, and when the user is successfully able to create chakra string of 20 feet, then they would have manipulate them in various complex shape and size. So the first clone will again make 200 bunshins to practice it for the first day, and then again on the next day that bunshin will only create half of the clones created on previous day to practice it, and so on and so forth. So it would only take him 9 days to master it. He would repeat the process all over again for a harder exercise. Then for taijutsu, that 1 bunshin will create 200 bunshin, since taijutsu is not dependent on chakra. From that 200 bunshin, 50 will practice hibiken, 50 will practice goken, 50 will practice gamaken, and remaining 50 will try to combine one aspect of each of the 3 styles into one, like evasiveness and parrying of hibiken, speed and attacking power of goken, and defensive and countering of gamaken. Next is kenjutsu, which is also known as sword fighting, and for this branch again the assigned bunshin will create 200 bunshin, and at first all of them will try to learn basic stances of sword wielding, and when they become proficient in it, then all of them will try to incorporate shakudo with hibiken style, because he knows that this style is all about waiting for an opportune moment to attack while evading or parrying opponent's blows, and in kenjutsu, if you took even a glancing blow, it will affect your performances, so this style is perfect for kenjutsu. Fuinjutsu will be only branch where bunshin will not create any extra bunshin for help in it, but he will only use them for increasing his writing speed. For shuriken jutsu, all of his bunshin will try to perfect their aim and throwing techniques in various positions possible in a battlefield, and they will also practice trap making. He had also gotten a scroll advanced technique related to shuriken and kunai throwing just before the graduation exam. The scroll contains a way to increasing throwing speed with the use of chakra. The scroll explains that if a ninja pulse his chakra just in the precise moment of the throw, and the speed will increase up to 2 times of regular throw. Bojutsu training will be very similar to kenjutsu training, but with a minor difference. In place of hibiken, his bunshins will try to incorporate a bow staff with gamaken fighting style. Because from what he had read from the bojutsu style of fighting, it mainly consists of defending and countering the opponent's attacks, which is similar to gamaken. Next, 5 clones will train in elemental jutsu for each jutsu of every element he had bought in a similar process of chakra control training. First 200 bunshin will train in each of them for first day, then the number will be reduced to half of the previous day and so on and so forth, and by this method it will take 9 days for him to successfully use them even in his full chakra capacity, and after that all the bunshin will repeat the process for next jutsu. The bunshin assigned to get a D-ranked mission will further create 15 clones and divide them in 3-man cell, which is the standard team formation in which Konoha ninja operates in their mission. Naruto wants to do 5 D-rank missions per day because by the time of his team assignment he wants to complete the minimum number of D-rank missions required, that is 30 D-ranked to be able to take a C-rank mission. Last clone will be training in Iryo Ninjutsu and will be taking full advantage of Kage Bunshin to learn it thoroughly. And all the bunshin will be training while wearing the memory blocking seal, and upon time of dispersing only a group of bunshin who are training in a single thing along with the original will deactivate their seal and then disperse them. While all of the clones will be training in their respective fields, the original Naruto will finally begin his physical conditioning, now that he had Kage Bunshin to rely on his chakra-related training and for medical studies, all of which will help him in increasing his mental/spiritual energy. So now he will have to increase his physical energy through body conditioning. For now it will not be a problem for him, but now that his mental/spiritual energy will now starts to increase 4 times faster from before due to his practicing his chakra control, ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, and irijutsu simultaneously, he would have to find a way to get more benefit from the physical exercise. He had an idea to train in resistance and weight training, but he wants to find the limit of his body without them first. Even if he would use both resistance and weight seals, it would only increase his physical conditioning 2 times. So Naruto began thinking of ways to improve the existing seal design for resistance and weight seals, but he can't find anything to improve them in such a way that would help him in this problem. So how to increase the physical energy 2 times faster, and then the answer hit him like a ton of bricks: chakra. For a ninja, chakra makes things easier even when he isn't actively using chakra, because when the chakra is awakened inside a person's chakra coils, that person's body is activated on a whole different level than the civilians, and that is the reason of such a vast difference between a shinobi and regular civilian. So even when a ninja is using taijutsu while consciously not using chakra to help him, even then that ninja's chakra is passively helping him, making the fight easier in respect to experienced civilian fighters who are trained in fighting. This realization gave Naruto an idea to do the physical conditioning while completely sealing his chakra along with resistance and weight seals. But he decides to start this type of conditioning after achieving perfect balance between his stamina/physical energy and mental/spiritual energy. With the finalization of his new training plan, Naruto began training according to it for the rest of the day. When Naruto had completed the training for the day, he was mental and physically tired. He lazily strutted to his apartment, took a shower, and went to bed. While on the bed, Naruto began thinking, what is the point of training this hard? No one gave him any time of the day except maybe the Hokage, but he is the Hokage who looks all the villagers like his family. So why did he want to become strong, to become Hokage in the first place? Naruto slapped his cheeks hard to get himself out of his brooding and began thinking all the things what he had read from the scroll provided to him from Mawaki-sensei. The scroll informed him that there will be an entrance exam for him to become an Iryonin 15 days from today. The scroll also contains all the materials required for him become proficient in to pass that exam. The contents of the scroll are divided in 2 parts. First is all the basic required information required for a ninja who wants to become Iryo ninja. Second is a number of basic academy-level jutsu specifically used by medic ninja. There are 5 jutsu given in the scroll, and he was master at least 2 of them to barely pass, 3 of them for average marks, 4 of them to get good marks, and 5 of them to pass at full marks. Shindan, diagnosis. Description: the first step in treatment to understands the problem. With this skill, a shinobi uses their hands covered in chakra to carefully probe a patient for problems. This technique is performed by slowly running both hands over their body, looking for signs of injury that may not be visible to the naked eye. It can detect things such as internal injury, improper heart rate, non-apparent bone fractures, poisoning, and disease. A ninja of higher rank has learned to use this technique to perform a rudimentary examination of a body to determine cause and time of death. A genin using this skill takes several minutes of work to determine the nature of a problem. A chunin takes less than a minute, and a jonin requires only a few seconds. Kaimaru, cleanse. Description: it is not always possible for a medical nin to practice basic hand washing and other procedures. This technique has the effect of instantly removing bacteria, dirt, blood, and other contaminants from the user's hands, lower arms, and face. It also ensures that any breath that comes from the user's body will be free of any bacteria or infectious disease. This technique can also be used to clean the wounds of others in order to prevent infection from bacteria. In the event that the medical nin is using this technique to prevent infection of an injury that has been inflicted upon them, it is used as if the shinobi were using it on somebody else. Shiatsu, massage. Description: for a variety of reasons, muscles, tendons, and ligaments can become overworked and painful. This may be because of some type of injury, or it may simply be the result of too much work without enough rest. By applying the proper amount of pressure at the right points and using small amounts of chakra, medical nin is able to relieve pain and help the patient's body recover more quickly. A strain or sprain can seriously hinder the effectiveness of a shinobi, and as such this technique really can make a difference. Taikuryoku, power of resistance. Description: a medical nin must always be aware of becoming a victim of whatever their patient is suffering from. With this technique, a medical nin temporarily increases their resistance to diseases and poisons. It has no effect on diseases or poisons already affecting the medical nin. This technique improves as the medical nin grows in power and affords greater resistance to a wider range of diseases and poisons temporarily. Tekishutsu, extraction. Description: when a patient's body has a foreign object in it, such as the point of a shuriken, a senbon needle, or an arrow, it is important to remove the object without further harming the patient. Using this technique, the medical nin places their hands on either side of the injured area and uses chakra to very carefully manipulate the surrounding tissues in order to remove the object without causing any further damage. Depending on the severity of the wound and nature of the object, it can take anywhere from a few seconds to a few minutes to remove it. There are various picture illustrations and complete details of the process of how to perform each of the techniques given in the scroll. So earlier that day, for the medical training part from the 200 bunshins, 50 of them read all the 5 books that were sealed in the scroll while memorizing. That means 10 bunshins for each book. The remaining 150 bunshins divided in 5 groups of 30 and trained in all the 5 techniques from the scroll. One thing Naruto marked that the beginning process of all the techniques are very similar to each other. That's why despite only his first day of training in medical ninjutsu, he had made good progress in performing the jutsus successfully despite not performing successfully. While thinking all of these thoughts, he didn't realize when he began snoring. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of dripping water woke Naruto from his dreamless sleep. When Naruto opens his eyes, he finds himself in a corridor-like place. The place has poor lighting and was semi-dark, and there was water all over the floor. Naruto saw left and right trying to find where is the place and how did he get here, when suddenly he sensed an unbelievable large chakra signature somewhere from his right. He went towards it to get any idea of this place, which was like a big sewer. Naruto didn't know for how long he traveled by following the chakra presence, but after what seems like hours, he enters a massive chamber whose height is equal to Hokage Monument. There was massive golden gate made up of bars like a jail, at which seems like the end of the chamber. Naruto can't seem to see what is present behind the bars, but can feel the immeasurable amount of chakra radiates from something behind it, so Naruto clears his throat. "Excuse me, is anyone present in there?" Naruto asked politely because it doesn't hurt to be polite. Suddenly a massive set of blood red and slit it open from inside the cage, and the chakra presence seemed to increase tenfold, bringing Naruto to his knees. His steady breath becomes pant, trying to take air to his lungs because it feels like something unknown is choking him to death. His heart breath increase and eyes are seen to pop out of his socket. With great effort, Naruto looked up to where he had seen the eyes behind the gate and saw that there is a set of big mouth consisting of pointy teeth as big as a full-grown adult, and there was several large moving shadow is also showing behind the figure. He began counting the shadows moving behind the shadowy figure to see if what he thought of the shadow to be true or not. And as soon as he saw 9 moving shadows behind it, he instantly realizes this is the infamous Kyuubi, or known as Nine-Tailed Fox, and he was using his killing intent on him. He had read about it in a book which he had gotten from the Chunin section of the library. The book had also provided a method of countering the killer intent. With that thought, he began concentrating on the method. First, Naruto closed his eyes and took several deep breaths to calm him. Then he began concentrating on all of his chakra just outside his body and compressed it. If Naruto would look at himself now, he would see a light purple light emitting from his body. After compressing the chakra as much as possible, Naruto snapped his open and glared at the eyes and yelled enough, while releasing all of the compressed in a massive pulse which helps him expelling the Kyuubi's chakra from him, and that in turn cancels its killing intent. Heh, 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 chuckles an amused Kyuubi and continues. So the esteemed warden greets me with his presence. Kyuubi said mockingly and asked, "What do I owe the honor?" After reining his killer intent so that he can hear his response. Naruto stood up on his feet, glares at Kyuubi slightly but sighed and responds, "I wanted to meet for a long time, Kyuubi. There is something I wanted answer for. Pathetic ninjen, you have no idea what a long time means and what gave you the idea I will answer to your question. But I am curious, what is it that you want to know?" Kyuubi asked. "First question is how you suddenly appeared inside the village 13 years ago and what reason you would have to attack the village in the first place," asked Naruto. "I will not tell you not anything about why I attack your precious village for free, brat. You have to earn my respect for that, brat, and for your first question, I was summoned in the middle of the village like a pathetic summoned animal," snarled out Kyuubi. "What?" roared out Naruto. "Who summoned you?" Naruto asked frantically while thinking of possibility of the power of the man who can summon Kyuubi of all, and he was sure that he would eventually come for him to get the Kyuubi. "Shut up, Gaki." Kyuubi grumbled something about loud brat and continues, "I will not tell you because you can't do anything about now. Look, Kyuubi, is that even your name, real name, or there is another name for you like Shikaku?" asked an intrigued Naruto. For some time Kyuubi is silent and then asked, "Why do you think this isn't my name?" In return, while inwardly thinking, neither Mito or Kushina asked me my name when they both were my Jinchuriki. Hell, they didn't talk with me. Naruto scratches his back of his neck confused and responds, "What do you mean? Why do I think that isn't your name?" With a question of his own and seeing Kyuubi raise his massive eyebrow, he took that as cue to continue. "Did in the whole world where every ninja has his own title despite having their name, nobody ever thought of that all the bijou very well have a title, which depends upon tales like from Ichibi to Kyuubi, and on top that we all know that Ichibi is also called Shikaku?" Naruto questions to Kyuubi in dubious tone. Hearing the blonde spoke about the bijou, Kyuubi's eyes widens when he feels, due to his negative emotion sensing, that he genuinely believes what he was saying. Naruto didn't know as he was speaking he has gained slight respect of Kyuubi. "Very well, Naruto Gaki, I along with all other bijou have names, but I will not tell you mine or theirs name because you haven't earned the right to know them." Hearing this, Naruto pouted childishly and was inwardly happy to hear his name from the powerful being. "Well, how can I earn the right to know all of yours name?" Naruto questioned, wanting to know their names and gain possibly his lifelong partner. "You have to find a way to at least get rid of the damned gate which is making me feel like a caged animal," Kyuubi informed its Jinchuriki. "I can do that, but not right now. I have studied the seal as soon as I gained level 7 seal mastery, but this is a very complex seal which is created by combining 2 Shirsho Fuin, for symbol seal, to create a hack no Fuin Shiki, 8 symbol seal formula, and that was being powered by Shiki Fujin. There are only 2 methods to free you from the cage. First is to get the key of the seal, and I have no idea where it could be, and I couldn't ask Hokage Gigi to get it either. He will think you are influencing me," Naruto informed Kyuubi, making him nod understandingly, and continues somewhat hesitatingly, "You will not like the second method," finished Naruto while trying to avoid eye contact from it. Kyuubi was anxious and demands, "Well, what is the second method that I don't like? Come on, spit it out." Impatiently, Naruto sighed and looked at Kyuubi with dead serious eyes. "Second method is for me to gain complete control over your chakra," informed Naruto gravely, and when he saw Kyuubi was on the verge of releasing his killing intent again, he raised his hand to stopping him from doing anything and explains, "You see, normally a seal this complex can only be opens with his key, but this was made in such a way that there are 27 gaps in the lock, which has made less powerful than it was originally supposed to be. So there are only 2 possibilities: that creator had made a mistake or he wanted to made like that, and seeing that the Yondaime Hokage crafted the seal who was greatest seal master at that time, I strongly believe that he wants me to master your chakra completely. And as I starts to master your chakra little by little, the lock will continue to deteriorate, and when I will completely master your chakra without losing myself, then the lock will be completely gone," finished Naruto. Kyuubi ponders on what he had learned from the brat, and he had also sensed that he is telling the truth, but he wants to ask one last thing to know is the brat is genuine in his claim, and asked, "What makes you so sure that when the lock simply weakens enough that I will not take over your body?" "Well, first thing is that there is a safety precaution which will activate itself when the seal realize that you are attempting to harm me, and the second this is that I trust you," smiled Naruto genuinely towards Kyuubi. "But how can you trust me? You have just met me, and I am the reason of your suffering in your entire life," asked Kyuubi in a bewildered expression. "You are wrong, Kyuubi. This isn't the first time I have met you. I have forgotten, but at age 6, when I have been severely beaten up and lost consciousness, I ended up in this very chamber, but you were sleeping at that time and I saw a silver of your chakra came to me and I instantly feel better, but before I could woke you up I regained consciousness and didn't come here again," informed Naruto. "So I know despite it your fault in making my life difficult, you are also trying to help me in way, even if it was unintentional help, and due to your presence my chakra capacity and reserve are massive, which will help me to become strong," Naruto said again with a smile. "And as for my trust on you goes, in this world everyone wants for people to trust them first, but nobody wants to trust first. Everyone thought of you bijus as mindless beast, but now here we are having a civil conversation which proves that you are misunderstood and in a way your situation are same as me up to an extent. And I have two benefits from mastering your chakra. First is that with your permission I can get out of difficult situation, and second is my physical and mental energies will also increase as the lock of the seal weakens because the seal is present over my chakra coil. When a layer of a seal weaken, my mental energy will also increase, and as my body is able to successfully channels your chakra, my physical energy will also increase, and by the time I have perfect control of your chakra, my chakra reserve and capacity will increase so much that I can successfully get you out of my body," finished Naruto, much to the astonishment of Kyuubi. For a long moment Kyuubi was quiet and Naruto feared that he would not be able to gain trust from it. But then it spoke, "You are an interesting human. So I will cooperate with you by helping you mastering my chakra, but it won't be easy. My chakra is several times more powerful than human, so by my estimate it would take you about 2 to 3 years to gain full control of my chakra." But why would take me that long? Normally it would take much longer than that without your cooperation, but even with your cooperation why would it take that long? Asked a confused Naruto. "Idiot ninja, don't take my chakra lightly, and you have to master several stages of my chakra before you ever hope to get 100% control over it," Kyuubi said seriously and continues, "And when you reached a certain level of mastery I will tell you all the name of the bijou." "Oh, so that's how it is, so when we will begin my training?" asked an excited Naruto. "You will start after you get perfect chakra control because it will help you to overcome my chakra's influence, and after you have at least 1 month of physical conditioning because it will take huge toll on your body at first," Kyuubi informed gravely while hiding a few things from Naruto, like that his chakra is closely intertwined with hatred. "Now get out of here, I will inform you when it will be time for your training." Kyuubi dismissed the blonde and let out a huge roar. Before Naruto could do anything he faded away from his mindscape. Chapter 6, True Genin Test. Day of Team Selection. Today is the last day for most of the students who had passed last graduation exam as a civilian and first day as a ninja. All of the newly graduates were chattering in excitement with each other. More cocky ones are boasting about their abilities to others. There are also some students who are not chattering in excitement, and among them one is Uzumaki. Naruto was sitting in corner of the last row of the room to attract any attention to himself. While majority of the genin hopefuls are talking with each other, Naruto is thinking about his progress in training. For the last 7 days Naruto trained hardest he had ever trained in his life. Every day after training he would be completely exhaust himself in physically, mentally and chakra-wise. But all that hard training isn't with excellent success. He had improved his taijutsu up to low jonin level in skill, and he had started to successfully combine one aspect from each of the 3 styles with each other. Both his bojutsu and kenjutsu has increased to high genin level. Shuriken jutsu has also increased to mid jonin after he was successful in using chakra pulse method to increase their speed. He was able to perform all the medical jutsu provided by Mawaki-sensei with a little concentration, and now his goal is to perform them with no hand seal and instantaneously. He had also learned 3 of the 5 basic medical books. His most improvement is still in field of fuinjutsu despite not using Kage Bunshin in learning new things from his fuinjutsu scroll. He is now an LV9 seal master. On top of that, he had already created a modified resistance seal and weight seal which are different from regular version. These are specifically created for himself who had high healing factor. The regular version increases in level manually and in a set amount, like for weight seal the amount is 5 kilograms, then 10 kilograms and so on. But in this version the level of the seals will increase automatically when his body will adjust to that level, and there isn't that big of a gap in the increase amount. For example, there are 10 levels for resistance seal in which when the user having mid-genin speed after adjusting LV1 his speed, reaction and flexibility will increase up to low chunin speed. After adjusting to LV2 his speed, reaction time and flexibility will increase to average mid-chunin when the user retains his previous speed while wearing the seal. After adjusting to LV3 his speed, reaction time and flexibility will increase to average high chunin, and after LV4 his speed, reaction time and flexibility will increase to average low special jonin. After adjusting LV5 his speed, reaction time and flexibility will increase to average mid-special jonin. After adjusting to LV6 his speed, reaction time and flexibility increase to average high special jonin. After adjusting to LV7 his speed, reaction time and flexibility will increase to average low jonin. After LV8 it will increase to mid jonin. At LV9 his speed, reaction time and flexibility will increase to high jonin, and at LV10 will increase the user's speed, reaction time and flexibility to low elite jonin. His current speed, reaction and flexibility is at low chunin level, so when he will fully adjusted to level 10 resistance seal, then his speed, reaction and flexibility will increase to high elite jonin. But his modified resistance seal doesn't increase from LV1 to LV2 directly, instead it increases from LV1 to LV1.10, then to LV1.20 and so on. This will be very helpful to those who have healing factor like him, and will give him better control over his speed and improved reaction timing than the regular version. Likewise for his weight seal, the seal will only distribute 1 kilogram of weight, and it will distribute equally on his whole body rather than the only place where weight seal is located. The training in weight seal will improve his strength, speed and endurance. He had also made several other seal which he had planned on drawing on his custom-made uniform. He had designed an highly advanced array containing all the required seal for his ninja cloths like durability seal, self-cleaning seal, stretching seal and repairing seal. He had also made a telepathy seal which he had engraved on the back of his forehead protector. This seal will help him in communicating his Kage Bunshin through telepathy, and it will give him huge advantage in forming different tactic without the knowledge of the enemy. His chakra control is going a little slowly, but not that much. He can now make a ninja string on his every finger. Now his aim is to make all of them simultaneously. After that he will try to create chakra string from every tenketsu on the palm of his both hands at the same time. After that he will try to increase the length from 10 feet to 20 feet. Due to his physical conditioning, his speed has grown from high genin to low chunin. He wants to get up to high chunin speed first, then starts training with the training seals. Similarly, also his strength has also increased, but more than his speed. Before his strength was at high genin and is now at mid chunin. He realized that as his speed and strength will increase, the difficulty of them to increase will also increase. Despite being unknown to Naruto, due to his heritage of being an Uzumaki who were famous for their vitality and Kyuubi vessel, his physical energy increased more quickly than any other person, even more than a regular Uzumaki. So when Naruto started body condition, his physical energy increased more quickly in short amount of time due to his constant regeneration like healing factor. Even if his physical energy has increased quite a bit in just 7 days, the gap between his mental and physical didn't increase due to his constant training with mental by his bunshins for meditation, medical studies, fuinjutsu studies and advanced form of chakra control. This caused his mental energy to keep up with the speed increase of his physical energy. He can feel he was on the verge of achieving a feat that has only achieved by Senju Hashirama in all history of ninja. He can feel that he had 99% control over his chakra, but he feels that something is blocking from achieving it. He had contacted Kyuubi to know what is wrong with him and got the answer. It would require him to be in a tense situation or in an extremely agitated situation for his both opposite energy to work together. When he asked why that would be the case, the answer he got was eye-opening. Flashback. Kyuubi stared at the human in front of it for some time, contemplating if he should explain him anything, and after thinking for some time he decided to get on with it, and there is anything else for him do in here, and the kid was trying to free him despite not having any reason to do so. The entity of chakra informed that both the physical and mental energy of anything, be it a plant, animal or a human, is created by their respective higher forms. The higher form for physical energy is called yang energy, and the mental energy's higher form is called yin energy. Both these energy are total opposite to each other. For example, let's say yang is positive, then yin will be negative. So it is very difficult to mix those energies. They require extreme condition to combine with each other. So the yang energy creates a body which produces physical energy, while yin energy creates a soul to reside in it which produces mental energy, which then combines to create chakra. No one is born with equal amount of physical and mental energy. So when one is trying to equalize them, drastic method is required. Kyuubi explained to Blonde. Wow, how do you know so much, Fox? Asked an astonished Naruto, looking at Kyuubi wide eyes. Seeing the expression on Naruto's face, Kyuubi became uncomfortable, not used to get that kind of look from anyone, but scoffed. What kind of question is that, idiotic ninjen? The bijou, especially me, are made up of pure chakra, so I am all-knowing. Kyuubi said in arrogant tone, nose stuck up in the air. Wow, arrogant much. Naruto mutters under his breath, but Kyuubi heard, and seeing it's narrowing his eyes, he hastily scratched his neck and asked, "Wait, you said specially you have more knowledge than other why?" Kyuubi decides to answer this because all the bijou except me are made up with huge amount of chakra mixing with different element, so their understanding of yin and yang can't compare to mine. Can you please tell me what others were made of, so I can be prepared when I face some of them in the future? Asked Naruto in hopeful expression. Kyuubi sighed, okay, but after that you will leave me alone. Ichibi is made up of totally of sand, but he has also Fungdun, Futon and Sudun, Jiton. Nibi is completely made of hellfire, a more concentrated and powerful form of Huadun, Katon. Sanbai is made up of normal water that are available in rivers or lake. Yanbi is made up of lava. Gobi is made from steam. Rokubi is made from acid and poisonous substances. Nanabai is made from Tudun, Doton and Fungdun, Futon. Hachibi is made up of seawater, and I am the only one who is made totally from pure yin and yang energy, and that's why my chakra reserve is approximate 3 times more than all of them combined. Now that you know all these, get out of here and leave me in peace, Kyuubi said dismissively and went deeper into the cage before Naruto could ask anything more. So he bowed slightly for the information and vanished from his mindscape. Flashback end. Naruto was brought out of his thought when all of the students heard a stampede-like sound coming from outside the door, and all of them looked towards to find out what is the cause. After some moments, the door to the classroom burst open and everyone heard the double shout of "first." And in came the voice of 2 of the loudest girls in the whole class. Whole class began muttering, but Naruto ignored all of it and looked to the front. There was once upon a time when he had a huge crush on pink-haired girl, whose name is Haruno Sakura, which was stemmed to seek attention from everyone, but when he decides that he wouldn't actively seek attention from anyone, his crush also died down. And between his training and missions, he didn't have any time to gain any romantic interest, maybe after 2 to 3 years. Speaking of missions, due to of having already done an A-ranked mission, he is eligible to do missions even he didn't have any teams, so he had already done 30 D-ranks mission and 1 low C-ranked mission within the village. Now he was eligible to buy C-rank jutsu, but first wants to master all of his present jutsu first. He can perform all them, but they aren't battle ready yet. It took him quite a while to perform them. If he can't perform them instantly, then they are useless. After few more minutes, Irika enters the class. Good morning everyone, and congratulations once again for graduating. Today is the day to sort all of you to your 3-man cell teams. So I hope you will get along your teammates, and best of luck for your future. Now Team 1 is Team 7 is Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. As soon as Naruto heard his teammate's name, he sighed heavily and didn't pay any attention to other teams. He knew he would get paired up with both Sasuke and Sakura because it was tradition for Team 7 of any generation always consist of dead last, top kunoichi and rookie of the year. So seeing his whole tenure of the academy, he was the dead last, even he had outperformed all others in the final exam. Okay, now that you know about your team, stay here, and after some time your assigned Jonin-sensei will come here to pick you up, and for the final time, congratulations and good luck. With that, Irika bid them all farewell and went outside. One by one, all the Jonins came to collect their teams and went their way. All except the Jonin assigned for Team 7, leaving only 3 of them present in the room waiting. 3 hours later. After waiting for a long time, all of the Team 7 were at their patience ending. Sasuke has a prominent twitch on his eyebrows. Sakura had already complained about their Jonin instructor's lateness several times in a loud voice, which also serves to irritate both of his teammates. While Naruto was also irritated like both of his teammates, he decided to spend his time productively by meditating and training in a more difficult but more powerful way of meditation he had read in the Forbidden Scroll. After what seemed like few more hours, but in reality been only 15 minutes, the door to the classroom opened, and in came a man having gravity-defying silver hair. He had his left eye covered under his headband. As soon as he entered, he had to dodge several kunai, all of which are aimed in his vitals. Sasuke and Sakura are shocked that he would attack a Jonin. Said Jonin narrowed his eyes at Blonde and asked in a tone which states that he wasn't happy with the welcome, "What is the meaning of this, Naruto?" "This is because of you wasting my time," Naruto said disinterestedly. "I don't have time to dawdling around without doing anything useful. So next time if you are late, the welcoming will be even more dangerous. You know you can get in trouble for attacking a Jonin unprovoked," said the one-eyed man, trying to make the Blonde afraid. "And you're along with your teammates' ninja licenses can get provoked." That got the attention of other 2 who were shocked previously. They both looked at Naruto in anger, and Sasuke was first to express his ire by snarling at him, "Dobe, If anything happened to my ninja license because of your stupidity then. Which Naruto ignored. Then Sakura screeched, "Idiot, don't go and attack a Jonin idiot." Which was also ignored by Naruto, although he winced at the volume. Naruto looked towards the Jonin and, "I don't care what happens to others, but you can't revoke my license, and don't worry, you too. He can't revoke yours license either because he would have to provide a reason for it. Then everyone will know of his tardiness to a meeting of new genins." The man coughed to attention on him. "Well, anyway, meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. And vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto went to collect his thrown ninja tools and makes his way to the roof without waiting for Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke also scoffed at the whole scene and followed him while Sakura followed Sasuke. On the roof, the man was leaning against a railing on the edge while reading a book while letting out an occasional giggling. This was the scene Team 7 saw when they entered the roof. Naruto raised an eyebrows at Jonin odd behavior but eventually shrugged and went to sit on the steps. Sakura was intrigued at what he was reading and Sasuke shoves his hand in his pocket and acted like he didn't care. The Jonin, seeing all of them in the roof, closed the book with a snap. "Well, now that you all are here, let's start with the introduction," states the one-eyed man with his eye curved upwards in a U shape indicating a smile. "Well, sensei, what is that we would say?" asked a confused Sakura while all others present their deadpans at her, which cause a blush to form on her face in embarrassment, so she continues. "I mean, we know all about each other from academy, but we don't know anything about you, and what did Wanna say in the introduction? Give us an example." Hearing her reason behind the question, both Naruto and Sasuke turns towards the Jonin wanting to know that as well. The Jonin decides to answer her. "My name is Hatake Kakashi. My likes are, my dislikes, my dream of the future." Kakashi trails off while letting out a giggle in the end. "Okay, now how about we start with Pinky?" A tick marks appears on her eyebrow at his remark on her, but she answered nonetheless. "My name is Haruno Sakura. My likes are," here she glanced at Sasuke and blushed and continues, "My dreams for future are," again glance at Sasuke and squealed. "And your dislike?" asked a bored Kakashi. "My dislike is Ino Pig and Naruto," Sakura screeched. At this, Naruto sighed, wondering what he did to gain the hate of someone of his age. Hearing her intro, Kakashi deadpants and sweat dropped and thought girls of her age are more interested in love than being a ninja. Well, she will eventually come to her senses. And turns towards the brooding boy next, the duck-but-haired brooder. "It's your turn." This causes Sakura to fume in anger at the audacity of anyone calling her Sasuke-kun that. Sasuke to gain a scowl on his face and his eyebrows twitched severely and Naruto laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Sasuke, that was a perfect name for you." This caused the dark-haired boy to give a dark glare at his blonde teammate, which he easily ignored and continue laughing. Sasuke decides to ignore him and intertwines his finger and rests his chin on it and answered, "Name Uchiha Sasuke. I don't like many things and I have many dislike. I don't have any dreams for futures but a goal. That is kill a certain someone and to revive Uchiha clan to its former glory." Finished Sasuke in a dark tone and the intensity of air around him increased. There are different reactions of Sasuke's dark intro. While Sakura was squealing inwardly, "Cha Sasuke-kun is so cool." Kakashi narrows his eyes at Sasuke and thought, "This kid is already on a dark path. I have to get him out of it." The tense atmosphere is thrashed when Naruto chuckled, and when everyone looked at him for explanation he waved them off and starts his intro before Kakashi could give any witty remark to him. Uzumaki Naruto likes village, ramen, Hokage Jichan, dislike late person, fangirl and person with superiority complex, dreams for future to be strong enough to become Hokage. Finished Naruto while emphasizing the late person and narrowing his eyes at Kakashi. Kakashi twitched slightly and thought, "This kid is getting on my nerves." But on a serious note, the report of him from the academy is hugely wrong and I have to find the reason for his drastic change. And I have to inform the Hokage of his change in behavior as well. Well, now that the introductions are over, now is the time to inform you about something. You see, all of you aren't genin yet. To become full-pledged genin, you have to pass another test. Kakashi informed them in an ominous expression. "What kind of exam?" asked Naruto, wanting to know if it was anything like the graduation exam or something different. Kakashi turns towards him, "A survival exercise." "But we have already done a survival exercise in the academy. Why do we need to do that again?" asked a confused Sakura. "Don't worry, this survival exercise is on a whole other level than the academy one," Kakashi informed them. And if any of you fail in it, then your ninja days are over, and you will have to complete one more year at the academy. This causing both Sakura and Sasuke nervous, but didn't affect Naruto at all because he already knows about it both from Hokage and Ryu-san. Then Sakura stammers out, "BBU, but what about the exam of the academy? I thought that makes us genin after passing it?" Kakashi chuckled darkly to the question. This further increases the nervousness of both genins. That exam was to weed out the lowest of the low. This you should know about this test is that it has 66% of failure rate. So out of 27 graduates, only 9 will become genin. Kakashi informed them nonchalantly. "Your test will be tomorrow, at 6 a.m. on Training Ground 7, and don't eat breakfast, you'll puke." Kakashi finished and vanished. Seeing that there is nothing to do here, Naruto stood up and turns towards the leaving Sasuke and Sakura and called, "You guys want advice, don't listen to Kakashi," and went on his way. Sasuke scoffed and went towards Uchiha District with Sakura following him. Naruto made his way to his training to train in various supplementary techniques, all of which are forbidden. He hadn't only gotten jutsu and the meditation techniques from the Forbidden Scroll, but also another technique. The special meditation technique which is mentioned in the scroll is the very first step to very powerful technique. The goal of this meditation is to achieve stillness while meditating while simultaneously trying to aware of your surrounding. The scroll also contains the details of the technique which will come after the meditation, but Naruto decided to read them after he had mastered to remain still in meditation. There is also another technique which is used in intimidations tactics. This technique had 3 methods. First method is a sort of genjutsu, in which the user forces his killing intent on his opponent through a simple genjutsu, but the difficult part is the requirement of chakra reserve. If a user who had lowest chakra reserve will try to use on a person having more chakra than him, then it will not affect him. The scroll has the detailed explanation of the technique. This technique can be learned and performed by a ninja having jonin level reserve and capacity. Second method of this technique is called intimidation though chakra pressure. In this method, the user expels huge amount of chakra through the tenketsu of his body while using the killing intent method. This method requires chakra reserve of low to high kage. This can only be used by a ninja having mid-high level kage level reserve and capacity. Last method is chakra presence. In this method, the user retains his chakra capacity inside his coil while using his chakra reserve to form more chakra, and using that chakra like the second and first method. This method also increases all the aspect of the user by 10 times, but it will also deplete the chakra rapidly. This can only be used by someone having chakra approximately double the amount of high kage level reserve and capacity. Although he can't learn about the second and third method now, he wants to learn first method. So as usual, he creates a horde of 13 bunshins, and all of them went to meditate except the original. The original went deeper into the middle of the clearing and create another clone. One thing Naruto noticed that although his skill in taijutsu is low jonin, he doesn't have any experience in fighting. So with that in mind, Naruto applied a durability seal on the bunshin, so that it would not dispels in one hit, and starts to spar with it, using his own personally created taijutsu, which he had created by combining Hibiken, Goken, and Gamaken to gain experience. Naruto used that style because he had decided that he will always use his style to fight with his opponent, because this style contains all aspect of taijutsu like attacking, defending, countering, flexibility, and it's fast. All this make this style unpredictable and can't be read by the opponent. The condition of the spar is the bunshin will use chakra augmentation, which he had learned from the Chunin section of the library, while Naruto will only fight without any use of chakra. It took Naruto 15 minutes to defeat his bunshin. Then again he created another 2 bunshins and continues the process. He repeats the same till he can fight 5 of his clones simultaneously. It took him 6 hours to be able to do that. And every time he can feel his taijutsu skill increasing, and his openings are also starting to decrease, and his experience in taijutsu increased tremendously. If he were to measure it, he would say from new genin to low chunin. Not only that, his reaction timing and danger sense also improved by fighting a superior opponent. The reason of such a high increase in experience is in cage bunshin. Every time a bunshin who are fighting him is dispersed by him, that bunshin's experience is also went to him. He had gotten full 1 day of fighting experience in merely 6 hours. Naruto thanked his stars for the cage bunshin technique. Naruto repeats the same training regimen for kenjutsu and bojutsu also, although they aren't at the high level like taijutsu, still he had perfected the basic stances of both. When Naruto reached his apartment, he saw his clone had gotten his order from Ryu-san's shop after performing daily D-rank mission. He sorts all of them out and begins to draw seal on them. He drew a modified seal array which consists of durability seal, self-cleaning seal, resizing seal, self-repairing seal, resistance seal, and weight seal. He created this seal array in such a way that he can add any seal in the future. He drew all of them on his dark metallic red-colored spandex suit. All in all, Naruto is confident that he can face any challenge Kakashi would give him tomorrow. Next morning, Naruto arrived at the designated training ground 7 after he had made bunshins to perform his daily training and missions at sharp 6 a.m. to find both Sakura and Sasuke half asleep and leaning on the two stumps. He is wearing his regular tracksuit, but he had donned his spandex on the inside because when he saw how awful he was looking while wearing spandex, he decides to wear his orange tracksuit and buy a set of different clothing later. Naruto went towards them and greeted, "Good morning, Sakura Sasuke," while also leaning against the remaining stump and folding his arms across his chest. Sakura sleepily mutters, "Good morning, Naruto," while Sasuke doesn't say anything. All of them wait for their sensei to begin their test. After waiting for 1 hour, Naruto patience ran thin and he decides to continue his new experience gaining sparring training. He went to the center of training ground and creates 5 Kage bunshins. He ignored curious glance from both of his teammates and starts to practice. Both Sakura and Sasuke saw him practice taijutsu, kenjutsu, bojutsu. While Sakura was impressed in his skill, Sasuke was gritting his teeth in jealousy. One thing the dark-haired boy noticed that as time passed, Naruto steadily improved. He wanted to know his secret but didn't want to get low to ask the dobe, so he ignored him and kept discreetly observing him. After 3 hours, Naruto finished his training and went to his previous position to rest before the test. As soon as he reached there, he was bombarded with questions from both of his teammates. "Where do you learn that technique, dobe?" asked Sasuke, wanting to learn it himself. Sakura also nodded and added, "What technique is that?" Naruto saw no harm in telling a bit about it, so he went and sat on top of stump to meditative position and answered, "It's a B-rank technique named Kage Bunshin. It creates solid clones that can interact with his surrounding like original. Only problem is that they will dispels with a single solid hit. That's all I am going to say." And began to meditate. "Teach me that technique, dobe," demanded Sasuke. Naruto sighed at the demanding tone and opened his eyes and looked at the duck-but-haired boy in annoyance. "Watch the tone, Sasuke. And what did you think, that I will tell you all about my technique just because you told me to? No, I don't think so. And even if you know this technique, you can't use it because it requires large chakra reserve. So please don't waste my time anymore," finished Naruto and closed his eyes to meditate. Sasuke seethed seeing being refused by dobe but decided not to do anything now due to their test. While all this was going, Sakura was silently wondering about the change of Naruto. Now that she was thinking about it, these changes started before starting of last year. Before that, Naruto always pulled pranks and disrupts class and always talked loudly. But last year, although he pulled pranks but not frequently, he didn't disrupt any class, and except from some occasion he didn't talk overly loudly. But the biggest difference is before he would ask her to a date almost every time he talked to her, but now from the last year, he didn't even mention anything about a date when they talk, even that was scarce. Sakura was so distracted in her thoughts that she didn't register any conversation between Naruto and Sasuke. And when she came to her sense, Naruto was already meditating and Sasuke had a severe scowl on his face. She didn't want to anger her Sasuke-kun anymore, so she kept her silence and waited for her sensei. Soon Kakashi appeared, and as soon as he appeared, he dodged a kunai aimed at him. Kakashi looked to his left to see a Naruto with his eyes closed and his hand out. "If you want to waste your own time, well, that's fine, but don't waste ours, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto told him. Kakashi sighed as he wondered what the deal with Naruto is. He had already discussed his worry with Hokage, but he told him that there isn't anything to worry about and he had known about the change in Naruto. "All right, we will administer the test," Kakashi said as he pulled out the bells and continues, "The objective is for you to get these 2 bells from me. The 2 who manage to get them are allowed to eat, but the one who doesn't get anything." Waiting to hear 3 stomach growl in hunger but only heard 2. He narrows his eye at Naruto. Shrugging the narrowed-eyed stare of the Jonin, Naruto explained, "What you didn't order to not to eat, and even if have ordered that, I would have ignored that because I did not follow stupid orders." Kakashi nods in acceptance. "Listen, you two, Naruto is right. You will have to rely on your own rational thoughts to determine which orders are stupid and not to be followed. Kakashi informed the other two, making both them nod. Anyway, now in regarding to the test, just to let you know, if you fail to get a bell you will be dropped from the program completely, Kakashi said seriously. Naruto wasn't really fazed, but Sasuke did have a look of anxiety on his face. All right, come at me with the intent to kill or you won't get these bells, Kakashi told them. Everyone nodded as they waited for their test to begin. Kakashi set the clock down as he adjusted the time. After that was done, Kakashi came back to them. The trees swayed slightly as Kakashi closed his eye. Everyone tensed slightly as Kakashi's eye shot open. Begin, he said as everyone disappeared. Kakashi smirked as he looked around. The two of the three genins dashed off to the trees to hide their positions, making Kakashi smile. It was a good sign that they did listen to the academy lectures and understood some of Shinobi's rules. Never show your location to your enemy. They did just that by hiding from him. It was not that they could actually hide from him, they were just genins and he was an elite jonin. They were merely trying and he could give point for their attempts. He looked towards the place where his genins were standing and sweat dropped seeing Naruto standing there, arms crossed and a serious expression on his face. He couldn't help but say, "You are weird. You know, shouldn't you hide like others?" And took out his book from his back pouch. Naruto raises an eyebrow at the book but answered nonetheless, "What's the point? It's not like you didn't know where they were hiding. You are an elite jonin after all." Finished and enters his fighting stance. Hearing this, both Sasuke and Sakura stiffens at their hiding position. "Shall we get started, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto said while grinning. Kakashi raised a brow but nonetheless continued reading his book. He had taken it out as soon as the test begins. To anyone he might not look like he was ready, but Kakashi was paying attention to Naruto. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared in front of Kakashi. Fast, Kakashi thought with wide eyes. He had never seen an academy graduate move that fast, never in his life. He expected Naruto to surprise him, but this was too much for a surprise. Naruto's right hand rushed at Kakashi, but Kakashi was quick to get over his shock. He was fast to react. He blocked the blow. He felt a tiny bit of the power behind the punch. He hits like Guy but on a smaller scale, Kakashi thought. Naruto swings his right leg and attempted to kick Kakashi on his left side. Kakashi raised his knee to block the attack. He quickly put away his book because he now knew he would get embarrassed by a genin if he continued reading the book. Sasuke, hidden in the trees, gritted his teeth in anger. Naruto was moving far faster than he could and seemed better than he was. Kakashi brought his right leg trying to hit Naruto. His foot connected with Naruto's hand. He retrieved his leg and brought it back again at Naruto. This time he spun around for more speed and power. Naruto brought out both his hands to block the attack. The power behind the kick was enough to force him back a feet away from Kakashi. "This should be entertaining," Naruto said, just enough for Kakashi to hear him. "This is the result of my training," thought Naruto happily. Kakashi looked at Naruto straight in his eyes. He seems to be happy. He must really love the thrill of a good fight, Kakashi thought, looking at the blonde. There was no smile, but he could see a bit of excitement in Naruto's eyes. Kakashi got into his own stance. Naruto seemed to be good in taijutsu and his speed was impressive. He had to fight more seriously if he was going to evaluate Naruto's strength. Naruto got back into his stance. He knew he could not beat Kakashi, but fighting against someone who could match and surpass your every move was something he could not miss. It will give him a valuable experience. Both he and Kakashi disappeared from view and clashed in a taijutsu fight. Naruto attempted to kick Kakashi in the face, but Kakashi bended back to avoid being hit. Naruto spun around using his hands on the ground by balancing himself and not giving Kakashi enough time to attack him. Spinning around, he brought his right foot, trying to gut the jonin. Kakashi caught the blow and held Naruto's foot firmly with both his hands. Kakashi sent a fast right foot and crashed into Naruto's stomach, sending the blonde flying away. Kakashi did not give Naruto the time to recover. Within seconds, he was already in front of Naruto. He sent a right hook which Naruto was quick enough to block. Naruto jumped away from the jonin to regroup himself. He went through hand seals at a fast speed and shouts "Keton Enden," and let out a fireball at Kakashi. Kakashi's eye widened at seeing a fresh genin performing an elemental release attack, and was distracted for a few moments, which Naruto took advantage of by rushing Kakashi again. He tried crashing his foot into Kakashi's ribs, but the jonin jumped back. Naruto did not stop. He dashed at Kakashi and jumped up. He appeared above Kakashi. His right foot was crashing down with speed and power. Kakashi did not attempt to block. He replaced himself with a log. Naruto's foot connected with the log, creating a huge dent in it. Sasuke was now feeling jealousy towards Naruto. Naruto was faring well against a jonin, while he could not do anything. Naruto was just a dead last. What could have changed for the blonde to be better? Naruto landed on the ground and stood still. His eyes narrowed to while trying to sense where Kakashi is. But the jonin was nowhere to be seen. Kakashi made his way to the trees to look for the genins. He was in no hurry because he knew that sooner or later one would come after him and try to get the bells. He was able to detect Sakura rather easily. A few seconds later, he detected Sasuke hiding in a tree. He looked at Sakura's direction and decided to start with her. She was the weakest of the three, no doubt about that. She was no challenge in taijutsu, so he decided ninjutsu would be a better test for her. The girl had a great mind. Ninjutsu should be a good challenge for her. Sakura felt a bit dizzy. Her vision was blurry. She could not understand what was happening to her. The last minute she was perfectly fine hiding away from Kakashi, while she was also looking for Sasuke. She wanted to hide where Sasuke was hiding. She needed to be near her Sasuke-kun so he could get a better look at her. But now she did not feel well. Ugh! Sakura! She was brought out of her thoughts when she heard a voice calling her name. She could now see clearly, and the weird feeling she was feeling in her head was gone. She looked up to see Sasuke coming into view. She beamed suddenly upon seeing that it was Sasuke who was calling her. "Help me!" Sasuke croaked painfully. Sakura looked closely at her Sasuke-kun. Her eyes opened wide as she watched Sasuke struggle his way towards her in horror. His body was battered and bruised. It was also pierced with several kunai. She rushed over him trembling. Her heart was beating faster than normal. Sasuke suddenly dropped to the ground. "Sasuke-kun," she thought as she stopped in her tracks as tears began to rush off her eyes. "Ah!" She screamed loudly at the thought that Sasuke was dead and fainted. Kakashi, looking from a distance, could only sweat drop. The girl had just fallen to an easy D-rank genjutsu. She was supposed to be smart and should have detected the genjutsu easily. Maybe I should have used an E-rank genjutsu, he thought. Kakashi shrugged and went away to find his next victim. While Kakashi was dealing with other genin, Naruto took that time to think about the test. There was something test itself. First is from the start of the academy, all the teachers gave extra emphasis on teamwork, which is the motto of Konoha Ninja. So what the meaning of this test, which contradicts what we learned from the academy? After some consideration, his eyes widens at a fact that he was overlooking. Kakashi said that the failure rate of this test is 66%, and according to him, from 27 graduates, 9 will only pass, and team is made of 3 genins, so that means only 3 full teams will pass. Naruto mutters to himself. But how can we pass if there are only 2 bells? It's like Kakashi was trying to divide us and fight each other to test our teamwork. As soon as he realized that, he chuckles to himself while thinking, brilliant Kakashi, a double bluff. Just as after realizing all this, Naruto suddenly heard a girl scream coming from his left. Realizing that it was Sakura, Naruto quickly ran over to Sakura's position. Quickly enough, he arrived to see her faint on the spot. Naruto ran over to her and began checking for reasons for her to faint like that, and concludes that she was under a genjutsu. Naruto could not help but shake his head, as he knew that the genjutsu used was a weak D rank level 1. How the hell that girl ever become top kunoichi in the academy? Let alone a kunoichi is beyond me, thought Naruto as he shook his head. Quickly deciding to save her, Naruto shook her awake after dispelling the genjutsu from her. After a few seconds, Sakura quickly opened her eyes, where after a moment or two cried out, "Sasuke-kun." Hey easy Sakura, you're okay," said Naruto as he tried to calm the frantic girl down. Okay, cried Sakura. "How can I be okay when Sasuke-kun is dead?" said the girl as she was on the verge of tears, thinking that Sasuke is dead. SSSSSSSHHHHHH, hissed Naruto, as he tried to get the girl to be quiet. "Sasuke isn't dead, he alive. It was all just a genjutsu that Kakashi-sensei used to trick you. You mean Sasuke-kun isn't dead? Asked the Sakura. Yes, replied Naruto and sighed at the girl's one-track mind. Upon hearing this, Sakura was about to cry out in joy that her Sasuke-kun was alive, but thankfully Naruto covered her mouth to stop her from shouting and giving their position always to Kakashi. After which he then told her that she had to be quiet, where she finally nodded in understanding, where Naruto removed his hand from her mouth. Okay, Sakura. Now listen up, I think I have figured out the test and I'm going to need your help, spoke Naruto before he was interrupted by Sakura. Why the hell should I help you, Naruto? Asked Sakura while trying to find any hidden ulterior motive. Because it's the only way that we're going to pass, as the both of us and Sasuke have to work together to beat Kakashi and get the bells from him and pass this test, replied Naruto. No way, Sasuke-kun is the best, he will get both bells from Kakashi-sensei, and will give me the other one where we will then both pass and be together as it should be, said the pink-haired girl. Sakura, you don't understand what I am telling you, you're letting your stupid crush over the Uchiha to blind you. The bells don't matter, the real meaning of the test is spoke Naruto before he was interrupted by Sakura again. I understand perfectly, Baka. You plan to use Sasuke-kun and me to get the bells for you and then take them off us and keep them to yourself when we've done all the hard work. So that you will pass and we will fail and go back to the academy, because you know that Sasuke-kun is cooler and better than you in everything and want to get rid of both him and me. But I won't let you. Sasuke-kun and I are going to get the bells together and we'll be a team, said the deluded fangirl, after which she then left to find Sasuke. Eric's stupid fangirl. I'm beginning to see why crush on her disappears, said Naruto to himself, after which he then decided to see if he could find the Uchiha. After a few minutes, he found Sasuke attacking Kakashi. Sasuke made his way towards Kakashi. He had a confident look on his face. He felt confident about his chances of getting the bells. He was different from the others. He was an Uchiha and best in the academy class. He was considered a prodigy of his age. I'm going to get those bells, he said arrogantly. Kakashi looked at him once, then looked back to his book. His response to the proclamation annoyed the hell out of the Uchiha. It was like the Jonin was taking his challenge as if it was nothing, not worth his time. He hated anyone who felt as though they were superior to him. He rushed towards the Jonin at his full speed. Kakashi was slightly surprised by the speed the young Uchiha was showing. He did not put away his book though. He waited for Sasuke to come at him. Sasuke jumped and brought his right fist, trying to punch Kakashi on his face. Kakashi blocked with his free hand. Sasuke was quick to use his other hand. He forced Kakashi to dodge his punch. Sasuke engaged the Jonin again. He attempted to side-kick the Jonin, but Kakashi blocked his attack. Sasuke did not stop, he brought out his other leg trying to kick the Jonin. Kakashi was again quick to block again. Shit, I can't read my book like this, Kakashi thought. Sasuke brought out his left hand trying to punch Kakashi in the chest, but the Jonin blocked again, frustrating Sasuke. But he did not give up. His left leg moved faster than before, heading straight at Kakashi's waist. Kakashi caught Sasuke's leg, but was not given the chance to do anything as Sasuke moved with impressive flexibility. He tried gutting the Jonin with his left hand. Kakashi was up to the challenge. He caught Sasuke's hand with his other hand. Sasuke had expected as much. His free hand moved for the bells hanging on Kakashi's belt. He almost get them, but Kakashi let go of him and jumped back a bit. Kakashi looked at Sasuke. The boy was certainly good for an academy graduate. With his taijutsu, he could actually beat seasoned genin. He rushed at Sasuke, catching Sasuke off guard by his superior speed. He spun around and kicked Sasuke in the chest. Sasuke flew back but recovered quickly and landed on his feet. You certainly are good, better than most genins. Kakashi commented on Sasuke's skills in taijutsu. He was certainly skilled, and Kakashi was impressed by the young Uchiha. Sasuke did not react to Kakashi's words. He was a little angry that he was not able to get the bells. What was more troubling was that he was unable to land a hit on the Jonin. Jonins were really strong, they were unlike any other shinobi. But he still had an ace in his pocket. He smirked and inhaled large amounts of wind. He held his hands together near his mouth as he muttered his jutsu. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. He breathed out a large fireball that sped toward Kakashi. This was ace. The Jonin wouldn't have expected him to do that. He would certainly burn the jonin with his jutsu and get the bells. Kakashi had wide eyes as he looked at the jutsu. What with the academy graduate performing elemental jutsu, he thought. It was a surprise to him that Sasuke could do the jutsu at such a young age. Naruto is an exception due to his large chakra capacity. He quickly replaced himself with a log to avoid him being burned. Sasuke smirked in victory seeing his sensei burned. He ended his jutsu. He looked at where Kakashi was standing to see a burned log. Kawarimi, he thought as he gritted his teeth. Where did he go? Behind me, above? Though Sasuke as he looked all around each direction for any sign of the Jonin sensei. Looking for me, said Kakashi as he grabbed Sasuke's right leg from underground as he used Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, and pulled Sasuke underground leaving just his head above ground. After which Kakashi came out from the ground and kneeled down in front of Sasuke, who was glaring at him and angry at being humiliated in this way as he could not move. Sasuke cursed as he felt his feet being dragged down the ground. He was unable to stop being dragged into the pit. Kakashi got out from the ground and appeared in front of the buried Uchiha. Sasuke was buried with only his head being the only part of his body left on the surface. He glared at Kakashi angrily. "Get me out of here," he demanded. He felt embarrassed by being caught so easily. He was stuck in the pit and could not move his feet or legs. "Sasuke-kun." A screeching voice of Sakura stopped Kakashi from responding. Kakashi looked at the pink-haired girl wondering when she had woken up. Sakura burst out from the clearing, and when she sees only Sasuke's head, she screeched loudly and faints again. Kakashi's sweat dropped seeing her reaction, and was about to wake her up when several smoke bombs exploded around them. When the smoke cleared, Kakashi was holding on to Naruto and Sasuke was still stuck in the same spot he was in. "Nice try, Naruto, but not good enough, as the simple trick won't work on me," spoke Kakashi with some humor in his voice, although that was quickly replaced with surprise as Naruto and Sasuke both smirked and puffed out of existence. Upon realizing he had been duped again by Naruto, Kakashi could not help but smile to himself, although the only sign of him smile was the U-shape eye smile that could be seen thanks to his mask and headband covering the rest of his face. Sneaking devil, he used the smokescreen not only to cover his rescue of Sasuke and Sakura but his escape as well, where he used a Kawarimi no Jutsu to replace Sasuke with a cage bunshin and had it henge into Sasuke. So I would think he hadn't freed him, and then when I caught him he used the Kawarimi no Jutsu to replace himself with another cage bunshin. I have to admit he mastered the basic ninjutsu well and knows how to use them effectively, not to mention he has mastered the Kage bunshin no Jutsu to an impressive level and can use it just as effectively as the other jutsu. The kid's definitely a talented, that's for sure, and considering that he rescued both Sasuke and Sakura, he may have figured out the secret to the test as well. The only things left are, can he get the others to work with him, and if so, what will they do to try to get the bells from me? Thought Kakashi as he walked around the clearing. At another clearing. "Let go of me, dope," said Sasuke as he got out of Naruto grip after Naruto had pulled him away out of the smoke screen after he got out of the ground. "Yesh, a little gratitude would be nice, Sasuke, as I just saved your sorry ass, and who are you calling dope?" said Naruto with narrowed eyes. "You, since that what you are," stated Sasuke smugly, trying to show him his place. At this Naruto could scoffed. "Well, if I'm such a dope, then why was it you that was stuck in the ground and I was the one that saved your arrogant ass, which I'm already beginning to regret as of now," said Naruto. Sasuke of course glared at Naruto's remark as he didn't like being remained that he had been beaten so easily and how Naruto had saved him. "I never asked you for your help and I don't need it." "Ha!" said Naruto in mock laughter. "Save the tough talk for your fangirls, Team U, and I know that you can't beat Kakashi-sensei by yourself. I don't think I can either as he has more skill and experience than the both of yous combined, but we might stand a chance if we can work together to get the bells." At this Sasuke scoffed. "You, me, working together, don't make me laugh, dope. I don't need your help or anyone else. I can get those bells by myself, you guys would just slow me down as relying on others is for the weak." After which Sasuke left Naruto to go and make another attempt at getting the bells from Kakashi. Stubborn, stupid, arrogant, Uchiha, thought Naruto when Sasuke left, as he knew that if Sakura and Sasuke did not work with him to try and get the bells then both would fail. But the two of them were too overconfident and full of them or obsessed in Sakura's case to work with him or even try. Well, it's not like it will affect on my career in any way as I have already completed an A-ranked mission and now I can test myself fully to a full-pledged jonin by going all out. That will give me an idea to further improve my training methods. Thought Naruto. After Naruto's rescue of Sasuke, Kakashi wandered around the clearing waiting for Naruto and possibly the others to make their next attempt. After waiting a few minutes, Kakashi was starting to get bored and was about to get his Ika Paradise book from his pouch and read it while waiting. But before he could even try, he suddenly felt a chakra signature approach him. After a few seconds, Naruto appeared in the clearing by himself. Well, is it your turn now, Naruto? I'm kind of surprised that you're here by yourself. I thought Sakura and Sasuke would be with you after you rescued them, spoke Kakashi, as he kept an eye out for them in case Naruto was a distraction so that Sasuke and Sakura could sneak up on him. Unfortunately, they aren't, as they didn't want to work with me, replied Naruto calmly. Well, that's unfortunate, replied Kakashi, although he wasn't surprised as all the other teams he tested failed to realize the true meaning of the test. But still, Kakashi was disappointed when he heard this and had actually hoped that this team would pass, as Naruto obviously had figured out the true meaning of the test. Not to mention that both he and Sasuke showed a lot of potentially as shinobis. Even Sakura, where once she got out of her fangirl stage, grew up and trained hard, would make a fine kunoichi one day. Oh well, maybe next time though, Kakashi, before he turned his attention on Naruto again. So now that they won't help you, are you going to give up? Or are you going to try and get the bells from me? I going for the bells, replied Naruto simply. Oh, even after you saw what I did to Sakura and Sasuke, do you honestly think you can do any better than them and beat me? Asked Kakashi. I know that the odds are against me and it's unlikely that I beat you, but still that doesn't mean I shouldn't at least try, stated Naruto with confidence. Upon hearing this, Kakashi could not help but smile behind his mask. Well then, if that the case, then you better come at me with the intention to kill me, as that the only chance you have of getting these bells, spoke Kakashi calmly, as he believed he could handle anything Naruto could throw at him. Fine then, said Naruto, as he quickly raced through the gap between him and Kakashi to engage him in a fierce taijutsu battle. A second later, Naruto appeared above the jonin and attempted to pummel the jonin to the ground. Kakashi could not dodge but was able to bring out both his hands to block Naruto's punch. The power of the attack was enough to sending Kakashi crashing down the ground even though he had blocked the attack. Naruto jumped away from Kakashi, allowing the jonin to recover. Kakashi stood up from where he had landed and rushed at Naruto in great speed that should make him invincible to a genin. He appeared in front. Naruto was not fast enough to react as Kakashi's fist crashed to his gut, making him grunt at the effects of the powerful punch. Kakashi did hand seals and held his hands together close to his mouth, doing the same jutsu Sasuke had used on him earlier, albeit bigger than Sasuke's. Fire release. Great fireball no jutsu. Naruto also began his hand seals to counter the jutsu and yelled Suetun. Mizu Tate no jutsu and created a shield of water around him as a cylindrical barrier that reaches just above his head. Seeing this, Kakashi ended his jutsu in surprise that Blonde can perform attack from two different elements. This gives Naruto another opportunity to perform more hand seals and intoned Suetun, Mizu Shuriken no jutsu, and manipulate the water from his previous jutsu to create multiple small shuriken comprised of water and launch them towards Kakashi. It gives Kakashi some trouble to dodge them all, but he was elite jonin for nothing, and after dodging, "You are far better than I thought, far better than Sasuke. I don't think there is a genin in Konoha that can beat you, but I must end this now," Kakashi said. Naruto smiles inwardly at the praise and readies himself for anything Kakashi might have planned. For the next few minutes, Naruto attacked Kakashi with a series of hard and fast jabs and punches, which Kakashi was able to dodge and block effectively enough, although was having some difficulty as he was unfamiliar with the taijutsu style that Naruto was using, as it was not your typical taijutsu style. As Kakashi was blocking and dodging Naruto's jabs and punches, Naruto saw a slight opening and took it by trying to deliver a hard elbow strike to Kakashi's neck. But just before he could hit it, Kakashi blocked the strike by catching Naruto's elbow in his left hand. Not to be deterred, Naruto tried to deliver a knee strike to the left side of Kakashi's head, but yet again Kakashi was able to block it with his left elbow. In an impressive feat of flexibility and agility, Naruto was able to push himself off Kakashi and do a mid-air spin kick and hit the right side of Kakashi's head. Unfortunately, when Naruto hit Kakashi, he turned into a wooden log, showing that Kakashi had used a Kurama no jutsu to avoid being hit by Naruto. Well, that was exciting, spoke Kakashi as he was leaning against a tree nearby, whereupon seeing him Naruto quickly spun around fell into a taijutsu stance. The kid is certainly something else, though Kakashi as he looked at Naruto with a calculating glaze which was hidden by an amused look. His attacks are hard and fast and are just as fierce as Sasuke's. Yet I can tell that whatever style he's using he has yet to fully master it, as I can still see flaws in them. Before we continue any further, perhaps you can tell me the name of the style you're using, as I'm unfamiliar with it and I have never seen it before, asked Kakashi with generally curiosity, as he could tell that given time and enough training Naruto could be quite dangerous with the style once he mastered it. But before Naruto could respond they all heard the sound of alarm signaling that the test is over. Kakashi told Naruto to go to the starting place of the test and went to retrieve Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto was leaning against the middle post and was happy at the result of his training. He determines that his present training method is effective enough to give Kakashi, who is an elite jonin, a bit of trouble. He was interrupted from his thoughts when he saw Sakura and Sasuke came near him, and in a flash he was tied to the post. Naruto looked towards Kakashi and growled, "What is the meaning of this, Kakashi?" "Well, one of you should have to be tied to the post and you are closest to it, so there," Kakashi nonchalantly answered. Although not meaning anything by it, he doesn't know that his reasoning lost a bit of respect from Naruto. "Well, no one among you will have to return to academy," declared Kakashi with an eye smile. This causes Sakura to look towards him in hope and Sasuke to smirk. Naruto totally ignores what Kakashi just said and was gritting his teeth, trying to control his anger at Kakashi's behavior towards him. Seeing happy expressions on both Sasuke and Sakura, he continues, "You all should just give up on being ninja." He scolds them harshly. Kakashi turns towards Sakura. "Sakura, you didn't do anything, and only went after Sasuke, and didn't even try to help Naruto when he rescued you." Sakura's face fells at his remark and hangs her head in shame. Then he turns towards Sasuke. "And you, Sasuke, you were the worst, thinking that you can take a jonin and an elite one on top of that. And even you refused to work with Naruto after he rescued you," finished Kakashi, and as soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke, who was scowling and gritting his teeth in anger, while listening the entire thing, snapped and lunged towards Kakashi, but in a flash Kakashi restrained him by twisting his arm which was holding kunai to his back and slammed him to the ground hard while keeping Sasuke's head down by his foot and sits on him. Kakashi then turns towards Naruto and saw his head bowed down and shaking and thought that he was afraid. "You, Naruto, while you tried to work with your teammates and gave me quite a bit of challenge, and by that I can tell you that at today's date you are strongest genin of your age group in all of the village, but you should have tried more to convince them and try to work together with them even when they refused. I am disappointed in you," finished Kakashi with a frown. Sasuke grit his teeth in anger and jealousy hearing that Naruto is strongest genin in the village, and Sakura was speechless hearing Kakashi acknowledge the class dead last. Kakashi stood up realizing Sasuke causing him to stand up, and they all looked towards Naruto and saw that he was shaking badly. Kakashi went towards him to know if he is all right. "Naruto, are you all rig?" Before Kakashi could finish his sentence when suddenly the post on which Naruto was bound and the ground under Naruto cracked severely. Their eyes widened in disbelief seeing the damage, and when they saw that Naruto's body was glowing light purple in color, they understood that it was caused by Naruto. This causes Kakashi to jump back to his previous position and cautiously called, "Naruto." Hearing his name called, Naruto slowly looked up and gives Kakashi an icy glare. His dark blue eyes are turned to sky blue in color, and the glare reminds Kakashi of another blonde from his past. But before Kakashi could say anything, Naruto began, "Why do you think that you being disappointed in me will affect me in any way?" in a monotone. "You are just a jonin chosen to lead this team, so I don't care what you think of me. Now on to the points of view my performance on the test. I asked them to work with me, but they both brushed me off even before I could explain the point of your stupid exam," continues Naruto. Hearing this causes Sakura to hang her head and Sasuke to simple scoff. "You are stupid enough to give 3 new genin who doesn't get along a test to require teamwork. But you forgot that teamwork comes with experience and after spending some time with the time. And most important fact is that if you have seen my record file, you would have saw that I have already completed an A-rank mission, and due to this I don't need to pass this exam. Even then I tried to work with them, and you said I would have worked harder to work together with them and tried to work with them despite their dislike of me. Well, I don't give a damn about this test, and I don't give a damn about your disappointment." Naruto finished his rant and took a deep breath to calm him. The training ground is filled with silence, which was broken by Sasuke, who scoffed. The dope thinks highly of him. And what's this lies about completing an A-ranked mission? Like anyone will believe that. But Naruto simply ignores them and looks towards Kakashi. Well, is there anything more or I can go? Asked Naruto. Kakashi sighed and decided to deal with Naruto later. Well, you know the true meaning of the test, but Sakura and Sasuke doesn't know. Kakashi told him and turned towards his remaining students. Well, as Naruto said, true meaning of this test is teamwork. You all should have fight with me together, that would have increased your chances to get a bell, finished Kakashi. Seeing Sakura wanting to ask something and knowing what she wants to know, he continues, yes, despite having only bells. If you could have got a bell through your combined effort, then all you would have passed. You three always remember this. In the shinobi world, those who disobey rule are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Kakashi said to them seriously. He wanted Naruto to understand the importance of working together. Naruto knew that Kakashi's aim was him by this, but he already understands the importance of teamwork, but that didn't mean he would allow himself to walk over by anyone. But Naruto gave Kakashi a nod and waits for the Jonin to dismiss them. Seeing Naruto's nod of understanding, well, now that everyone knows the importance of teamwork, I have one last thing to say. Team 7 passed, and from tomorrow we will begin missions dismissed. Kakashi finished and vanished in a swirl of leaf. As soon as Kakashi dismissed them, Naruto also went to exit the ground but heard the brooder himself. He dobe, what's that about an A-ranked mission? But Naruto ignores him and continues on his way. He wants to know the reason of him being angry on just a small thing. And there is only one who can answer him. Chapter 7, Perfect Chakra Control. Drip, drip, drip. As soon as Naruto reached his training ground, he went to meditate, wanting to know the reason for his burst of anger, and who else to know about it than the entity that lives inside him. So now he was inside his mindscape, wanting to know directly from Kyuubi. After entering his mindscape, he went directly towards the chamber which contains Kyuubi. He enters and saw Kyuubi laying on his front legs and waiting for him. Well, I think you know why I have come here. So please, if you can explain it to me about it, and what was that purple aura that appeared around me at that time? Asked Naruto. Kyuubi sat on his haunches and informed him, the reason of your brief burst of anger was because of me. Seeing Naruto's worried frown, he decides to explain before it leads to misunderstanding. Don't worry, it wasn't all my doings. You are also angry on Kakashi. I only amplified it for you. He would have said more but was interrupted by Naruto. But what is the reason for you manipulate my anger that much? Don't interrupt me, Gaki. I increased your anger to help you attain perfect chakra control. Kyuubi finished and grumbled something about the impatient brat. Naruto easily ignored Kyuubi's grumbling and was ecstatic at finally achieving perfect chakra control. Before he could forget in the heat of his excitement of attaining perfect chakra control, he remembered his other question. So he turns towards the Kyuubi and asked, but what is that purple aura that appeared around me? That is the color of your chakra after achieving perfect control. As you would have noticed that everyone's chakra was blue in color, varies between light blue to dark blue? Asked Kyuubi, and getting a nod in return, and continues, but what you or any don't know was that the physical and mental energies colors are dark blue and dark red. So when you attain perfect control, your physical and mental energies are balanced equally, so their colors also mixed and became purple. But as far I know, the mixture of blue and red creates magenta color, so why the chakra hue changes from blue to purple instead of magenta? Asked a confused Naruto. I have no idea why that happens, but it happens, and according to the feel of your new chakra, there are huge benefits, so deal with it, Kyuubi told him. Well, I don't have any complaint about my changes in color of my chakra, but what are the benefits you talking about? Naruto asked. Kyuubi grumbled something about giving long explanations again, but explained with a sigh. As you know, having perfect control will help you be able to excel in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, but what no one knows is that your skill in taijutsu will also increase when you will learn to properly channel chakra to your body. Although this can be performed by everyone, but for you it would be more effective as your chakra potency is also doubled. Not only that, the power of your ninjutsu will increase and it will be difficult for your enemies to break out of your jinjutsu. And the biggest benefit is now you will be able to control my chakra a bit more easily. Kyuubi informed him and lay down again. Hearing all this, Naruto looked towards Kyuubi's in gratitude and bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Kyuubi. Because of you I was able to achieve perfect chakra control. Don't say thanks to me, it's weird, and I didn't do anything for you. I did it for me because as soon you will be able to control all of my chakra, I will be free from this infernal cage. Snarled Kyuubi, trying to hide his embarrassment, and went deeper in darkness. Naruto only chuckles and responds, even then thank you, and disappears from the mindscape. Kyuubi opened his eyes and stared at the place Naruto was standing for some moments but closed his eyes and went to sleep. 1 month later. It's been a mixture of the interesting and disappointing month for Naruto. The interesting bit is related to his improvement as a shinobi, and disappointing bit is related to his team. He had heard that a team of genin is like a second family to any shinobi, so he had high hopes that he would finally find people who would be like his family, but was disappointed. The days after the true genin test, Naruto went to the designated meeting place, which was decided by Kakashi, and found that Kakashi was always late and none of his teammates utilized their time in doing anything useful. Sasuke only stood in the same place for the whole time, frowning, and he didn't even respond to Naruto's greeting. Sakura would return his greeting but then would stood next to Sasuke and trying to make a talk with him while blushing. Then after 3 to 4 hours Kakashi would come and take all of them for the regular D rank, which made Sasuke scowled, but the Uchiha didn't complain much, and after only one mission Kakashi would dismiss them for the day. The routine continues for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks Kakashi adds team building exercise to the routine before the missions. Naruto thought that now Kakashi would teach them something, but the Jonin totally ignores importance of individual strength and focused on team building exercises. He didn't even try to get Sakura out of her fangirl state, nor did he try anything to get Sasuke out of his revenge mentality. But what he found out the day before made Naruto lose every bit of respect of Kakashi, to the point that he degraded from calling the Jonin from Kakashi-sensei when he started teaching them teamwork to only Kakashi. XX Flashback XX. Naruto was worried about his teammates' growth. He can manage his training and even trained before Kakashi's arrival, but both Sasuke and Sakura don't do anything. So he decided to confront them and get them to train. After Kakashi dismissed them previous day, he follows Sasuke to his clan training ground to discuss it with him, but as he was about to enter the training ground premises, he sensed that there was already someone present, and by the lack of surprise from Sasuke indicates that the person was waiting for Sasuke to arrive. Naruto suppressed his chakra completely, which he was able to do to achieving perfect chakra control, and hides in a nearby bush and peeked to take a look of the person waiting there. What he saw filled him with anger and disbelief. He saw Kakashi training Sasuke in something with the use of a leaf. He saw Kakashi demonstrate first, and the leaf curled up like a ball. Naruto also heard Kakashi explain it to Sasuke, and he strains his ears to hear what they were talking about. Listen Sasuke, your element is Raiton same as me, and this is the chakra nature transformation exercise for those whose chakra is aligned to Raiton nature. Remember this Sasuke, this is a Jonin level exercise. Kakashi informed the Uchiha. This doesn't mean that you can't be able to use any other element, but Raiton will be easier. This exercise first required you create a chakra field over the leaf, then you must concentrate on all the chakra molecules present on the leaf and make them vibrate by imagining the vibration. This will create a change to the chakra field on the leaf to electric field, which in turn will cause the leaf to curl up. The more the leaf will curl, the more your Raiton manipulation will improve more. Kakashi explained and leaves with a shunshin, leaving Sasuke alone, who begins the exercise. XX Flashback End XX. Now Naruto was waiting for Kakashi to show up and to ask him about his blatant favoritism of Sasuke. Both Sasuke and Sakura were standing to his side. Sasuke was, as usual, brooding, and Sakura was fawning over him. While waiting for Kakashi, Naruto thought about the good thing that happened to him, and all of them were related to his training. He had finally finished the level 10 fuinjutsu scroll. Now the only thing he had yet to complete is the test given at the end. There is a test in which he is required to analyze and decode the seal given at the end. He had started to analyze the seal just the 2 days before, and he can tell that is the second complex seal he had ever seen, first one being the seal used to seal away Kyuubi. In between his studies of fuinjutsu, he had several ideas which will be possible with the things he had learned in scroll level 9 and 10. Both these scroll helped him learn various theories behind barrier ninjutsu, Jeijirensu, Kekai ninjutsu, and space-time ninjutsu, Shikonggen Rensu, Jikuken ninjutsu. He had already made a shinobi tool summoning seal and place in between his fingers, shuriken for right hand and kunai for left hand, and connect them with a space-time seal to his kunai and shuriken holster, which also has a high-level storage seal inscribed inside them. Each of these storage seals can contain 100 shurikens and kunai. He had engraved seals on all of his kunai, which will help him in performing several kekai ninjutsu like four-corner sealing barrier. He had also a pair of arm guards which covers his whole arm up to elbow, also made of chakra conducting metal. On them, he had seal which made them to be able to absorb huge amount of damage without the user doing anything. On the inner side of the arm guard, he had a seal which he had designed by combining a storage seal and summoning seal. In this, he had sealed a spool of shinobi wire on both of his hand. And lastly, he had also engraved a summoning seals on all his shinobi tools which will help him to summon them after use, so he wouldn't lose them as they are quite expensive. He had started the use of the training seals at the start of the month, and due to his super healing he had already gotten used to the first level in only 1 month. He had a hunch that adjusting time for the resistance seal will increase with the level increase. He had compared his speed and strength with the already recorded data of the average shinobi and found that his speed and strength is at mid-chunin with training seals, and without it, his speed and strength is at high chunin. He had also made excellent progress in chakra shape transformation. He can now create 5 chakra strings in both of his hands and can lengthen them up to 20 meters. He can create various irregular and regular geometrical shapes. Only shape he is having problem is spherical shape. He had found out from the book that spherical shape is the most difficult to create, let alone master, and once he can master it he would have completed one of the main thing essential in jutsu creation. His progress on this has slowed because he is now using 1 Kagebunshin with his full chakra capacity to train in it. Although his progress slowed, the success rate of him mastering doesn't decrease. As now he can perform chakra shape transformation first stage with his full reserve, and next stage is to stabilize the shape, and final step is to master the spherical shape. His experience in taijutsu, kenjutsu and ninjutsu has also increased due to his sparring with his clones. His taijutsu has increased slightly more than mid-jonin in skill. His kenjutsu and bojutsu has increased from high genin to low chunin. When he went for his entrance exam to medical corps, Mawaki-sensei herself was present to test him, and Naruto surpasses all of her expectation. He had answered all the medicine-related questions accurately and performed all the technique from the scroll without the use of the hand seals or even without saying their name. And most surprising for the Mawaki-sensei is that he was able to achieve perfect chakra control. So as for her promise, she had taken him under her wing, so now Naruto would send his clone to her every day to learn more from her. Due to that, he had to create 1 more clone to train with his medical technique. All in all, he would measure himself up to standard low special jonin level or a low B-ranked ninja. Naruto looked to a direction from which he had sensed Kakashi enters the training ground. Seeing Naruto, both Sasuke and Sakura also looked where the blonde was looking and saw Kakashi making his way towards them, his nose buried under his book while letting out an occasional giggle. Kakashi came up to them and greets with a 2-finger salute without even looking up from his book. Yo. Naruto eyebrows violently twitched. Sasuke scoffed, but their reaction was nothing compared to Sakura, who screeched, "You are late." Sudden screeched brought winces from 3 of them. Naruto sighs at the daily occurrence and interrupts before Kakashi could give his lame excuse. "Kakashi, there is something I would like to know from you." Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Naruto's tone and way of addressing him, but raised an eyebrow. "Well, what do you want to know, Naruto?" "I want to know if you are willing to teach Sakura and me anything at all, or you are only capable of teaching teamwork exercises," Naruto asked bluntly. Kakashi frowned at the question, but before he could respond, he was interrupted by Sakura. "Wait a minute, Naruto, you can't talk to Kakashi-sensei like that," Sakura admonished the blonde. Naruto looked towards her and lightly says, "Shut up, Sakura, I am not talking to you," and looked towards Kakashi and again asked, "Well, I am waiting for your answer, Kakashi," while crossing his arms across his chest and tapping his right foot on the ground. Kakashi wants to teach them but wants to wait a bit before he could make Sasuke straight, and seeing Naruto development rate, if Naruto becomes stronger quicker, it will make his work harder to get Sasuke out of his revenge mentality. "You see, Naruto, as of now you are possibly most powerful genin in whole village with exception of 1, and I am including older genin as well, so you have to wait for training before your teammate could catch up to you." Sasuke seethed hearing this while Sakura looked at Naruto in awe. But Naruto ignored all of this and gave a dumbfounded look to white-haired man. "Wait, let me get this straight. You want me to stop my training till both Sakura and Sasuke catch up with me?" asked Naruto. Kakashi nods and continues, "Yes. By doing that your teamwork will increase exponentially," Kakashi said like it was obvious. Naruto, hearing the response, doesn't say anything more and ignore Kakashi like he wasn't even present near him. Kakashi and Sasuke thought that the matter was over, but Sakura has a feeling that this wasn't the end of it. After that, they finished daily mission and training and went on his way. Naruto went towards his training ground to finally start training in Kyuubi's chakra. He had discussed it with the Kyuubi previous day and deems him ready to start tapping into his power safely. On reaching the training ground, Naruto sat on the ground to meditate in order to gain access to the potent chakra, and while sitting he began thinking what Kyuubi had told him in order to master his chakra complete. He would have to master it by tales, and there are several versions of it as well. Like for version 1, his chakra would form a transparent blood-red fox-shaped cloak around his body with tails, which depends upon the amount of the chakra. For versions 2, which start from 4 tails, in this the chakra increase exponentially and condense to form an opaque blood-red cloak around him. In version 3, which starts from 6 tails, cloak bones starts to form by further condensing. And according to the Kyuubi, he can only muster up to tailless cloak of version 1 chakra based on his chakra level without any damage to his body. Any more will start to decrease his lifespan. So Naruto cleared his mind and begins the same process which is performed to activate one's chakra for first time. After unsuccessfully trying to access for Kyuubi's chakra for about 2 to 3 hours, Naruto was about to give up for today and was about to come out of meditation when he let out a gasp of surprise and blood-red chakra burst out from his body. The chakra condensed slightly all around Naruto's body like a cloak without any distinct shape. The amount of primal feeling caused the blonde to hunch over. His hands and foot's nails increases and hardens, forming claws. His whiskers marks thicken from 3 single line to 3 jagged lines. His hair spiked even more and became messy, but the most terrifying changes is his eyes. They become blood red and have vertical slit inside them and had an animalistic feel on them. The amount of hate and negative emotions he feels is indescribable, and he feels like he had taken some kind of energy drink that powers him too tremendously and feels he can take on anything and get revenge on everyone for his shitty life. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he heard a booming voice inside his mind. Be careful, brat, that form is called Zero Tails form, and you're currently using only 1% of my chakra, and even if I am not actively trying to get control of you, my chakra is molded closely to hatred. If you let yourself be distracted even a bit, you will lose control and go to a rampage. So try to calm yourself while using my chakra, and that will be the first step to gain control over it. Advice Kyuubi. Hearing the advice, Naruto grits his teeth and closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. After calming down, he mentally asked, "What now?" "Now you do as I told you earlier. First step is to practice bringing out my chakra with nary a thought while trying to remain calm, because your enemy will not wait for you to become more powerful. Next step is to get your body used to the chakra." Kyuubi answered. "Okay, I understand the first part, but why would my body would get used to your chakra? I thought it had already used to your chakra," asked a curious Naruto. "Idiot, don't underestimate my chakra's potency. The Biju's chakra generally is more potent than regular human, but even among all other Biju, my chakra is approximately 3 times more potent than the rest. So even I was sealed inside you from your birth, your body would require you to get used to my chakra," answered Kyuubi. Naruto's eyes widens in astonishment hearing the comparison between other Bijus and Kyuubi. Wow, you really are most powerful being ever in existence. So how much difficult would it be for me to be able to master your chakra with respect to other Biju container? Kyuubi scoffed inwardly hearing the amazement from his container of his power, thinking his power pales in comparison to the Jubi, but didn't say that to him, instead answered, "I will tell you that even if I was sealed inside of you just after 2 years of your birth, then your body will not be able to withstand my chakra. That's why my previous 2 containers weren't not able to use my chakra, even if their seal is much stronger than yours. But considering all things like the seal and the fact that the Yondaime Hokage divided my yin and yang chakra before sealing my yang part in you, so it will be took you half the time and even less for the lower number of tails required for any other Jinchuriki to gain full control of their Biju's chakra." "Thank you, Kyuubi." Naruto grinned up at the beast. Kyuubi scoffed and turned away inside his cage and said, "Practice holding that amount of chakra for 1 hour, and you can only use my chakra for 1 hour per day, only at present state anymore both the seal and your body deteriorate and your lifespan will lessen." So for next several days, Naruto practiced using Kyuubi's chakra for 1 hour every day at the ending of his training time of the day. He noticed that after canceling Kyuubi's chakra, he becomes extremely exhausted on the first day, but as time passed his body began to gain resistance of it, and after 5 days he didn't even see any difference from when had started. After that, Kyuubi wanted him to increase more chakra practices in it, but he insisted that first, he would like to gain perfect control over this state. So he started to control that chakra so he can channel chakra without any change in his appearance. It took him next 10 days to get in full control over it, and now he can enter and dismiss zero-tail state instantly without changing his appearances except his eyes, which remained red with slit pupil but lost animalistic rage they had in them previously. After continuing his training routine for 15 days, his overall level has increased from mid-chunin to low jonin level. Now Naruto is making his way to Hokage's office. He had noticed something in the instruction to mission scroll and wants to discuss with the old man. On the way, he is analyzing the effect of Kyuubi's chakra on his body. Now that he can successfully enters the zero-tail state, he noticed that all of his body stats like strength, speed, senses, reaction timing, endurance, and flexibility also increased while he was using the zero-tailed state. That means all of his stats will increase from low special jonin to mid-special jonin while using the zero-tailed state. He had discussed it with the Kyuubi, who informed him that for every next level his body stat will also increase a set amount from the previous level. For example, now his base body stat without the seals is equal to a low special jonin, and if his body stat remains same, then at zero-tailed state it will increase to mid-special jonin, at one tail it will increase to approximately high special jonin, at two tails it will increase to approximately low-level jonin, at three tails body stat will be at approximately mid-level jonin. From this information, one thing is clear to Naruto, and that is the more his base stat, more boost will he got from using Kyuubi's chakra. But he had discovered a disadvantage of Kyuubi's chakra, and that is while using his chakra he can't perform any ninjutsu. So he would heavily rely on taijutsu, and if an opponent has any way of negating the damage received from taijutsu or neutralize the Kyuubi's chakra, then his advantage will be useless. When Naruto informed Kyuubi of this, he was informed that there is way to use ninjutsu while using his chakra, but he would inform Naruto when he would successfully master three-tailed state. Another thing Naruto noticed when checking the Hakuin is that out of 27 locks, one lock has opened completely now that he had mastered zero-tail, and as a result one of the 27 locks that was on his chakra core is removed, which increase his physical and mental energies. Naruto was brought out of his musings when he enters the Hokage towers and make his way towards the secretary of Hokage to know that if the old man is busy. But the secretary was not present, so without any delay he opened the door and enters the office. There were already 4 people and Hokage present inside the office. A new Genin team consists of Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata, and their Jonin sensei, a hot woman with red eyes and black hair, wearing bandage-type dress whose name is Yuhi Kurinai, which shows a lot of skin. When he enters, all of them turn to look at him, and all of their reaction varies from them. While Kiba sneered watching the dead last entering like he owns the place, Shino only raised his eyebrows. Hinata's reaction is more interesting. Her whole face became red and she looks down while poking her both hands forefinger with each other. Their sensei's eyes only widen slightly. At first, Naruto thought she is also ignorant like the villagers, but when he looks her in the eye he only found curiosity and not hate. In response to their reactions, Naruto only waves at them to carry on and went towards a window present at the corner and gaze outside without telling anyone anything. This was a wrong thing to do, especially to Kiba, who thought that the dead last is ignoring him in alpha. So without thinking that he was in presence of the Hokage, he snarled, "Dobe, what is the meaning of this? Why are you here?" In a loud voice. Both Kurinai and the Hokage wanted to know the answer and want to see how the blonde handled the brash boy. In response to Kiba's question, Naruto turns only slightly to his left and turns his head to look him in the eye and rhetorically said, "Why would anyone go to anywhere? Obviously. I have something to discuss with old man Hokage." Hearing the old man comment, the whole team 8 gapes at him and looks towards the Hokage to see if he would give any punishment to the blonde, but only hears him chuckle. Naruto continues and addresses the Hokage, "Don't mind me, old man, continue with the meeting," and turn back to gaze outside the window. Seeing the Dobe ignoring him again angers Kiba more. So Kiba snarled and lunges at him while shouting, "Dobe, don't ignore me." But before he could do anything he felt someone restraining him from his back while holding his neck. At first Kiba thought that the person was Shino, but then he felt a kunai at his throat and sees the person's blonde hair, which freezes him on the spot, and thought, "How the hell did he get behind me? What do you think you are doing Kiba?" hissed Naruto near his ear, which caused him to stiffen more. Naruto then turns Kiba towards him, which caused Kiba's eyes widen because what he saw shocked him out of his stupor. Kurinai couldn't understand what's the problem between Naruto and her student is, so when she saw that Kiba was about to attack the blonde, and on top of that when his back was turned she was ready to restrain him, but before she could do anything her eyes widened when a second Naruto seemed to materialize between her and Kiba and restrained him by holding him in a chokehold. But she was Jonin for nothing. She recovers instantly before anyone noticed, but before she could say anything she saw Naruto forcibly turn Kiba towards them, and she saw Kiba's shock at seeing something behind her and turns to see what baffled her student and her eyes widens once again. Aburame Shino is a calm, collected and curious person who always analyzes every situation logically, which is the way of Aburame clan. But he can't logically analyze a situation where he can explain the sudden improvement of class dead last. So when Kiba attacks Naruto, he came to a logical conclusion that Kiba is jealous of Naruto's improvement. But even he was unprepared for the blonde's counter when he seemingly materialized behind Kiba and swiftly restrained him. When he was about to help his teammate by freeing him from Naruto, he suddenly felt a hand on his left shoulder, and when he saw whose hand that was, he lost his calm and his jaw hung open slightly by seeing that the hand belonged none other than Naruto himself, and what's more baffling that there is 3 more Naruto present behind each of his teammates. So Aburame Shino came upon a situation in which he can't logically explain how a genin newly made genin at that was able to went behind a jonin and 2 genin simultaneously. The tension was thick in the room and all of Team 8 is feeling it, but in the tense situation one thing was clear in the head of whole Team 8, and that is to never underestimate Uzumaki Naruto ever again. The tension of the room was broken by the chuckling Hokage, excellent use and mastery of Kagebunshin Naruto. But please, there is no need for them. Come take a sit here, Naruto, said the old man lightly while gesturing to the seat in front of his desk. Naruto, despite the light tone, heard the order in it, so he makes his way to the chair from the window, and as soon as he sat the bunshins all disappeared without any sound or smoke, like they were not present there to begin with. The old man turned towards the female jonin. We will continue this discussion later, but now you have your mission, so get on with it. Dismissed. Hearing the clear dismissal from the Hokage, Team 8 departs from the office. Then the old Hokage brought his attention towards the stiffly sitting blonde in front of him and chuckled. No need to be so stiff, Naruto, they are gone. And watch the tension leave the younger boy's shoulder. The old man decides to ask, what is the problem you want to discuss with me? Naruto decides to be direct. I wanted to know what the requirement is if I want to go on higher ranked missions, and if it's possible to do them without my team or any other team for that matter. The old Hokage frowns at hearing this, wondering if should ask the reason behind the query, but in the end, decides to ask, why do you want to ask about higher ranked mission specific in this early stage of your career? Well, the main reason is money. As you know, I have to cover my expense now that I am a shinobi, and the reason for the doing mission without my team is the favoritism shown to Sasuke by Kakashi, Naruto informed the old Hokage. Explain, ordered the old man. So Naruto explained what he saw when he wanted to confront Sasuke about training. More, the old man hears more. He is ashamed of Kakashi. But regardless, he couldn't interfere with any jonin's way of teaching her charge unless situation leads to wastage of potential of the charge under the jonin. And he had gall to tell me that I should wait till my teammates reach my level, then he would train me. Naruto finished his rant and took a deep breath to calm down. That last line seals the deal, and if left unchecked it would affect Naruto's future. Well, I will tell you, but first tell me what happened to the money you received from your parents, asked the old man after hearing the blonde. Well, I have used all of it by buying my shinobi attire, weapons, and supplies of finest qualities, answered the blonde. Hearing the response, the old man ponders what quality and amount of the goods he bought that he used up 100,000 yen. Seeing the old man deep in thought, Naruto coughed and smiles slyly. Looks like you're getting up on years, old man. Maybe you should hand over your hat to me now. The old man chuckled and said, says the boy who always calling me old man. Well, on a serious note, I can tell you minimum requirements for any regular mission of any rank. After that we will discuss about favoritism issue. And light up his pipe and took a puff of smoke. Okay, Ji-chan, as you wish. Wait, what did you meant by regular mission of any rank? I thought missions are only classified by their rank only, asked a perplexed Naruto. Hearing the question, the Hokage sighed while exhaling a lot of smoke and began to explain the regular kind of mission are those that doesn't involve welfare of village itself except financial welfare. A shinobi can choose between any available mission of any rank according to their preferences and get paid accordingly, which is dependent on rank of the chosen mission by the mission client. The village will get their cut from the payment. The bulk of village's income is directly dependent upon these kinds of missions. The old man paused to take another puff of smoke and continued. The other kind of mission can directly affect village defense and security and can only be done by the shinobi who are specifically selected by high authorities like myself, Jonin Commander, Umbu commander, and on special occasion the squad leader to whom mission is assigned to can choose their members as well. If a shinobi is selected for these types of mission, then she cannot decline them. Generally, these missions are high-paying missions due to the high risk factor. The payment is made by the village itself. The old man finished explaining while tapping his smoke pipe on ashtray while looking to Naruto's reaction to see if he understood or not. Oh wow, that was something. Well, I understood all that, Gigi, but how come they don't inform those in the academy? Well, never mind. Now about the requirements of a shinobi to take higher ranked missions, said Naruto and stare expectantly at the Hokage. The old Hokage ponders for a moment about Naruto's question about informing the mission detail to the academy students but decides to think about it later. Mainly the rank of mission a shinobi can take is dependent upon the rank of said shinobi. For example, for a Genin D rank is the lowest rank mission. For a Chunin C rank is the lowest rank mission, and he can't take any more D-ranked mission unless they were supervising a Genin team. For Jonin B rank is the lowest rank mission she can participate unless she is a Jonin sensei of a Genin team. The Hokage stops, seeing the Naruto frown. Is that mean that I can only take D-rank mission? But you also said lowest ranked mission a Genin can take, and if I can take higher ranked mission, so what's the requirement? Naruto asked the old man while scratching his chin with his index fingers and thinking what could be the requirement that determines a shinobi can take higher ranked mission. The Hokage and the old man was impressed seeing that Naruto was able to determine the subtle indications. Instead of panicking, and the Jichan in him felt proud seeing the boy who he cares about, the boy who carries a large burdens maturing before his very eyes. He clears his throat to focus the blonde's attention on him again and continues. The rank of mission for a genin is dependent on her experience, and the experience is decided by the amount of mission the genin has completed successfully. For example, for a genin like you to be able to take C rank mission is to complete at least 15 D rank missions successfully. That means for every 15 D ranked missions a genin can get 1 C ranked mission. Similarly, for any B ranked missions a genin has to complete 7 C ranked missions successfully, and for any A ranked missions genin has to be able to complete 3 B ranked mission. Finished the Hokage and took a puff of smoke. Okay, let men get this straight. For any higher ranked mission that D ranked, I have to complete a set number of previous ranked missions successfully first, and since I am a genin I have to be dependent on D ranked missions, and a chunin is dependent upon C ranked mission, and similarly a jonin is dependent upon B ranked mission. Confirmed Naruto and looked towards the old man and asked, did I get that right, Jichan? Seeing the old man nods, he continues, then what about the S ranked missions, and how much is the payment for each ranked mission? Asked Naruto with an eager expression. If the old man has any problem with his eager expression, then he didn't mention it and continues like he hadn't noticed. Well, you should know the amount of payment for D-ranked already, as you have already completed 300 of them already, mentioned the old man dryly. This caused Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his neck but stopped seeing the old man's amused expression. Naruto shrugged and answered defensively, said, you do what you got to do to get money honestly, and there isn't any rule where it said that I can't do more D-ranked mission. The old man chuckled amused at his reaction but continues, well, it's all right. Now the amount of money is similar to the mission requirements, that is an average C-ranked mission pays 15 times more than an average D-ranked mission. A B-ranked mission pays 7 times more than an average C-ranked mission, and a A-ranked mission pays 3 times more than an average B-ranked mission. The S-ranked missions came under the category of other kind of mission discussed previously, thus no shinobi can select them on their own, and it can only be assigned by the current Hokage. Finished the old Hokage and asked, is there anything else you want to know about Naruto? Learning about all the speculation of missions and their payment, Naruto can now see why nobody is able to buy more jutsu. Naruto shakes his head, deciding that there is no use in thinking that anymore, and answered, there wasn't anything else before, but now can you point me to a jonin who can explain me all about jinjutsu, as that is the only thing I wasn't able to dabble in on my own? Despite his confidence in Naruto, the old man couldn't help but doubt that blonde sitting in front of him would have made any progress on all other ninja arts except jinjutsu, and he want to make sure that whether Naruto truly believes that or boasting. He would have to find out the extent of Naruto's ability. With that conclusion, he asked, oh, that's quite a claim, my boy. Do tell me why you believe that. Naruto stare at old man eyes, wanting to know that whether he would drop the subject, but determines that is out of question. So he sighed, knowing now it's his turn to explain things. Okay, I will tell you, but first. Out of nowhere, Naruto blazed through dozens of hand seals and slammed his left palm on the table's surface. As soon as he slammed his hand, a bubble of some sorts erupted from the surface where his palm had made contact and covered both the Hokage and Naruto himself. Seeing the old man's bewildered expression, he announced the name of the technique, fuinjutsu, privacy seal. The old man's eyes widened slightly hearing the technique's name and seeing the mastery of fuinjutsu from a newly made ninja, a genin no less. Seeing this demonstration, the old man slowly came to realize that Naruto may not be boasting about his abilities after all. I can tell because I have seen the records of other ninjas and compared them with me. After training for a few days, I wanted to know whether my training method is effective or not, so I went to records office of the academy where all the shinobi's record are present. Rather than choosing any famous ninja's records, I chose average regular ninja record. As you know, those records contains body stat and all of the ninja arts mastery level of a regular average ninja. I copied the information on a spare scroll, and just yesterday, I have compared them and my abilities, and do you know what I found out? Naruto asked rhetorically, but it didn't stop from the old man to lean forwards in anticipation. I found out that overall my level would be on par with average high-level special jonin. My body stats are same as mid-level special jonin. My chakra capacity and reserve are approximately low elite jonin level. Fuinjutsu already at high Kage level. The old man's jaw dropped hearing about the blonde's abilities and nearly had a heart attack when he hears that Naruto had low elite jonin amount of chakra in such a young age. He shudders to think how much chakra he would have when he reached his prime. But he can think where it can be problem for Naruto and informs him that that's all very impressing, Naruto, but what about your chakra control, which is quite necessary for genjutsu, which you want to learn? I would imagine having such a large amount of chakra would have made your chakra control shot to hell. Naruto only chuckled, confusing the Hokage, but before he could question it, Naruto answered, "Don't worry, Ji-chan, I have attained perfect chakra control, due to which I have applied for the medical field as well, and also learning from Mawaki-sensei, who is our current medical chief of Konoha Hospital. To further prove his point, he molds his chakra, which creates a slight purple color hue of his chakra around his body for a few moments. When the old Hokage sensed Naruto's chakra, he realizes that the boy is telling the truth, but he gets a nostalgia feeling like he had felt this type of chakra before, but couldn't remember where. Just at the next moment, answer hit him like a ton of bricks and whispered out a name, Hashirama-sensei, but Naruto didn't hear it. The old man shook his head to clear his mind and congratulate the boy in front of him. Very good, Naruto, that is a feat only been done by first Hokage himself. But for you to have achieved it despite having such control, despite having large amount of chakra at such a young age, truly is a feat in of itself. Tell me how you did it." And ruffled the boy's hair slightly. Naruto blushed slightly from the praise of old man and scratched the back of his neck sheepishly while chuckling. After a few moments he composed himself and answered, "It wasn't easy. It took me 1 whole year to achieve perfect chakra control, and in the 1 whole year I had to ignore my physical stat development completely." "Why would you have to neglect your physical part of your training?" asked a perplexed Hokage. Hearing the question, Naruto looked at the Hokage strangely and wondered how is it possible that a Kage didn't realize his reason. Then came to conclusion that like any other people he never had overwhelming amount of physical energy from young age, so he also never have to stop his physical development. When Naruto realized that, he decides to explain everything about his process of attaining perfect chakra control. "You see, it's wrong idea that the more the chakra reserves of a person, his control will be shot," stated Naruto. "Huh, what do you mean by it, Naruto? It's common knowledge that if a person has large chakra reserves like you, then her control will be shot to hell," asked a perplexed Hokage. At this, Naruto shakes his head slowly and asked rhetorically, "Oh really? Then tell me, how did the first Hokage have huge amount of chakra and perfect control over it?" While crossing his arms. "I will tell you. As you know, chakra is composition of both physical and mental energy, in which physical part represents power and density of chakra, while mental part represents the amount of control a person has on his chakra." Seeing the old man nod, he continues, "Generally everyone starts with low amount of physical and mental energy, and no one has perfect balance between them. So when a ninja starts his training, his specialization depends upon which energy he concentrates on practicing. If a ninja focuses on taijutsu, then her physical energy will increase rapidly than his mental energy, and she will have less control of her chakra reserve. Likewise, if a ninja focuses on genjutsu, her mental energy will increase rapidly than his physical energy, and she will have excellent chakra control. But in both the previous case, they will have approximately same chakra levels. But in my case, I had massive imbalance of physical and mental energy due to having only young portion of QB sealed inside me, so I have to completely neglect my physical training for whole 1 year and focus heavily on chakra control throughout the year to gain perfect control over my chakra. Finished Naruto and took a breath. The old man Hokage openly gapes at him while thinking, why anyone didn't realize that? He took a puff of smoke and asked in astonishment, even then, how did you manage to completely balance your physical and mental energies from such an imbalanced state? Embarrassed hearing the tone from the Hokage, Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Well, first I mastered leaf exercise from the academy, then snuck into the genin section of the library and mastered vertical surface walking and unsteady surface walking, then combined them together to make them more difficult, and I also studied fuinjutsu from a scroll which I found the academy library, and also concentrates on studying anything ninja-related. I also mastered all the academy-level jutsu like Traveling 10 and Academy 3. All those constant reading and practicing control exercises or mastering academy-level jutsu increased my chakra control exponentially. All of this took me whole year, and as a result my mental energy balanced with physical energy. Informed Naruto with pride for his accomplishments. The old man Hokage took a deep breath and looked at Blonde with open pride and ruffles his head and said, well done Naruto by achieving perfect chakra control and overcoming which would have been your biggest weakness. Thanks Ji-chan, but I tell you it wasn't easy, said a grinning Naruto while scratching the back of his head. Now is there anything more you want to know? Asked the old man, and in response Naruto shook his head and exits from the office by saluting him. After the departure of the blonde, the third Hokage turns towards the window facing the Hokage monument deep in thought. After finishing the conversation with the old man Hokage, Naruto enters his training ground behind the Hokage monument. As soon as he reached there the first sight, he saw that his clones were all busy performing their own training. He again marvels the usefulness of the Kage Bunshin technique. He went near each clone to examine what they are doing. One clone was practicing chakra shape manipulation by trying to control the kunai and shuriken after throwing them. It was a very slow progress because he was using a clone with his full reserves. First he is trying to find a way to connect a chakra string to a kunai which is on the ground. After seeing his clone trying and failing repeatedly for some time, Naruto have an idea, so he stops his clone and says, why don't try using it like vertical surface walking exercise? What do you mean, boss? Asked the curious clone. Well, you know how in vertical surface climbing we use our chakra to stick to a tree? Asked Naruto, and seeing his clone nods he continues. So I am thinking, why don't we try to use that method, but instead of using chakra from our feet we use the method through the chakra thread at the point it is connected to the kunai. After suggesting the way, Naruto watched his clone try and fail 6 times repeatedly. As he was about to discard the idea, the clone succeeded for a moment, but it was just for a moment, so he ordered his clone to keep practicing it. After mastering it with 1 chakra string, he will add 1 more to the equation until he can use 1 for each finger, and after that he will practicing releasing them quickly. And finally, when he masters it, then the clone along with the clone he used for mastering shuriken jutsu will try to improve it using chakra strings. The groups of taijutsu, kenjutsu and bojutsu were practicing at their own section of clearing. After regular practicing of taijutsu with 200 kage bunshin, 50 for each 3 style and another 50 for trying to combine them, his skills with individual taijutsu style has gone up to low jonin level, and the combined style has gone up from low chunin to mid chunin level due to having combines aspects from all 3 style, Hibiken, Gamaken, Goken. His taijutsu skills would have increased more but didn't due to 2 reasons. First is that he has not completely combined the individual style with each other and his incapability to augment his body with chakra. While he can augment his body with chakra required for each style separately, but the concentration requires for augmenting his body with chakra for each 3 styles simultaneously is enormous. So at the moment he had given up on augmenting his body with chakra for combined taijutsu. He has not yet decided a name for his taijutsu style. Similarly, his skill in both kenjutsu and bojutsu has increased from high genin to low chunin level without any augmentation, and with augmentation he can increase his level in the both art to mid chunin level. Gaki, you should decrease the amount of clones you use for practicing muscle memory for taijutsu, rumbled Kyuubi suddenly in his usual deep voice from inside his head. Gah! Don't scare me like that. Naruto jumped in fright from hearing Kyuubi suddenly. He pats his chest trying to calm his fast-breathing heart. Haha, Kyuubi rolled in laughter seeing his container's predicament and said, Look at you jumping in fright by only a voice. I thought you are a ninja. Hearing the laughter inside of his head, Naruto coughs to his embarrassment and grumbles something about him being a joke to Kyuubi but asked, "Why should I decrease the amount of clone?" thought a curious Naruto. Because your taijutsu skill level in individual style has already low jonin level in such a short time. So to further increase it will require thousands of clones training simultaneously in only one style, replied Kyuubi. So will it not be better if I increase the number of clones practicing the style? Why decrease the amount? Again questioned Naruto. The large fox sighed and replied, there is no reason to further increase your skill in individual style, and if I am not mistaken you want to combine them to your original style. Also now you are practicing 4 different styles muscle memory simultaneously through your clones, so like when you first started your clone training all the different stances and style are getting mixed when the clone dispels. Naruto rubs his chin in thought. I see, that's why. So in your opinion what should I do about my taijutsu training? Naruto asked aloud to Kyuubi. Kyuubi, hearing the human asking him about his opinion in a matter other than training in his chakra, caused his eyes to widen in surprise and asked disbelievingly, why are you asking me about it? Why are you being surprised, Kyuubi? Didn't I told you we are friends/partners from the day we talk about I trying to control your chakra? Asked Naruto. No, you did not, nor do I want you to, roared Kyuubi inside Naruto's head, which caused him a slight migraine. Oh well, I consider you as such, so deal with it. So what's your opinion about my taijutsu training? Again asked Naruto nonchalantly. Kyuubi grumbled something about cheeky brat but replies, you should only make 50 clones and have them practice your original style only. So just think your skill level and individual taijutsu level is already in low jonin level, and it's without any chakra augmentation with only natural chakra flowing though your coils. Then if you mastered your original style then your taijutsu level will increase to elite jonin level without chakra, and to sannin level with chakra augmentation. Whoa, my taijutsu level will increase that much due to my original taijutsu but? Asked an astonished Naruto and went inside to his mindscapes in front of Nine-Tails' cell and continues somewhat depressingly. But it's impossible to channel chakra in the way required by the individual style simultaneously. For example, in Hibiken it's required to channel chakra to all the joints and ligaments in the human body, which will increase human body's flexibility to superhuman level. Then in Gamaken it's required to channel chakra to the major bones of human body like forearms and forelegs to increase their density to unbelievable level so that they can absorb much more blows. Lastly, there is Goken, which relies on overwhelming strength and speed, so it's required to channel chakra to all major muscles present in human body. So how will I be able to channel that much chakra differently to different body parts simultaneously? Questioned Naruto. Both the jailer and its occupant ponders on the problem for both some time while closing their eyes. After some time both opened their eyes and simultaneously yelled, fuinjutsu, /fuinjutsu, while looking at one another.